check the unmasked, and I haven't found any.
No, the loot table on those got jacked up with the A1s, the tickets for that ship.
That's actually in the patch notes as fixed for 320.
Okay.
So it should be good now.
Hmm.
Okay, we are hot. And
On.
everybody. It is day 2 of Citizencon. I hope everybody's enjoyed yesterday. This is Shadow Spectre 11. I'm here with Ace, with Alpha, Deadwood, Gogurt, Mike Payne, Space Guy Ty, our Boots on the Ground, Tone, and Joker. And I'm getting ready to switch over to the scene so we can get this jumping off, okay? And there we go. Music, and here we go. All right. And here we are. Okay, there's Space Tie. He is the boots on the ground. Hey, Joe, what's up, man?
Hey everybody. My name is Space Tie, and I'm at Citizencon. Happy to share it with everybody. This is the second day. The first day stream didn't quite go very good, but I think we learned quite a bit. I think we got it figured out. And
Okay.
here is the walk-in. We are now in Ruin Station, Pyro.
What's up, Joe? You might see me second row left center. He got seat saved. Okay, cool. You were charging your phone? So I'm outside the convention center charging it. We'll see everyone is inside. Okay.
So we go into the community booth area. There are a ton of booths. I'm going to point us through some of the more interesting attractions.
Mm-hmm.
As well, a lot of these are advertised like there's a NAS place here. It's not really Star Citizen related, so I'm going to skip it unless you guys particularly want to hear about NAS. Asus, or not Asus, yeah, Asus ROG has a booth here with some fantastic PCs. Look at that.
Nice. That is nice.
All right, and I'm going to move over here. There's the second one. Look at this beauty. I have no idea. I'm sure it's Asus, so I'm sure it's fantastic. But it just looks, even if it's not, it looks amazing.
That's a very interesting case.
Yeah, I love it. I want it. I can't afford it. So, all right. So we're going to move on. At Motorsports. Right over here, for those of you that didn't see it yesterday, over here we have the Pyro experience. And I'm going to take a moment to really show you guys this because it is a huge amount of gaming gear here. Literally, probably a couple $100,000 worth of PCs and peripherals, VKB sticks, quality headphones. I don't know if like the feeling is coming through the stream, but to be here just to see all of this hardware is amazing.
Jump on a. Can you jump on a system and try it out?
I can, and I will probably do that later over lunch. Right now, if you see way back in the back there is a line.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure I'll be able to get through it and have time to play before the first event starts. This is the VIP lounge for those people that could click fast enough to get a ticket. I was not one.
I'm buying you an exclusive pyro shirt. Send me a DM. Sign.
Oh, who wants an exclusive pyro shirt?
That's Woodwalker
Like
Joe. He's in the chat.
one of these right here. He wants me to grab him one.
Oh, he's there.
Oh, okay. So he got him one. I got one too.
Yeah.
This is the regular the lounge for the unwashed masses that didn't get any VIP tickets, but it's really cool. They've got these little tables, these cool little centerpieces, just some old spray paint cans for a nice little aesthetic.
Okay, hold there for a second, Ty. I gotta
Sure.
send Joe a message. I'm gonna move the Discord real quick, and then I'm gonna come back over to it. I appreciate it.
While he's doing that, if anybody has any questions,
That is Space Guy Ty, Joe. He's there.
if anybody has any questions, if you don't mind, so we're not all just asking all at the same time, just type them to Shadow, and Shadow, if you'll relay questions to me, I will do my best to answer them.
Okay, I'm gonna bring it back in. Give me one moment.
No problem, just say go.
Okay, bringing the Discord back over, and there we go. Okay, go ahead.
All right. I'm not sure if you can hear it through the headset, but there is kind of this constant low, very sort of wavy music, background music playing through the entire area that does set a very good kind of pyro-esque run-down mood.
Mm-hmm.
Here we have the Drake Dragonfly.
Nice. We can try and do one sooner. Tell him to turn the phone sideways for Baron.
Oh, right. You're correct. I apologize.
There you go.
I'm a horrible cameraman, and I would not have been hired if anybody else had volunteered to do it.
We can't hear the music, but we hear you very well, and that's the most important thing.
Okay, so over here, this is where the game devs. I know some of you saw this yesterday. This is where the game developers are creating the digital goodies. They're building it live for us over the course of Citizencon.
Oh, cool.
And yes, we can stand around and just watch them build. It's very cool for those of us who are interested in that side of game development. All right, so I guess this is the. Oh, this is test bar. Giving that a little bit of surprise. I already got mine, so I'm going to politely not have it. Atlas Industries, we will be coming back to them later. This is very cool. Ultimate Energy, they've got a gas sign. I don't know, they just decided to make one. They built one. It's fantastic. I talked to them a little bit yesterday. They are a mostly industrial org. They don't charge for their emergency refueling.
Yeah. They should have had some space for
Kentucky
smaller
division
orgs.
last year, but me and my friendly rival, Herbie, we battled. Gentlemen, I'm going to set my phone down for a moment. I'm tired, so it's going to go dark.
Okay. Your only gripe? Hey Joe, are you able to get inside and catch up with Ty?
All right, that's a Soul Armada boot. There you are. Oh, that's the guy with the jacket that was featured yesterday. Do you mind standing up and show us the back of your jacket for those that didn't catch it for the stream yesterday? Check out these patches. Look at that. Did you make that yourself?
I did. I had it made.
Oh, you had it
I
made?
had the back one made, and these are official. There's a Big Benny badge.
Oh, fantastic.
There's yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's a group of, basically a group of streamers,
Hey Ty,
of content creators. Yes, sir.
Voidwalker Joe is saying stay still. He's gonna meet you where you're at.
Okay, there's a clue. That's an easy to find.
Yeah, some of the stuff there is so freaking cool.
I'm going to go off to one side so I'm not standing in everybody's way. You know, I might as well show the booth while Joe's on his way here. So just tons of great costumes.
I would love to have that. Is he going to charge $1,000 for it and take
You know,
10 years for
I
you to
will,
get it?
right, in true Star Citizen fashion. That's how this works.
Are they selling those helmets? I'm just
I
wondering.
will ask. I will ask. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Are these pieces display only, or do you sell these?
They're display only. I'm one of two people I know of that do have a limited license for non-commercial for just a few items. CIG a few years ago gave me a license to, like, for example, heavy marines. I could be up to 15 of these. I just haven't got into the mode of doing that because
Gotcha.
it's a lot of commitment. It's almost like you have to start a commercial business just to.
No, I can get that.
I do have a license. But we have a community on Discord where, well, people from, like, for example, this is my very first armor cosplay. I never cosplayed or even 3D printed before this.
Okay.
And I learned how to do it.
All right.
We help people, like, they've never done it or not done it. We help them get started to do what they want to do.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it.
Okay. So the long and short of that conversation is no, they are not for sale.
Okay.
He has the permissions to sell limited quantities, but not the capability just because of the time
Yeah.
that's necessary for them. However, hey, there's Joe.
There he is. What's up,
So,
man?
however, he has an org that's dedicated to the craft. Well, as soon as there you go. If anybody wants to screenshot this QR code, that will take you to the Discord, and it's basically where they give out tips and tricks on how to make your own stuff and stuff like that.
Hey, Salty Gravy, how you doing, man? Welcome to the stream.
So this is probably my favorite helmet.
What
And then we all know Shadow's favorite.
My favorite is the Tavarin helmet.
Oh, I thought it was the Tavarin armor. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, the armor and the Tavarin helmet. Yeah. The bird one is my favorite.
All right, give me just a second. Hey, Joe.
I ripped the file out of the game and just.
I'm gonna keep showing the booze. Is that
Right. You get the keep files out.
what's his name? The other guy from the words that's here. Is he with you or are you on the direwolves? No, not direwolves. The other guy. There were three of you yesterday. I can't remember.
Zoot.
Yeah, dude.
They're all sitting down.
They're all sitting
Yeah,
down.
they're all out there.
Okay, fantastic. I'm gonna move on. You're welcome to come with me. So, let's see. Soul Citizencon.
Look at that. The guy's
Where? This gentleman, we were going for Joe pointed this out. Excuse me. Do you mind if I get a shot of that
Do you
multi-tool?
want me to hold it or do you want to hold it?
Oh, I'd love to hold it.
So yeah, just don't pull in this one and feel free.
Gotcha.
There's a little epoxy around here too that's a little sticky still, but otherwise it'll burn just fine.
Like this gentleman, what's your name, sir? What's your name?
I'm Joey.
Joey?
Yes.
His name also?
Duskfire.
Duskfire?
Yes.
Okay. This guy has made a multi-tool. Let me find some light.
That is cool.
Look at that. It's got a canister. Looks like a true, no, that's an RMC. That's an RMC. Huh? Look at that. That's just fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, sure, okay.
That-
It's like,
Duskfire.
you realize how big it's going to be. So yeah, no, I run the wiki as well.
You run the wiki?
The Star Citizen Tools wiki.
Oh, this guy runs the Star Citizen. They can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
This
Yeah.
guy runs the Star Citizen Tools
That's me.
wiki.
So if you want to put something up there, we always need more edit.
Fantastic. It's nice to meet you. You do great work.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Pass that along to your crew as
Yeah.
well. I know you don't do it alone. All right, so I'm going to, for anybody that wasn't here yesterday, we're going to start from this side because this is one of my favorite displays. Do you mind if I just move and stream through here? Gentlemen, these are all 1 to 500 scale. They are all the exact same scale so that if you have a Gladius, you can see how it fits on the bracket. Right? Let's move on this way. Oh, they fixed it. Well, sort of. They strapped it up. Yesterday, this was broken.
Yeah, well, it's still not 100%, but it's a lot further along.
All right, this gentleman is speaking to me. They can't hear you. Okay, I'll inform you.
No, I don't mind. I didn't realize you were talking to somebody live. I'm sorry.
No, we can hear him. We can hear him.
It is a lot further along.
Oh, they can actually hear you, apparently.
I can.
Ah, awesome. Would you like to say a few words about what we're looking at here while I...
This is a 1 to 500 scale, so roughly about 1.98 meters long. Scale model of the UES Krugeri. Actually, we've kind of put our own flagship name on it, but we actually have. We're going to be giving this to CIG at the end of the show.
I want to hear that giving this to CIG.
So we have a nameplate swap. This is actually built from the actual Squadron 42 Bengal game file, not the one that was in during Invictus Leafy.
Built straight from the Squadron 42 Bengal game file. There's a 747 sitting there just for scale. And this thing is fantastic. All right, thank you. I know I might have looked like I was ignoring you, but I was listening. Thanks to
I'm
you.
so sorry. I just didn't realize that you're done.
No.
But yeah, it was a definite. It was quite a project.
A labor of love, I'm absolutely.
Definitely. In fact, actually, this is at the end of the show. This is going home with CIG, not with us.
That's amazing and kind of sad, I'm sure, but
We're gonna make more.
you're going to make more. Oh, okay. We'll just make some more.
Version 2 will be better than version 1. This is actually kind of, the thing about this was actually kind of cool is it was almost like a microcosm of Star Citizen game development. Originally, when we wanted to start it back in 2016 or 17, but the state of technology at the time for 3D printing and for the game file was not sufficient for us to do it. So then during the pandemic, we had some spare time on our hand and we're like, oh, 3D printing technology's come a long ways. Let's try it now. And oh my God, we're able to do this. So then we started in earnest, I want to say about a year ago. But even then, version 1 had a lot of features that we wanted to put in, but we had to cut features in order to get it done in time. And even then it was a race. But even then, see, version 2 will have more features. So it's a lot like Star Citizen's game development, where it's like, we're just pushing forward. Some features had to be cut from version 1, but guess what? There's going to be a new version coming with more features. So yeah, it's kind of
Awesome.
definitely a labor of love.
I'm just going to shake your hand. It's a ton of hard work. Fantastic.
That is awesome.
I don't know how much of that you guys heard.
All of it.
Did you? That's fantastic. I'm glad the sound came out. I know there was one more booth that I really wanted to show you guys.
Okay.
And as small as this place is, it's actually kind of easy to get turned around. So, okay, it's
So, Ty, do you have your goodie bag on you?
not on me. No, I do not. I left it at the hotel.
Okay.
Why? What did you? Was there something you were interested in knowing about?
Well, I know they showed us pictures of it, but I was hoping to see what was in the actual goodie bag.
Oh, yeah, I can do an unboxing for you when I get to the hotel. Well,
Okay.
I don't know when I'm going to get back tonight because I am all in on the experience. So there's no telling what I'm going to get up to. But tomorrow, I can do an unboxing for you.
Oh well, even if you just take pictures and put them in the chat, that'd be that'd be awesome.
Okay. All right, that'll work too. Oh, right here. This is it. This is the thing right here. Check this out, folks.
Functioning MFD. Almost functioning. Yeah.
If you will actually speak up, they can hear you through my earpiece. I'm streaming to some friends of mine, so I'll stand close to you and film. You just go ahead and speak.
So basically, this is the MFD you can see in all the ships currently, and then it's fully interactable, so you can go through. This obviously isn't real time, but he said it will be once it's connected.
Right, we see the concept.
Yeah, the concept. Power management. The animations aren't working just yet, but they are functioning. Meaning, if it's into the game, you can do inputs with it. So, the menus work. Sliders, not yet.
But soon, TM?
Soon TM.
That is awesome, though.
Self-stat.
If you'll speak up just a little louder.
Sure. So basically, this is just like in the MFD in the ship when you actually click the view direction for your status to see what's damaged and what's not, or you can put it into a 3D rotation.
That is fantastic.
Shield, same thing. Can't adjust yet with the touch, but that's coming. Your shield generation shows all the statuses. Goes into stealth. And then for heat management, you actually can do suppress all the way down here or the one all on top.
What?
And then so the nice little feature that we have that hopefully can implement soon is the star map, 3D star map. So it's an idea of what we thought it would be.
Right, and then they came on yesterday,
Yes,
and I
exactly.
said, no, hold on. Now you just, when you saw that, all you could think was like, oh, God, I've got so much work to do again.
Exactly. So
Okay.
eventually, all the buttons down here will work as well. I mean, it's set up to be.
So the tactile buttons are not functional yet.
No.
Excuse me, Shadow, did you have a question?
Yeah. Somebody in the chat is asking what product is it, and he must have.
Okay, actually, I know the person that can tell you about this, but I'm sorry, oh, um, I'm going to grab him. I was here yesterday, and I spoke all about. I'm just streaming it for some friends now. So if you don't mind, I'd like to ask this gentleman about his cockpit if he has a moment. So this is a smaller piece of something much, much bigger. Hello, sir. We spoke yesterday. Yeah, but today I am actually streaming this stuff for some friends of mine. Do you mind speaking to them on this?
Oh yeah, not
If you will,
the technical side or just the fun side?
basically everything you told me yesterday. Where are you kidding? You don't remember this face and exactly what you said? That's ridiculous. Well, no, just walk. Basically, if you don't mind walking us through the project, the bigger project that this is a part of,
Oh, okay, cool.
and what you've been, and also start off with one, if you'll just speak clearly and project, and two, start off with your name.
Oh, that I can do. Oh yeah. Get you here. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, my name's Dumma in game. John Chambers. I build big things. I built 2 Diagon alleys, one of which in my driveway, one which I'm building right now at a camp for kids in serious medical conditions. Yeah, at Camp Corey. So I have a nonprofit. This is a little bit smaller. Stairwell, and then we're building the hallway and the component hallway as well. So it's a pretty, it actually kind of is a big deal. So this is the MFD anti-terror pen that is 1-for-1.
Hey, the other gentleman did walk us through the functionality already. I just wanted your take on, like, he didn't tell us about the bigger Terrapin cockpit, so I want
So this
We can't hear him, Ty.
in the game, but also his chat. So the chat will be able to redeem things that'll then change the state of what goes on the ship, like red alert, or maybe flash things on the screen. So it's gonna be highly interactive with his chat.
Is this better? Shut up. Can you hear him now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yep. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I got you.
I know what the problem is.
The microphone.
There we go. They both have a microphone in them. I don't know which one is live at any given time.
Yeah. So yeah. If I use a streamer, the cockpit will have he'll be able to walk around, take components out, and do some fun things on screen with the ship.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Appreciate your time. Did you guys catch at least most of that?
Yeah, we caught some of it.
Okay.
That was cool.
Yeah, it is. The first part was in the bad sound when I had the wrong mic out. It's part of a 1-to-1 Terrapin build from the cockpit all the way to the first hallway.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, and over here, we're going to go over here because they have candy. Hi, this is USC. And this is, I'm sorry, I'm speaking to an org. No, that's fine. You're great. This is USC. They were the role-playing org that was mentioned yesterday in the live stream. And I'm just going to take a piece of here. Thanks. So, wait, what is... I don't know what's going on here. Did I miss this booth yesterday? Hello, gentlemen.
How's it going?
It's going all right. I'm streaming for a small group of friends on Discord, and it's being relayed through Twitch. Do you mind speaking about what you're doing here?
Yeah, sure. So
All right, hold on.
we're a group that we do.
Do a sound check real quick.
Oh, sure.
Sound,
Yeah.
Shadow, how's the sound?
Yeah, it's good.
Good sound.
Good.
All right.
So we build all the models that you buy from the game and things like this. Body interactive. We also built the giant dragonfly. But today we're also showing off a tool that we built to actually extract all the data and assets in the game. So this is how we do
Oh, the Raven.
build out. We can extract things pull into Blender and do things like these kind of waves. So we can turn those and make it the 3D models and assets and everything else. So we're just kind of playing around with all that today.
Is that
Fantastic.
Is that company JDF?
Jay, is that you said JRDF?
Yes.
Yeah. Problem is they can hear you better than I can because they're plugged in.
Yeah.
So JRDF.
The tool is called StarFab.
The tool is called Star.
And this is actually available for so you can explore the data pack and everything else. It's what they need.
Okay, is it free to use or is it buy-in?
Free open source.
All right, fantastic. Thank you for your time, gentlemen.
I do.
Any
have
questions, guys?
I got a quick question. Are those the
Yeah.
Star Citizen, the licensed models that they make?
Okay, excuse me. Are the models here? Like, I know the Star Citizen is pretty fast and loose with their licensing, but is anything here officially licensed? Like, the game files obviously come from the data. We know that, but the physical objects.
So we sell like kit models, and these are all officially licensed, started like from CIT. So these are printed models you can get yourself. So when you go over to this side, he's actually doing a live demonstration of the painting, and he's got a bunch of like models that he's already put together. Yeah.
Okay. All right, fantastic.
Yeah, and if you're interested in this stuff, you can go on our website. It's JMDF with an SC, and we've got all of our stuff on there.
Okay,
Nice.
sounds fantastic. All right, so now I'm going to go right over here, and we're going to see this guy in action. I'm not going to bother. He's talking to someone else, so we'll just do what he's doing.
But it's also a little bit more forgiving if you make a mistake on the Buccaneer or even like the cliffs because they're small. So like a little bit of like mess up, no one's gonna see. Right? Let's say they pick it up and go like, "Oh, I can't believe you got a little dot of red on that line." So there's good and there's pros and cons to painting. That's just painting in general. It's like a lot of Warhammer I do models. So it just it comes with the trade, right?
All right. So our last stop is going to be the merch booth, and I'm going to cut the line, but make it clear I'm not buying. Now I will make the offer that. Pardon me. I'm not buying. I'm just. I will make the offer if anybody wants me to pick up anything, and is willing to reimburse me for cost and shipping. I will happily do so. I'm generally a generous person, and I would buy everybody something if I could,
No
but I
worries,
can't.
man.
So,
But
How much one of the
Go ahead, Mike.
how much is what?
Can you see how much one of the Pyro T-shirts that are exclusive? Like when you get an opportunity, not have to be right now.
They're
but-
$30. They're $30. Yeah, I'm
I'll
gonna.
take one for them.
All right. I will do my best. I will not be able to get into the merch booth before the presentation for that
No
reason
worries.
right there.
Hey,
I will
No worries.
attempt to do so at the end of the show.
Mhm.
So I'll do my best.
appreciate it.
2XL for me. I'll last me again, I guess, if we ever get
Text,
there.
DM me your size. That way I'll have both your name and your size, and I won't forget because I'm sure yesterday was information overload. They said today is going to be even better, and if so, I'm not sure I'll remember that we even did this walkthrough.
Yeah.
I think
no
I'll
worries.
just be overloaded. Hey, there's Joe. Hey,
There
we're
he
done
is.
with the live stream, and I think what time is it? Oh, it is. Oh wait, no, we still got the hour.
Our panels here at some point.
Yeah. Well, it's going to start at 11. So I think.
Hour, okay. Yeah.
Do you want to see? Here's the question: do we want to try and get good seats right now, Or do we want to see if we can get in? Wait, no. The time to play for Pyro is 40-minute stretches.
I have so I have some people that reserve seats.
Do they have one for me too?
I can ask.
Please do.
Yeah. No, I messaged you and Dyer, see if you guys want to come up by us. Because we're at the second row.
Oh. I would very much. I'm sorry. I probably just missed the message because, I was concentrating on doing.
No, you got it. It's awesome what you're doing. Like, you actually go around the booths and, live streaming it with Shadow.
I want to share it with everybody I can. So,
Hey,
Um,
Joe, Dyer is working, so we're not sure what time he's going to get there.
That's it. Payne? Mike Payne?
yeah, that's my.
What's up, dude?
Shadow says that Dyer is working, so we're not sure when he's going to get.
What?
Yeah, he had inventory. He was hoping to be out of inventory before 10 o'clock. So I'll just take his seat.
Yeah.
He's a no-show. You snooze, you lose. So that's what I say to coma patients. Families give up on them. You snooze, you lose.
Be cool, too.
God, I'm a horrible person. Okay. So, yeah, the Pyro. Now that I think through it, the Pyro gameplay is a 40-minute stretch.
Yeah.
And we've only got an hour to the start, and I don't think we can get through the line in 20 minutes.
No.
So I'm just going to go sit down. Before I do, though, we've still got an hour. Is there anything else that anybody would like to see? Is there anything that we saw that was for sale, like the models that anybody would like to pick up?
Everybody's pretty much good to go. Save your battery power, man.
Oh, dude,
You play Pyro?
I came prepared. I got this guy right here. Right? That has, this plus my cell phone is basically 4 full batteries. I swear to God, I used it all day yesterday and never had to worry about my battery.
Cool.
This thing didn't even go to half.
Cool.
So, yeah. Oh, I've been thinking this through for months. Although I missed that I should probably pick up a mic.
Yeah.
I'm the opposite of you.
Huh?
So I'm the opposite of you. I fucking charged I plugged my phone in last night and it didn't charge at all. And I came here with 2% on my phone.
Oh,
With the intentions of recording Pyro so that way I could post it.
You know what? That's not a bad idea. If you want, you played Pyro, right?
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what. When we go through, I mean, obviously, you probably want to play it again. But if you don't mind sacrificing your opportunity to let me play and you film it
We can do that
and
for each
stream
other.
it to Shadow it.
So we can do this multiple times.
Oh, I know we can, but
So-
I'm dedicated to being in all of the presentations, and the
Right.
only break we're going to
Me
have
too.
is lunch.
Me too. But we can probably, so I'll get in there with you. I'll film it for you. And then if you do it for me.
Yeah, I will. Assuming we have time between the presentations, I will absolutely do that. Or it's 40 minutes.
Actually,
right?
I could probably get Zook filming it for me, and I'll film it for you.
Okay, that'll work.
Yeah.
That'll work.
We'll do that. 'Cause
However
I
you
know,
guys
I know for sure Zook isn't going to play again.
where's Zook?
Okay.
So yeah, that'll work.
Zook is holding our seats in
I
the
need
auditorium.
I need a video of that beautiful man.
No.
Oh, Payne needs a video of the beautiful Zook, which kind of hurts my feelings and
A
should hurt
video of
yours,
Zook?
like
No,
because he's
I
not
got.
satisfied with what he's got now.
Does he not,
You should be you've got what you've got.
He's not
Be
a real,
happy for it.
does he not think that Zook is a real human being?
Yeah.
I know
He's
Zook's
an
a
NPC,
human
right?
being. I
Zook
haven't
is
seen
an
you guys
NPC
in a minute.
confirmed.
He said he just hasn't seen you guys in a minute.
He's been
misses.
T-posing all night at the Airbnb. He 30K'd last night.
Oh, jeez.
Dude,
Oh,
All right.
geez.
Well, before we go in and I cut off the stream, anything else? Last call.
Oh no, man, we're all good. Is
You
everybody
guys
all
fucking suck for not being here. You guys
Yeah.
are plebs.
good? Really? Wow.
I hope you guys are suffering at home. And fuck you guys.
No.
Woodwalker Joe
No, listen.
rubbing it in.
No, I love you guys. I wish you guys were here.
Yeah, me too,
Yeah.
man. Me too.
That's it.
A little bald for those burns. Gentlemen, yeah, have a great day. Enjoy the live stream. You can DM me all you want. Don't expect a response until lunch.
No
Sound good?
worries. All right, man. Thanks, Ty. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All
Yeah.
right. That was good.
All right, we got to do an org meetup.
Okay. So, yeah, we do. We do.
And I hate to say it, but I think Vegas would be the smartest place.
Yeah.
It's the cheapest hotels.
Yeah.
It's the most central for almost everybody in the world if they decide to come from outside the U.S.
Right. Right. Okay. So,
And they got gambling.
if everybody is all ready, we can go on the discussion of day 2 panels and what we think is going to happen, what we know, and go from there. So today,
Today's a good day.
character advancement. We explore the outlaw styles on the far frontier, the new technologies enabling our generation of character customization, and the much anticipated arrival of diverse coiffure. Ooh, coiffure, I guess that's how you pronounce it. But thoughts on this one? Character advancement. We're talking skills, and you're muted, Mike.
Coiffure is aesthetics.
Okay, thank you. So we're looking at the customization. Yeah, the customization.
Yeah, it's like.
So when we start off building the character, they're going to enhance this feature now, make it better. And supposedly they did some more scanning of digital scans of people to put in the game to give us more options and things of that nature. So, anybody's thought?
Yeah, it's going to be fancy hairstyles. That's what that's going to be about.
Hey, Shaved. Shaved is on Twitch.
Nice. I'll try to get my laptop or another computer going to get Shaved to stream.
Well,
Shaved.
Well, Shaved is he's camping, so he's hopping on his phone from a distance.
Oh,
so he can.
Oh,
see
he's
what's
watching,
going on.
not streaming.
Yeah, he's watching. Yeah. So, anybody got any thoughts?
It's
Before
fashion citizen, and the only thing I'm really hoping for is beards. I want to be able to put a beard on my guy.
Okay.
I want mullet.
Okay. Hello.
Goodbye.
Yeah. Joker.
I agree.
What's up, Baron?
Hey, what's up, everyone?
You heard it here. Master Baron said it. It's legit. Beards and mullets.
Hey, how you doing, Shadow?
All right, what's going on, man?
Not much. I'm watching your stream. It's pretty good.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, we've been working on it, trying to get it together for a couple days, setting up stuff and getting it going good. So,
It's doing good.
Appreciate it. So, tell me, what is the main thing you're looking forward to on day 2?
I'm hoping they show something about Squadron 42.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping they're ready to release Squadron because they released that fighter.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm hoping, and I'm hoping that they're going to give a date that's my big hope.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's all my big hopes right there. And
Okay.
a date for Pyro.
Well, if they do that, I think we're going to get a preview of Pyro. So on the 31st, they did announce that they're going to give a preview channel, and it's going to go by um, the tiers of concierge. So we're it all depends because first off, the higher tiers are going to get the first hit at it. Now I don't know if subscribers are going to be able to get into it um, on the first wave like they do the PTU. So this may be a little different. But they're going to go by the tiers of concierge. And then once it hits wave five, that's all backers. So we'll see.
And wait, it looks from what I see from what people are playing online. Pyro looks pretty damn good. It looks like it's done.
Okay.
So it looks good. I can't wait to play it.
All right. Well, that's encouraging. That's encouraging. Hopefully, Ty can get some coverage on it so we can see it, and we'll go from there.
Yeah,
All right.
I hope he visits somewhere where not everyone is going and try to do something that not everyone else is doing so we can see a wide scope.
Uh huh. Uh huh. Okay. So what else we got? Um, Anybody else got some thoughts, opinions on character advancement? Yeah, Squadron 42 release date would be the best news. You got that right. All right. Joker, you got any thoughts? Anybody else?
Are
Me,
they?
I'm sure that they're gonna release the star map after Squadron 42 is released. That's for sure.
They may drop that or before that though.
You
They
think so?
they may.
I believe it's gonna be after because I think that star map is for Squadron 42, so I think it's gonna be after.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a main feature for Squadron 42, so I think it's gonna be after. That's my belief for that one.
Hopefully
Okay.
that's not true because we need that star map.
You know me. That's what I've been talking about for the longest. You know
That's
me.
what I'm
I was
saying.
like, we need a new map system like from the day one, and I've seen it, and I was like, since I looked at it, I was like, this is it looks all Squadron 42 for Squadron 42, and I was like, yeah, but hey, we'll see.
Well,
I could be wrong.
I look at it like this: if they decide to put that in game, put it in game where we can actually have it, they can release Squadron 42 whenever. That's just my thought. I would love to have that star map in game. So tell them, you got any thoughts on that?
No. Thank you for asking.
Okay. Radium? Anybody else? Okay. Gonna move on to the next one. 12 o'clock. Life in the first person. Get an up and close personal look at upcoming major improvements to first person gameplay. Diversified combat, AI behavior, overhauled weapon handling, and how we are shaping a more immersive dynamic universe through seamless and tactile interactions. Okay. What's up, Road Rash?
What's going on?
Not much.
Just waking up and having my coffee. Oh.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, so anybody got any thoughts on this one? What would you like to see in the first life in the first person?
All right, I'm back.
Persistent hangers.
The
Persistent hangers.
transition from gravity to EVA being smoother.
They did fix that. It's not. We're not twirling anymore. It's better than it was.
This is true. However, the reverse of that isn't. You go into gravity, and if you're not exactly right, it wigs out. It don't know what to do.
Oh, okay. I mean, I've done it and I've landed pretty safely. So maybe,
Yeah.
who knows? It could be something that got wonky. It could be something that you know, who knows? But okay, we'll go with that. Mike, you got a thought?
I do agree that entering ships from EVA can still kind of suck. And I think that there needs to. I think the hard thing is you're going from no gravity to gravity, and depending on, like, in a real simulation, what's going to happen, like when you go from no gravity to gravity, like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm curious.
The problem is
Maybe
they can't simulate something that's we can't do. That's the only problem. Right?
Yeah.
We can't go into space and then get onto a space station and have gravity. You float around inside the
Right.
space station, right? So
Exactly.
what they're doing is about the best as they're going to get because there's no actual factual,
Yeah.
Info on that.
Yeah, I think maybe they can create a gimmick bow, like a gravity dampener, with makes your character, adjust to the gravity situation faster. I think they could do that, but that would be an in-lore gimmick and an assumption on reality. But that's fine. I mean, sometimes you have to make assumptions that makes the most sense for the situation given.
Mike, I'm gonna copy your text and send it to Joe. You put it in mine by accident.
And he copied my text. What?
The one about your shirt.
I'm watching some gameplay footage right now of Pyro. Somebody put on the YouTubes.
Yep.
There's no audio of it, of course. I'm gonna put it.
Yeah, that's the one I saw. Looks pretty good, but it looks.
Venturing Bears, the guy. I'm gonna put the link in.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to a routine place. So I was saying if they're gonna be filming it, go somewhere different. Don't go the same place that everyone else is
The only
going.
place you can go to though right now in Pyro.
Oh, that's what I was wondering about too. That was my next thing I was gonna ask.
So I just put it in the YouTube videos there on the side if anybody wants to have a look at it.
Cool. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anybody else got any thoughts on life in the first person?
I think it's gonna be more of what they were showing yesterday of how they use the MFDs to search on your ship engines and things like that. I think that's what it's going to be. I'm not sure, but I think that's what it's going to be more of.
Okay. Okay. That'll work. All right. Hello.
Hey,
Hey, what's up, man?
I just got done washing the camp out my beard. I'm good now.
You home?
Yeah, get home.
All right, dude. Welcome, welcome.
Thanks.
So,
Welcome back.
Yesterday's yesterday's stream is 9 hours long, and it is posted
Damn.
on YouTube. So
Okay, all right.
And also,
That's where I catch up.
In the YouTube
Yes.
Texter channel on our thing here, I put a link for a video of some pyro gameplay for you to watch there.
Oh, snap.
It's got
Pyro
no
gameplay.
Yeah, shaved. There is a lot, and I mean a lot, that happened yesterday, and today's going to be a lot more.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Here's the.
Give me the down and dirty.
Can I give him? Can I? May I?
Yes.
And unless anybody else wants to, I want to.
Go ahead.
Okay. The number one thing, server meshing was demoed live.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, working. That's, It was a pure demonstration. The dev walked up there and said, "We talked about it, but let me show you," and then proceeds to show us.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
That's
that
amazing.
was new Moby-Glass interface.
Yes.
Which is everybody's excited about. I think everybody's favorite thing is the new star map that was shown off. It was actually demonstrated.
Okay. Heck yeah.
It was so beautiful. They showed off waypoints. Like you could actually create a waypoint and share it.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's about time.
No kidding.
Oh yeah.
One of the best features.
Oh my god, it was so amazing. Oh, they have a library of locations now. They're going to implement a search feature where if you wanted to find something, you can type in the name of it, and it actually takes your star map to that location, and then you can mark your journey there.
Wow.
Yeah. And the best thing, the clutter is gone. So you get, like, if you're looking at a system, it's relevant to the side, like the let's say you're looking at the planet. It'll show you the locations on that side of the planet only.
Oh,
as
nice.
as you rotate the planet, it rotates and shows you. It like takes things off screen and puts things on screen, showing you where the locations are on that side of the planet.
Heads nodding.
Yeah. Oh. The map goes all the way down to the player, and it's a mini map as well. And it shows a mini map on your top left hand corner on your UI.
That's so cool.
You can download. Can I add something to that? You can download maps when you go into a facility, and then they show up on the mini map.
Oh yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah. Oh, heat vision. There's heat vision.
Oh, that's nice to have.
Yeah, and then there's pingable vision where you do like this big ping and like things will show up on your thing, and that also shows up on your mini map too. And if you look at the map and you do a ping, it shows you the locations of things. It's really cool.
That's great.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, that's only like a fraction. The Star Engine's getting massive updates. There's going to be new water and now fire physics and particles. The fire looks really good. The water looks amazing. There's a environment destruction engine coming in called Maelstrom. Basically, it's like you could shoot like a building and it falls apart.
Love that. Yeah.
Can't wait for that.
That's something they should kind of put on the back burner, in my opinion. That's going to be a little something that's going to take a lot of time, I think.
Sure.
Little battlefield tech, though. That's cool.
Yeah. I could see it being for Arena Commander, but I don't know. For the Persistent Universe, to me, seems like they're just wasting their time by doing that tech right now. It's a cool idea, but it's just a lot of time waste.
I think I think that should bake a little while because, I think it depends. Anyway, I'm not going to comment on teams and stuff like that. Let me move on. The water physics looks really good. So, like, for example, they flew a Gladi over it, and it was showing how the water parted.
Oh,
when
get
there's
out of here.
Pressure to it. Yeah. It also showed that other objects, like if you run across it, and depending on how much velocity you have, it can foam up or not foam up. It'll ripple and send waves out. The waves actually crash with each other.
Yeah, the way the sunlight reflects off them now, it's like amazing.
Wow.
So much better. So much better.
RTX?
Oh, really?
RTX is coming.
Yep. Ray tracing. Hardware and software ray tracing is coming.
Amazing.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it looks really good.
Dyer's here.
What else?
So, go ahead.
I was going to say, the Vulkan integration is about done. It's probably going to be released shortly. Probably, I'd say
cool.
within 6 months, give or take, if there's no other major issues. Man, what else? Oh, tears. So, like, your character can now have tears, sweat, and blood coming out of their body, like out of their mouth and stuff. Or that'll come down. There was hair physics displayed yesterday, where instead of like older system, they use splines that basically just represents the hair, and it led to a better result of hair movement. It was really,
Oh,
really
cool.
cool.
Yeah, and the same
Yeah.
with fabric moving too. They did the same with that too.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Um,
the unanswerable question.
Yeah.
How long? I mean, when is this? What they're talking about it coming down, but what did they say, like 4.0 ish or
No, they didn't even give it.
nothing? Nothing. Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah, what they have said, a lot of the systems, I can't remember every system they said, but they pointed out a lot of the systems were coming within 12 months.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
The
don't-
replication layers coming in the next dot patch, I think.
Yeah, 21.1.
Right, and then after that, it's the final step of server meshing. And then
Oh,
once
wow.
we get server meshing, after that's Pyro, which leads to 4.0. So.
Did you hit on the multi-crew?
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
That was another big one.
Resource management.
Yeah. So they showed off resource management, and there's a lot of cool shit about that. So, for example, you know the components in your ships, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say you're under attack, and this is what they kind of demoed, is they had a C2 that got shot at by Gladdy.
Okay.
Yeah, and so you had an engineer have to go open that compartment up and actually sit there and repair it to bring it back online.
Wow.
And they demonstrated a couple of variations of that scenario where maybe they got that back online, but something else, like a cascade failure, was happening.
Wow.
And then,
Sure.
And the next item died. The fuse died, so they had to fix that, repair that. The part of the hull caught on fire,
I
so
love
they had to
that.
shut off that room. Yeah.
You can
And
suck oxygen out of the room and stuff now.
Yeah.
You can kill people. You have
Mhm.
to have a fire suit to be putting fire out and fire extinguishers and shit.
Wow.
Mhm. Yep. They
Wow.
saved a pico. Yeah. And there's more to that too. I can't remember that entire thing, but it was just. I'll be honest with you, it was information overload yesterday.
It was.
Sure.
Yeah.
So much
Sounds
more
like it.
components, Yeah.
Ships.
Yeah, and then they got into the ships.
Oh, yeah.
So
Let's hear it.
all three Idrises are going to fall at when Squadron
IAE.
2 comes out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they were showing some gameplay footage last night of having to do a repair on a pipe to stop a radiation leak and then take people out. And that was all in conjunction with the new map and everything that they were showing. And like Alex was saying, Gogurt there was saying, it looks like it was footage straight out of Squadron 42, right?
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So.
Yep. Oh, the map, the snapback feature. I forgot about that. If you're viewing your map and you're like halfway across the universe or whatever, there's a button you can click and it takes you right back to your location.
Oh, sweet.
And, yeah, and it zooms in exactly where you are. And the map is constantly traversing. So, like, if you are on Crusader's Station, for example, Orison, and what they demonstrated was as a Carrick parked, he walked onto the ship and the mini map just transitioned right into the ship, and there was like no break or anything.
Wow.
Yes.
And the
Also,
mini map will. Oh, go ahead.
It's all one map. Your local
Everything.
map, your star map is all integrated, so you can just scroll out from your local map until you're all the way into the star map.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. It's so
Damn.
awesome.
I missed a lot.
Yeah, you did, man. As far as ships go, here's what was announced yesterday. We got the cutter variant called the Scout.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
It's a pinger. What's it called? I'm sorry. It's not a data runner. It's a. I'm having a brain fart. Anyway, the point of it is it can ping a location to get a massive amount of details on stuff in the area. You can ping an object with it, and I think they said that you can drop a waypoint for people like you be able to jump to.
Oh, okay.
If you found something interesting. And it's available now. It's on the store. It's like $45, so it's not a bad deal.
Yeah.
Oh, the cutter.
That's a good price.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The cooler ship that came out was the Zeus Mark II.
Yes.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
I saw a DM and I was like, oh snap, some going down.
Yeah. I think that's awesome. Oh, we got video. Oh, there's Jared.
Give me a refresh.
All right.
All right. There we go. Give me. Oh, you stupid ad. Can you
All
tell
right, I'm
Ty
going
to
dark.
wave at the camera next time, the miserable bugger? Hey, the originals Catman. I will tell him.
All right, go on mute to watch the show.
And as I said, welcome to CitizenCon Day 2. As one astute user on social media put it, yesterday we laughed, we cried, we doubled our dogs. On Day 2, we're bringing a whole new slew of presentations for you to enjoy. But before we get to the programming of today, it's been 4 years since we've done a CitizenCon, a live event like this, and it may have gone under the radar with the pandemic and missing a year. This is actually the 10th anniversary of CitizenCon and the 10th CitizenCon we've done. So I wanted to take some time. Here on the pre-show, where I can do pretty much anything I want, and shout out some of the pioneers who came before us to make this event what it is today. So CitizenCon actually started, the very first one was back in 2013, back in the Alamo Roadhouse in Austin, and it was the brainchild of Sandy Gardner, Ben Lesnick, and Pete Mackey. Now, it was in a little theater. Down in downtown Austin, and it was, for some, it was an excuse to watch the Wing Commander movie in front of a crowd and in a big theater. But for others, it was the birth of our annual convention and the introduction of Aaron Roberts and the Foundry 42 team at that time to the CIG family. It started out small, had some humble beginnings, but over the years, it's evolved into this massive undertaking that we have this year. In 2014 and 2016, CitizenCon was here in Los Angeles at the Avalon Theater, just in downtown. In 2014, we introduced the vision for the persistent universe, which was not yet playable. Arena Commander had only come just earlier that year. And in 2016, we followed up on those procedural planets with a visit down to the planets and the introduction of the Sandworm. And Sean Tracy, if you're watching, when my Sandworm, man? Can we hear it? When my Sandworm, man? He goes on stage in the first presentation. He's probably not happy right now. Between those 2 years in LA, we took our first trip to Manchester and the, what was it called? The Runway Visitor Park, which was presented underneath a glorious Concorde, fantastic aviation craft that our chat users at the time really thought we had built a giant spaceship for this stage. I can remember sitting in the chat and going, no, that's not a spaceship. That's the Concorde. Get a calendar from 1988. It was like January. 2017 was where things started changing. 2017 was where we started to adopt the format that you see here today. It was our first trip to Frankfurt in the Avalon Theater, where we started breaking apart multiple presentations, multiple teams. We started really diving into the depths of Star Citizen's development. After the first several years of building up, having to build 4 studios around the world and lay the groundwork, CitizenCon had evolved to becoming the true showcase that it is today and showing you as many different aspects of our development as possible. But it reached its final form in 2018. Going back to Austin at the Long Convention Center, Long Center in Austin, that's where CitizenCon exploded. 2 tracks, 2 competing theaters of presentations, the mocap stage, we introduced the Xi'an language, which changed Chris Harrow's life forever. Shout out to Chris Harrow if you're watching. And then in 2019, the biggest CitizenCon we had at the time back in Manchester, which parallels what we're doing today. Huge screens, huge exhibitions, huge panels, huge discussions, huge reveals. I'm sure we all remember that Carrick trailer. Yeah, that was a pretty big one. Also, it was a Carrick ice sculpture that didn't melt all day. I lost $50 on that. I got 5 minutes? Oh, cool. Sorry, the person in my ear. Guys, I've never done a day 2 before. I'm running on fumes. How are you guys feeling? I do want to take this time, so like I said, CitizenCon started from humble beginnings, the birth child of Sandy, of Ben, of Pete Mackey back in the day. It's evolved over the years with many stewards, Eric Kyron Davis, David Roth, our stewards this year. They're going to hate me for shouting them out. Leah and Tyler, please give them a huge round of applause for Leah and Tyler, who have driven this year's event and made it everything that you guys hear live and in the theater have seen. Hall B, jeez, I hope you've seen Hall B during the interstitials between the panels if you're watching from home. Leah and Tyler have kicked the ball out of the park. I mixed my metaphors there. I wonder what I'm going to be like at the end of the day. Let's go into the day's programming, shall we? So in just a few minutes, at the top of the hour, we've got Ian Leyland, Sean Tracy, Forrest Steffen, and Sean Tracy again for character advancement. They're going to show you some of the latest advancements in our character tech. You saw, and Andre. Don't want to forget Andre. You're going to love Andre. Sorry, Andre. You saw a little bit of it in the Star Engine presentation yesterday. It's going to explode. And they're going to show you the full potential of that work for the star hair and the star cloth and the facial stuff and the clothes stuff. You're not going to want to miss that. Life in the first person is a look at the first-person existence in our Star Citizen's first-person universe. It's not just FPS combat, it's how you interact with the universe around you, and a lot of improvements I think many of you are going to appreciate. Then Taking Flight, Yogi and Diego and Inez and the team there are going to be here for another live demo where they play the game and show you the amazing master mode and flight changes that have come from their work on Squadron 42 that are being brought over to Star Citizen. Then we're going to break for lunch again, 2 o'clock. Get your lunch. It's a long day. Then finally, 2-part environment and gameplay summit here with Living on the Edge and Destination Adventure, where we're going to go through a bunch of the new locations that are coming to both Stanton and the Pyro system. You're going to want to check those out. And for those who are here, be in your seats. If you have a chance to be anywhere, be in your seats as those presentations progress. I can't tell you why, but you'll thank me later. And then, of course, at around 5 o'clock thereof, timings, Chris Roberts will return to the stage for his closing remarks, his closing ceremonies, and you're not going to want to miss that. So that's our day's festivities. With that, I'm going to throw it over to Dan. He's back in Hall B. Dan, I hope you have more energy than me. Take it away, buddy.
Thanks, Jared. It's good to see you guys back at CitizenCon Day 2, CitizenCon 2953 at the Los Angeles Convention Center. So many awesome things yesterday. We saw the server meshing panel. We saw people experience Pyro for the first time. We saw the community booths behind me, which we'll get to in a second. So many awesome things yesterday. I remember it like it was yesterday. What's that? We don't have the graphics budget for the extended flashback sequence. We have to move on. Okay, we're moving on. Well, welcome again. My name is Dan Haubrick. I'm the community producer here at CIG. Welcome you all to the show floor here at Hall B, the Los Angeles Convention Center. We have so many awesome things to show you guys today, whether they be community booths, we'll be talking to content creators, we'll be talking about JRDF stuff, or, things will go long and maybe we'll talk about some of it. Who was that strange leprechaun of a man? So many colorful characters here at CIG. Sometimes I regret being his producer, but there's no job security otherwise, so I guess here's where I am. At least he makes it easy for me. So here we have the community booth. Here we have the community booths. We're going to get right into it. Follow me this way. We're going to go right into the corporation. We have some people here now talking to the corporation. Excuse me, guys. We're going to have a quick chat with the corporation if you guys don't mind. Welcome, everyone. This is the corporation. Now, these are one of the biggest orgs in the game. They're friendly to newbies. They have this really immersive scavenger hunt. So we're going to get into it. Welcome, guys. So can you tell me, what's the main focus of the corporation?
The corporation is a friendly environment for people to have game sessions regularly, to have a good community, to encourage more people to play Star Citizen, and for us to explore all sorts of sessions, that everything from racing to combat to just creating a better environment for Star Citizen players. And we look forward to its release so that we can have a wonderful exploration of the universe.
Awesome, that's a great answer. So I hear you guys have a really immersive scavenger hunt you guys are doing for everyone on the show floor. Can you guys tell me a little bit about the scavenger hunt you guys are doing here at CitizenCon?
So the scavenger hunt is right here. I'm sure a number of you have grabbed some of the beads that we have, and if you are managed to find someone and trade with them to have 3 of the same color, we are entering you in a raffle for a vulture tonight. As well as a raffle for our Pyro plushies, and a couple other little surprises if you come by and say hello.
Well, guys, be sure to come by and say hello. The corporation are, again, one of the oldest orgs in Star Citizen. They are a staple of the game, and we're so happy to have them here. If you guys are wondering, these community booths are all different orgs that represent a variety of facets of the game. Each of them brings something new and unique to the table, and it's why they are the backbone of the show floor here. They help represent the community, which is you guys. Now here we have Equinox. What's up, guys? Hi, I'm looking for you. How's it going, man? So, you guys are focused on these massive immersive LAN party events. I mean, if you guys haven't seen one of these Equinox events, they are amazing. If there's one in your hometown, you'd be fools to not check them out. We sent CIG folks to them this year. They had an amazing time. So what are you guys doing here on the show floor? What are you guys talking about?
So here we want to make the next LAN party at Equinox June 1st next year bigger than last time. So we're trying to promote that and get as many people sign up and get the word out. So that's what the Lego model is here for, to help bring attention to it. It'll maybe at the next event. We have Vanguard over there, the large org. They're helping us run events, racing, fighting. We give out prizes.
Yeah, let's talk about this Lego sculpture. So this is an awesome Lego sculpture that you guys made. First off, where was this during Battle of the Bricks? And second off, how long did this take you guys to make? This is amazing.
The first question is, I just built this 19 days ago. And for Battle of the Bricks, I built a Scorpius and took an updated version to last LAN party at the Equinox. What was the other question? How long did it take to build?
Yeah, how long did it take to build?
About 120 hours in 19 days.
So that's like, an average session of Star Citizen sometimes, yeah. So no gaming at all. So I think you answered it a little bit, but what can people expect from Equinox in 2024?
Equinox, you bring your own PC, a lot of computers to pick from, big swag bags, and a lot of giveaways.
Yeah, any cool events that you're able to tell us about for 2024? You mentioned the June one. Is there anything else you guys are doing?
Like activities during the event? I don't think we have anything pegged out specifically yet, but last time we had racing, PvP, fist fighting in a Origin jump, or 890 jump.
Just some rich people boxing. You'll love to see it. Well, thank you guys. If you guys are here on the show floor, again, come check out Equinox. Come check out this Lego sculpture. It's the coolest thing I've seen in probably 5 minutes. I have a very short attention span. We're going to be making our way now over to the Walkers of Sigma. Now, these guys are the forefront security org of Star Citizen. These guys provide security for major events like the Daymar Rally. They are the forefront runners, like I said, of security. So how's it going, guys?
Happy to be here.
Happy to be here. I love that. So how do players or other orgs go about requesting security from you guys? What's the process for getting the Walkers of Sigma to be security?
Sure, absolutely. The best way to get a hold of us is to join our Discord. You can go stop by our booth and pick up a business card where you have our Discord link on the back of our card.
Let me see that. That looks so cool. Look at that. That's actual wood. Is this laser engraved?
Yes, sir. Laser engraved.
That's awesome. This looks phenomenal. Look at that. Here you go. I'm going to have you hold that for a second. So what's it like running security for things like Daymar? Obviously, that's a huge operation. There has to be so much that goes into it. What's it like running security for it?
So running security can be both very stressful and also at the same time a little boring. You're going to have some of those servers, you're securing roughly 15 different servers for something like the Daymar Rally. So some servers might not see any action at all, and you're just kind of sitting there hoping and cheering on your favorite racer. But there are other servers that can be super chaotic and are nonstop bombarded by outside forces. And those are the ones you really have to keep your eye on, make sure they have enough people to secure as many people as possible, and get any reinforcements if needed.
Yeah, that sounds like a logistical nightmare, but luckily they have the Walkers of Sigma to help make it all possible. So, kind of last question. Jared and other people have been harassing me throughout the convention. How do I get you guys to follow me around?
I actually have one of my best guys here. This is our combat branch officers. He's going to keep you nice and safe.
All right, well, I now feel safe and secure. Come follow me, guys. I got a big bodyguard now. I feel on top of the world. We're finally going to end our community booth segment. For now, we're going to go to other community booths later today. We're going to end on Asus Republic of Gamers. Now, we talked about them yesterday when we were over at Pyro. These guys are the forefront, using that word a lot. These guys are the precedent makers of gaming technology, whether they're monitors, accessories, etc. Star Citizen people alike know that Asus means quality. So I'm going to talk to some people over here. Hi, guys. How's it going?
Hi, how are you?
Doing great. So I don't know if you guys know this. Every single monitor in the LA studio is an Asus monitor. Like, we love you guys, and I think the same is probably true for the other studios. What kind of stuff do you think people can expect from Asus in 2024?
So actually, we do have some new products coming out in 2024, and actually towards the end of this year, we do have this beautiful OLED that's coming out.
Let's take a look at that really quick. Dang, that is a nice monitor. Look at that. Yeah, that's going to be some quality. So you guys have that coming out in 2024. Anything else players can expect?
So we actually launched our C790 refresh motherboard as well. That's compatible with the 14th gen recently. Yeah, that's pretty much it we have this year.
I mean, that's going to be amazing. And my final question, what was it like to bring Pyro to people for the first time?
I think it's great. I actually hope everyone enjoyed the peripheral and the monitors that we provide to you guys. So yeah, it's a great experience working with you guys too.
Yeah, everyone I talked to had a great time. Well, I think that's all the time we have. I'm going to cut it back to Jared. You guys are going to see some awesome presentations today. We'll see you back here on the show floor later. Until then, stay safe and see you in the verse.
Thanks, Dan. I'm here in the hallway audience. How you doing, everybody? I've not spoken one word to this individual next to me. Hi, individual next to me. Who are you?
Hello, Jared. My name is Jack.
Hey, Jack. What do you do in the verse?
Salvage.
Do you like it?
I love it.
Are you good at it?
I'm good at it.
Humble sort, huh?
Very.
Would you say you're the humblest person you know?
Possibly.
Could there be someone more humble than you?
Probably.
Never mind. All right. So a couple more housekeeping things. As Dan said, Asus is one of our amazing partners here to make this event possible. We also want to shout out our teams at IX Systems. They helped build the amazing server technology that we're using in the Pyro Playground. We are not connected to the internet. We have our entire environment replicated here. It's back there. You should go check it out. Talk to those guys there. What Ahmed and that team at IX has done is fantastic, and they've allowed us to run the Pyro Playground at 60 frames a second with the best server stuff possible. It's like we're all like, oh, this is what's possible with this game. It's really exciting. I also want to shout out VKB, who have been amazing at helping us with the control surfaces for the Fight or Flight exhibition going on at the Atmo booth. Be sure you go by there and check that out. And then, of course, CLX. The custom computer maker who made all 150 computers for the Pyro Playground, the 2 computers that are operating on stage, the box that's running this live stream right now. I can be out here, it's there, I don't have to worry about it. So thank you to all of our partners, and I feel like I'm missing one, and I expect to hear about it from Tyler later on. I didn't bring my cards. So, yeah. You know, when do we start? We start at 11? We got 5 minutes. How should we fill the time? All right. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Back in 2013, we attempted to sing Star Citizen Happy Birthday. And at that time, there was a weird legal kerfluffle. It was believed that the stream got muted because we sang Happy Birthday on stage, and Twitch automated content said, no, don't. It's our birthday. It's a little late. It's also Jake Acapella's birthday, so if all of you would join me in a rousing edition of Happy Birthday, we're gonna test the stream gods and see if we don't get muted. So ready? All right, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy
Birthday, dear Star Citizen.
Happy birthday to you. All right, with that, we're going to take a break. Hang out, get your last drinks, get your last snacks, everybody. The show's starting in about 10 minutes with our character advancement panel right there on stage. So stay tuned. If you like day one, we've got more to come, everybody. Take care. We'll see you in a bit.
Well, Shane, what's on your mind? Talk to me. This is your first one.
I want to hear more about ships.
That was yesterday, bro.
Oh damn! Well, tell me about your Zeus then. No.
So
go ahead, Mike.
Yeah. So if you look in the Star Citizen chat, this is something we didn't talk to you about earlier. If you look in the Star Citizen chat on this Discord, if you scroll up, you'll see a couple of pictures with a bright orange thing around them. There should be 8 pictures total, so all of those ships are expected to be delivered within this next year.
No. What is that?
Yep. So we've identified the Legionnaire, the Galaxy. I'm pretty confident that one right there is the Zeus Mark II.
Yeah. And the other one looks like a Retaliator type.
Yep, there's a tally there for sure. There's one on there that we've all yet to really identify. It kind of looks like a Fury, but
the size.
It's too big. It's too big to be a Fury.
Mm.
And I love the little Argo cargo.
Yeah, that one's fun looking.
Shuttle. I'm definitely buying a couple of those.
Yeah, I bought the new Cutter Scout yesterday.
Nice.
Yeah, I did too. I only bought it for the LTI token, but it's a good ship. I like it.
I do like the Dorito shape of the Zeus. It reminds me like a smaller, smaller size of the Polaris type.
Oh yeah. I know Alpha was earlier last week. He was like, I want it, but I don't. Or he wants it, but he doesn't. Like, he's like stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah.
He wanted
for me, it's
to give up his Corsair.
When you convert Canadian dollars to American dollars, we pay a lot more for the ships up here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's true. Plus,
yeah, my issue was I want it. It looks great, but my main ship has so much overlap with all 3 variants of the Zeus that it would be pretty redundant.
Yeah. So then why buy it, right?
Yeah.
At that point. I get it. I think if you're running into that scenario, you really gotta look at what you're planning on being and doing inside Star Citizen before you even commit to something. Because I mean, like for example, I'm a trader and an industrial guy, right? Like I mean,
if nothing else, it's a good LTI token for something in the future. I mean, it's a big jump for a token, but
Yeah, it's a huge.
Yeah, it's an expensive LTI token.
but I mean, if you get use out of it until something else, but it looks awesome.
Yeah, it does. I would love to have it, but my heart's on the C1 anyway.
Yep.
So if I was to get a variant, yeah, if I was to get a smaller ship, I don't think the difference between the C1 and the ES, no, Clipper version would make sense for me. So, oh yeah, so there was ES, MR, CL, and that's the 3 variants. One's a bounty hunter ship on the Zeus. It's got an interdict. It's like it got a EMP pulse. Yeah. There's the Mark version, which is that's the Mark version. Then there's the ES version, which is essentially the exploration ship. And then you have the Clipper, which is a trade ship or a general shuttle.
I like that exploration one, especially it's got the extra shield generator, I guess, for obvious reasons, exploring
All
and
of them.
stuff.
Hey,
I think all of them had.
Yeah, go
Hey,
ahead.
Roland. All good. I think all of them have more shields than a lot of the other ships. A lot of people are pointing that out, but I do believe that there was a statement that was posted that basically Gibson CIG posted that all the ships are basically under a rework phase anyway. So
sure.
Okay, so they showed off their status update on the Banding Merchantman. They showed off that they now have 5 teams globally and 28 employees working on ships. Compared to when the BMM stopped, they only had like 14.
That's fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's awesome. That means we're going to start seeing more ships come out. That's awesome. I'm happy about that. What else? What else? There was, when you see the panel tomorrow, you'll see a bunch of blocks. And on those blocks, there was a section of them. There's a lot of ships going to be dropped between now and the end of the year.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, look at that guy's shirt. Shit show supervisor. That's hilarious. All the golden ships that you saw are expected to be out within the next 12 months. All 3 large RSI ships are expected to be done within the next year. So the Polaris, Galaxy, and what was the other one? Perseus.
Uh-oh. We're going to hear about that one, aren't we? Where's he at?
Oh, no, it's okay that I can say it because he's not here to say it 900 times. I love Alex. I love Alex to death, but
Oh, yeah, it's fun.
I'm off it.
That's exciting news. Okay.
Yeah. They didn't really touch on much else. Like before you joined, like I said earlier, I think that the ship panel was the least interesting panel of the entire thing that day.
That's cool. Yeah, I like that.
But I still loved the panel. Don't tell my boss I'm here.
Yeah, they were basically, as soon as they were announcing ships, they were releasing them on the website yesterday, so it just crashed the website.
Yeah.
I imagine.
It was like dead, DED. I'm watching this video to see if I see any of our homies on there.
That's what I'm looking.
Look at that dog! It's a glizzy! Hey, it's Space Wilson.
A Pico head.
Yeah, I was saying that next year we should all go, as many of us as possible go, and all get Snowbirds merch to be able to.
Oh, that'd be sweet.
I would love to.
Yeah, I'd do that. If that was in the cards, I'd definitely do that. All right, talk to Miss Super. She's like, yeah, I'll go too.
Oh, Miss Super's gonna go?
She said she might.
Yeah. But yeah, we could all, like, if we all had, like, a hat, a hoodie, a shirt, something with a Snowbirds logo on it, we could identify each other like right out in the open.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. And yeah.
That would be cool.
I would love to see you guys. And I tried to hang out with Shadow when I was at my work thing, but I couldn't do it because work was like, we got 18 hours a day to do things. Like, fuck you.
Yeah, right. Don't pay me enough for that.
To be fair, it was broken up a lot. Like,
sure.
We were they fed us, they gave us alcohol.
It helps.
And I forgot 90% of things. And I learned real quick that people in Las Vegas don't know how to drive.
Right?
Alpha, it's worse than Indiana and Ohio.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Alpha would have an aneurysm.
Nah. I've been in Dallas, I've been in Houston, I've been in the East Coast, up in New York City.
Ladies and gentlemen,
here we go.
Please welcome to the stage.
Here we go.
All right, drinks ready.
To create himself an intro, Disco Lando! Woo-hoo! He also had caffeine in the last 10 minutes. Welcome to CitizenCon Day 2, everybody! Are you pumped? Are you psyched? Have you eaten 2 dogs? Get in your seats. It's about to start, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Day 2. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. Up first, character advancement with Ian, Sean, Forrest, Andre. Give it up. Bone, start the show.
Hello there. Hey everyone, it's so good to see you all again in person. Thanks for coming out. So I'm Ian, I'm the art director for Star Citizen. We're going to kick off the first ever Day 2 of Citizencon by talking about some of the awesome work done by the character team. All right. So first let's talk about life in a frontier system like Pyro and how this influences the character designs. So we wanted to create something unique compared to what we've seen in Stanton already. We wanted to give a wider visual palette and a feeling of historical age between the different solar systems. So this chart describes the fashion pillars for humanity. We can see where all suits, armors, and fashion items should belong. In terms of material use, manufacturing technology, and novelty. So you can see Earth fashion on the left, Terra fashion on the right, and frontier fashion right in the middle with a little bit of overlap of Earth. So essentially, frontier fashion is function over form. They are repurposed and repaired, and generally are misfits rather than sets. Outfits are purposeful by having storage solutions. This implies survivability along the frontier. Okay, let's take a look at some of these assets in the game. Okay, awesome. So hopefully you guys that played Pirate Playground, you will have seen a few of those assets being showcased. So as we saw from the video, pouches and storage are a key part of the Frontier aesthetic. This drives the feeling of survivability. But from here, we thought it'd be really cool to give the functionality, but also some customization options. So let's take a look at a video we just developed internally, and this is for modular storage items on the player. Pretty cool, right? So I think this will provide loads of customization options in the future. We're super happy about that. So we also created some extreme weather costumes for Frontier locations, and these also follow the same mismatched and repurposed design aesthetics. Now we've also been focusing on achieving a higher visual benchmark. So this is all driven by our new Layer Blend V2 shader and its texture library. And we focused on more consistent wearing between 0 and 100% values. So to showcase this, let's look at a quick example asset. All right. So as we saw in the video, the insides of the helmets are looking fantastic. Now this is us getting them ready to animate with put on and take off. So in summary, Frontier Fashion is expanding the visual design palette for humans, giving a more credible feeling of age and history when you travel across multiple solar systems. All right, now let's talk about something different. Now we're going to talk about some of the gangs in Star Citizen. So Ninetales have been one of the main gangs in the game. So far, over 105 million have been taken out by you guys. So you guys have been busy. Great job. All right. So it was like, all right, now we're going to need to introduce a few more factions to the game, okay? So the first faction we're going to talk about is Rough and Ready. So the aesthetic of the gang was to be subtle. They're understated in terms of clothing, and they almost blend into their environment. On closer inspection, you'll notice their tattoos. These signify rank and progression within the gang. Let's take a look at a quick video. I think they look absolutely fantastic. Okay. So the Rough and Ready can be found in some of the space stations around Pyro. Now the tattoos, like I said, the tattoos form a progressive design. This illustrates the hierarchy within the gang. As a player, you'll be able to earn these tattoos and apply them to your character. Okay, cool. The next gang we're going to talk about is Headhunters. So this gang is also located in Pyro, but offers a completely different frontier aesthetic. More of a wasteland vibe with lots of personality, and this will translate into the behavior types. Now this gang is currently in production, but let's take a quick sneak peek. Okay, so cosplay competition next year. I can't wait to see what you guys come up with. All right. All right, so they're looking awesome. Now the last gang we want to talk about is Dusters. So Dusters are a criminal gang specializing in mining-related crimes. Now internally, I love the original Desert Nomad armor. You can see him here, right? Now I wanted to use it as a starting point to establish the Dusters design language. So here we can see the Dusters gang lineup showing armor leveling and rarity. So as a player, you'll have horizontal armor progression. This will define your role and playstyle. Then you'll have vertical progression. This is your progression within that role and playstyle. For example, a common bounty hunter armor set will be weaker than a legendary, and as armor progresses in strength, it's harder to acquire. So harder missions, rarer drops, higher reputation. Now, as we're talking a little bit about armor sets, let's recap a little. So the goal is that players should consider which armor to equip based on the role they wish to fill and the scenario they're heading into. There will be also greater differences between the current armor types. So light, medium, and heavy, and this will be in protection and mobility. New armor categories will be combat, specialist, utility, and support. And these will define the type of items that are quickly available on the slots of the suit. There will also be additional functionality to assist in your chosen role. A matrix of armor type versus category will provide a variety of roles, with each providing best-in-class benefits. There will also be hindrances to out-of-role gameplay. For example, if you're wearing a heavy armor set and you're trying to fly a little snip fighter, you'll have restricted visibility and less vehicle control. So in this scenario, like a flight suit armor type with resistance to milder G-forces would be preferred. Okay. So as we saw in Ali's presentation yesterday, hygiene simulates and tracks the accumulated effects of a character going unwashed for any length of time. Poor hygiene can lead to disease, lowered health, and snarky comments. Hygiene decays faster if a character becomes dirty or wears dirty clothing or armor, and visual effects are going to be displayed on the character's skin, such as blood, sweat, and dirt. Certain usables, such as a shower, will reset the character's hygiene and clean away all of those dirt effects. So let's keep clean. Yeah. Okay, so that covers a quick recap on armor sets and hygiene. Let's get back to a video showcasing the dusters. Awesome. So you'll be able to find the dusters scattered around various derelict settlements and wrecks in Stanton, and the dusters will be available Q4 this year. And with that, I'll hand you over to Sean Tracy. You guys have been awesome. Enjoy the rest of your show.
Hello, everyone. All right, so I'm Sean Tracy. I'm the Senior Director of Tools and Tech Content here at Cloud Imperium Games in Los Angeles. So today I want to talk about Starcloth. And Starcloth was initially unveiled at a previous Citizencon kind of in an early stage. So it's now rolled into full production, and it's used in both Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. So it's going to be seen on more and more assets, like some of the great art that you just saw. So what's really cool about it is that it's unified with the physical world, whereas before it wasn't unified and was based completely on character movement. Now, it's faster than the previous cloth setups, and in the end, it just looks a whole lot better. So today, I'm going to cover some of the tech, the pipeline, and we'll see some results. So let's get and see it in action. Trench coat. Cloth is hard. Guys have to run upstairs, they have to crouch, they have to prone, it's got to collide with the environment. And even more difficult, it needs to hold up in high-end cinematics. Cut that one just before some good spoilers, so. Yeah. All right, so how's it all work? Well, Cloth uses two meshes, a simulation mesh or cage, and the render mesh itself. So vertex colors indicate how it's constrained to that cage, and thus the simulation. So for example, black vertex colors indicate a full constraint. Basically, it follows the skinning. White vertex colors indicate unconstrained vertices. So the movement is determined entirely by the simulation. And then we can do a blend of gray values that is used for fine transitions and blending and fall off in between the fully skinned and fully simulated assets. So in the end, these meshes are sent to the engine where we bind the cage to the render mesh, and then tech artists can leverage some of the runtime tools. You can see up on the image that the sim cage mesh has about 5,000 triangles, whereas the actual render mesh is about 45,000 triangles. So it's obviously much more efficient to simulate the sim cage mesh versus just the render mesh itself. So part of the technology is the runtime iteration support, which you can see in the image above me here. That's with all the red spheres. Here we're actually painting the collision radius of every single one of the vertices, and it allows us to fine-tune the simulation without having to add arbitrary collision meshes, though we can. We paint a variety of properties, so some of these other properties are mass or displacement. In the top right, you can see an example of the old legacy implementation using pendulums. And this uses joint chains and collisions, but assets with multiple layers like the one that you can see there, or ones like skirts or gowns, they were really, really difficult to do with pendulum simulation, but they are solved with StarCloth. So I mentioned it's completely unified with the physical world. And what that really means is that wind, impacts, object collisions, thruster backwash, all these kind of things actually react to the cloth reacts to these things, and so much more. So it's not just character movement. Now, it's a hyper-efficient simulation, and it's several orders of magnitude faster than the legacy implementation that we used before, and has a lot of easy-to-control parameters for tech art, which are compression, stretching, and bending. So as mentioned yesterday by Chris Rain, our senior lead physics programmer, we support soft-body tapered capsules, which are twice as fast as our ragdoll capsules. It's also key to solving one of the most important aspects of plausible cloth simulation, and that's mitigating the tunneling or the clipping that happens through a character. So it's very, very difficult to solve with pendulums. So with all this tech in mind, we can do really complicated assets like the duster and the one I want to show you now. So here you're seeing about 5 different layers of cloth going on and self-colliding between each other. It's reacting to the planet wind, which is always changing. On the front, there's a big leather apron. So this one's actually a lot heavier, and it moves a lot differently than the cloth on the back. So he's walking into the wind here. And in the end, as I mentioned, it just looks a whole lot better. So with that, I want to hand you off to my friend, Andre Piers, who's going to talk about hair.
Thank you, man. Hi, everyone. So, nice to be here in LA with all you guys. So, I want to start with a question, okay? How many of you are actually excited that we're getting new hair into the verse? All right. So, I'm Andre. I'm the lead artist in our recently formed hair department. We branched out from the character art team and created this department. And it's a pleasure to be here today with all of you and tell you that we're damn proud of what we achieved. It's been a long road, but definitely worth it, okay? Now, we're going to start by just looking at the most impactful changes that we have in our workflow, okay? A bit of a technicality part. Then you're going to get to look at the benchmark assets we have created, okay? And from there, we're going to take a glimpse into the future of what hair could be with a more diverse hairstyle, where we're trying to run away a little bit from the military look that was driven mostly by what Squadron 42 was, so because we did a lot of work for that as well. And yeah, from there, as a last note, I'll have a special announcement for you guys, okay? Don't want to spoil it, but you stick around, you're going to love what we have, okay? So, first thing I want to touch now, very simply, okay? Hair for games is hard. It's really hard. Oh, by the way, did I tell you these are actually game-ready assets in the persistent universe? Fully rendered in our engine, okay? Game-ready, performant, ready to be shipped, okay? So, hair is really hard, like I was saying. It is a AAA challenge, basically. You see games that get it, games that don't. Some of them get it more or less. Either way, for us, the challenge is the same. We're not different, and the challenge is real. With the scope of Star Citizen, like day-night cycles, all these light shafts, all this MMO, people running around with the hairs, a lot of motion, a lot of fast-paced movement. Yeah, it is hard. But the best thing is, we have arrived, okay? It is, yeah, clap. It is, it doesn't end here, okay? Yeah. It does not end here, okay? It's the nature of CIG. We just keep pushing the boundaries, but like I said, we're really proud of what we're showing you here today. So let's dive in what we made all this possible, okay? On a high note, on a high level, basically, a successful hair requires 3 fundamental elements, okay? There's the texture, there's the placement, and there's also the shader. If one of these elements fails, all of them do, okay? So it's basically, you can have a great texture, great placement. If your shader is wrong, no go, really. And the same if the texture fails or if the placement fails. So really vital, really important that everything works together. But the good thing is, by breaking down the hair into these 3 parts, it also allows us to actually go deep into each of them and push the quality up. Or like Chris Roberts would say, bring the high fidelity, right? So, on the texture end, there was a lot of changes. What you see on the top there, the common approach of a AAA game would be to have true black, true white on a transparency map, a bit of taper on the tips and roots, and call it a day. That's what happens in 99% of the games. Now at CIG, we went a bit further than that. We tested all the thicknesses that were actually reasonable to test, of course, and we came to a realization. The hair doesn't need to be thin enough. It just needs to look thin. We do need it to be thicker enough, thicker than the real life hair, because if you take one of your hairs, you'll see it's really thin, right? So it does need to be renderable. That means if it's really thin, it will be sub-pixel rendered at some point. With the motion and all that, we will get a lot of artifacts. And so that would be a no-go. We do need it to be thicker than in real life. But can we make it look thin? That was the question. So we came to the realization that from hair, or from scalp to hair, and from hair to the background, so these 2 points, the transition points, are the most important ones for the hair. So we aggressively tapered the tips, which is what you see over there, and added a gradient to it. So no longer true black and true white. Now, this is a lot of technicality. You will see practical examples of this, but that allowed us to have smooth transitions and basically achieve the result we expected. On the placement side, we came up with hair libraries, basically. Now, I could be here all day talking about hair libraries, okay? Because I'm a very technical person, and if you see me around the venue, feel free, I'm Andre. You can just come and talk to me about this. I'm not going to bother you all that for 1 hour about this, but I'm going to give you a very quick example that you all can relate. So imagine in real life, you have a construction business, and you could make one wall, one roof, one floor, and one window. You make it all work together, and from there, you're not only building your house, you're actually building the whole town, and then the whole state, and then eventually the whole universe, right? That's what air libraries are. Obviously, the result, if you could do that, it would be much cheaper, much faster, and above all, you wouldn't have a fruit salad of assets, which was what we had in the hair not too long ago. And by fruit salad, I mean several artists working through the years, each one of them applying their own workflow. Everybody's at different levels of quality, of course, different minds, different ways of seeing the same problem. So at the end of the day, fruit salad, right? And we wanted uniform quality. So for that, air libraries are a great solution. We also decreased the time of production of hairs. So it was taking us 20 to 40 days to create one hairstyle per artist, okay? Right now, it's going from like 3 to 5, 7 days per hairstyle, which is great news, okay? So yeah, that was a major achievement. Cool. So hair libraries are just a thing. We love it. It's not just picking up a texture and putting it there. If you do that, like, you need to actually see the scope. Gladly, we have some of the best artists in the world on hair working with us, so we managed to achieve this at the scope that we wanted. Now, on the shader side, there was plenty of changes as well. Some of them are very techy, very, very cool as well. I'm going to run through fast through some of them so you guys can understand the scope of what we're dealing with. But let's just understand, like, at bake time, so bake time is prior to runtime. Runtime is where the game runs. Bake time, we're preparing the asset to actually put it in the engine. At bake time, we calculate the custom normal and we store it per vertex. So each vertex gets a custom normal. That makes, in a practical sense, for those who are not too technical, it basically makes the card, the air card, not look like a card. So the normals help with the way the light reflects. We kind of do more smoke and mirrors on it and make it look not like a card by just baking it that way. Now, on the ambient occlusion, we store two baked ambient occlusions onto the color channels of the vertices as well. Now, each vertex on a mesh in any game has a color to it, okay? You might use it or not. Imagine in a car, you have a trunk. You can use it or not. It's up to you. It's not silly to use the car without using the trunk, of course, but if you have a luggage, you can put it there or in the back seat, wherever you want. Now, we decided to use this because it was free. The trunk was already there, so the vertex color was already there, and we just decided to store two ambient occlusions on it. These two ambient occlusions work this way. Light hair, like a blonde hair, obviously needs more shadowing, or less shadowing than a dark hair, right? And so we store two. The length of the card is now baked onto the last one, and that gives us a metric of where the card starts and ends, and allows a lot of cool things you're going to see on the videos I'm about to show. So, one last thing before we can start looking at videos is that, and this is really creative, total credit for the people, for the tools programmers. I personally had nothing to do with this. This was already at CIG when I joined. It's absolutely amazing. So, we have an hairstyle that was ready, that you can see over there. And we have a hair cap. An hair cap is basically a mesh on top of the character's head, which is invisible, transparent. It is just there. Sometimes we use it for shadowing. That thing has an UV. And so we project the hair, or where the hair starts, onto that UV, and gives us that image that you see on the middle, right? And so we now have a 2D space that relates to a 3D location. Meaning that if I want to have hair like mine, which is white on the sides and dark on the top, I could just paint this part and get it white on one side and then dark on the top, which is an insane advancement because cards normally are stacked on top of each other. So when an artist is placing cards, if you paint one card to make it white here, well, it's going to be stacked on top of the other and you're going to get spots all over the place and no control over it. So this allows us to give control. And what you see on the last image is the possible result. For example, now I can paint one side of my 2D representation of my 3D space and get this possible result, which is pretty amazing. So, next video, we're going to take a look at our tools, okay? This is not the way it's going to be exposed to you guys in the character customizer. You'll know more about that later, okay? This is the tools we use we are able to actually create the hairstyles. So let's take a look at this video. You have the full range, so you can go for full white. These are melanin ranges, so realistic ranges. Fully white up to black. Obviously, you can go red head as well. Get out of the way. You also have the dye feature where you can see all the things we talked about implemented. You can go a bit more wild on this. And this is why important the length of the card is stored in those vertexes. And obviously you can fade it as well as much as you do. So all the possible combinations between the realistic melanin ranges and the dye layer, okay? This is how the occlusion is working, so you can see these shadowings, creating more negative spaces, more structure to the hair. And if you look at the temporal line here, you can see how this pixel depth of set helps us with the transitions as well. Cool. By the way, did I tell you these are actually game-ready assets, ready to go to the PU? So now that we understand a bit better how the hair is working, that's why the boring part that I told you just before, you can examine these images with a bit more of an informed opinion. That is basically the example. Now, that's all very exciting, but we want to show you hairstyles that are actually in Star Engine and working. So that's the video we're going to take a look next, okay? Great, guys. So I can see by your feedback that you really enjoyed the dive, so I'm going to try and direct things that way next time. Pretty cool. Okay, yeah, these are game-ready assets as well. Now, like I promised you, we're trying to make this diverse and get away a little bit from this type of hairstyles you just seen now, which is a bit more military. And for that, we'll have the next video. Now, it's important for you to understand if there's any 3D artists, character artists, air artists out there, you will know. Some of the hairstyles you're going to see next are some of the hardest things you can do in hair for games. In a practical sense, if you can do what is going to be shown next and render it at 60 frames per second on an MMO, you can do pretty much anything. Okay? It's our glimpse into the future of what type of diversity we want to achieve. We're not only going for this style, but just showing you that if this style is one of the directions, then the full range will come. I hope you enjoy. Thank you, guys. So yeah, like I've been saying, these pictures you see here, they are all rendered as you've seen in real time, depending on the light conditions and stuff. But there is no tricks here. This is actually how it looks. And that's why we're really proud. Like I said, it doesn't end up here, okay? We're pushing this forward. This is just to replace the stuff that was there. I'm pretty sure you guys were tired. Nobody at CIG was happy with what we had. I can assure you that. Yeah. Especially as an air artist, right? So, but we finally arrived. Now, we've seen all this. What does this mean in a practical sense for you guys? It's the question you may have. Well, let me tell you really fast. We made over 75 hairstyles since like 6 months ago. On the last 6 months, we made 75 hairstyles. That is a lot. That was possible with all the changes we made. Yeah. Yeah. That is a great achievement. Now, we cannot hand them all to you right now. It's very simple. It's very simple. It doesn't end up here at the artist end, okay? After this, there's a tech art pass where they need to skin it, they need to make it work with hats, with goggles, with everything that needs to work, right? So it's a process that takes time, but we wanted to have a certain amount, a quantity that would be enough to replace all the stuff that it's there, give you enough variety for you to start, and that's what we're going to see next. Now, it also tells you when are you getting it. So, as a last note, I'll leave you with this video, and next, Forrest will come here to talk about this stuff. So, let's take a look at this, guys. This is actually what you're getting. Into the PU. So before the year ends, you're all gonna get to enjoy these hairstyles. It was a pleasure to be here with you today, guys, and see you in the bus.
Another round of applause for Andre and getting new hairs into the game. I can't wait to put new hair on my character, I'll tell you that. And for Ian and his awesome character team and the amazing characters they showed us earlier. Absolutely fantastic. I'm gonna run through this, we don't have a lot of time. I'm gonna talk to you about character heads. We've talked about hair. We have talked about outfits. I'm gonna talk to you a little bit about the heads and our pipeline and getting us from the actors that we hire to do the photogrammetry all the way to the game characters. So we have a DNA pool, expansion, and customization I'm going to be taking you through. We made a data-driven pipeline for adding new heads. So what is a DNA pool? DNA pool is just a bunch of heads that we put into the game. That way you can modify the ears, the nose, the chin, the mouth, and you could interpolate between all the different heads. A DNA pool. We want to expand the pool and allow for more selection and range. So we scanned 60 new heads for our DNA pool, 60 new heads. And we processed them internally. We also added customizable facial features, skin tones, complexion, makeup layer on top, revisited the eyes. These characters look new and they look great. All right, so our current pool, there's the 18 heads right there, but that wasn't enough. We need more. That is our new pool. Very exciting. Right now in the PU, when you're playing, see that center row? You get 9 females and 9 males. And now we're going to be getting all these characters. It's for Squadron and the Persistent Universe. How do we do it? Well, we partnered with Clear Angle over in Pinewood, London. And they have this thing called the Clear Angle Dorothy scanner. The scanner improvements allows us to get shoots done in 4 weeks of sessions. Custom coded flash that just kind of does it automatically, all calibrated. In seconds. To give you an idea, our old process for doing this took hours to calibrate. This thing does it in seconds. Talk about state of the art. Average of 4 scan actors per day now. We used to be doing 1. What this means to you is we can get you characters faster. We can get you new heads faster. Polarized image data resulted in improved spec, blah, blah, blah. Those are awesome texture maps that we could put on the head. That way we could render them, make them look really good. Photogrammetry captured in raw images at 8K texture map resolutions. Hyper accurate scan results. Now, close your eyes if you're a little sensitive to light. This is the process we use to get the pictures, to build the photogrammetry, to calibrate the cameras. Oh, relax. All right. So we got some characters here on the screen. Those are all built using all these things that I've briefly mentioned. I want to talk to you a little bit about skin tone, though. Skin tone's tricky because we want to apply it. We want to be able to customize it. We want you to have the ability to do whatever you want. So what you see is some really weird-looking characters. We see a head with some yellow. Yellow's good in this case. What we're trying to do is we're trying to find the average skin color. Once we find the average skin color, we can figure out what that skin tone is, and then we can apply it. The blue means it's further away from the average skin tone. So when you apply your skin tone, it has less influence, keeping those high details, keeping the color, the blemishes, the imperfections. That middle one, that whitehead, that's where we get once we've extracted the data. It's now ready to apply the skin tone, which you see at the end. All right, so here's a little more detail what I'm talking about. We knew that we were going to get a pool for these heads, this pool of all these different awesome shapes, noses, ears, lips. But now, with what we're doing currently, you can see that we have calibrated all of our source photos of our actors. And with that, we could figure out exactly what they're supposed to look like. And then once I extract and do the average thing, I'm able to get a value. And that value translates into a skin tone. And that skin tone translates into a chart that you can customize your character with. And what's great about this is as we grow our pool and we get more heads, we get more skin tones. So our skin tones aren't based on, whatever it should be, what should it be, what does it look like? These are real data. These are real data that we get from these incredible clear angle scans and the incredible tech that is written by our staff. And the skin tone will grow along with our head data and along with our heads. And there's an example of me just applying it and showing that in practice. And now here's another look. Here's a couple more characters that I put together with this stuff. And here's what's great about that. I did that with our brand new character creator, character customizer for Squadron 42. Every head you see in here, which will also be applied to the persistent universe, so all heads are in the verse. And as you can see right here, here's a little scene I put together using the outfits, using the hair, using the skin, using the heads. And I did that all with the new character creator. And here to show you that, if the live demo of the character creator, I'm going to bring back my good friend Sean Tracy.
Thanks, buddy. Give me. Oh, it's awesome. All right, so what's this all mean to you guys? Let's show ya. Time for live demo. All right, so I want to welcome you to the Biotic Corp Calliope machine. All right, so here you can see we've got the, whoa, I'm getting feedback. You can see we've got two body types that I can select from at any point in time. So we're gonna start in right away. Now you might recall how the character creator currently works. You would have a whole bunch of source heads from our DNA pool. We would select one of the facial shapes, and then we'd blend it up or down, depending on how much you wanted that certain facial shape. Now, this was pretty good, but it's not the most intuitive of systems. So instead, what we wanted to come up with was a much more intuitive way to control this. And what we've now introduced is sculpting mode. So it's quite interesting to know what's going on behind the scenes, and this wasn't an easy problem to solve, but our animation programmers and tech artists and everybody came together, and they figured out a way to basically make it so that from the DNA pool, we are making a selection based on what you want out of it. So it's going on between all the different options. Now, I'm going to start making some changes here right away. So I want to wind up the nose. You can see that it's all very intuitive. It's fast to use. I'm going to make the lips a little bit bigger here. There we go, something like that. I think that looks pretty good. I'm going to adjust the brow here, maybe make a little bit of a heavier brow. Now we can adjust the eye shape. We can go more almond eyes. We can go more oval. We can have a heavy lid. You know, I can find a whole bunch of different options within here. So here, we're starting to look pretty good. I want to give him a little bit more of a hero chin. And there we go. I'm liking that. Yes. That's cool. All right. So not to spend too much time on that, I want to show you some of the other features. And speaking of features, we go to our skin tone. So finally, you're not just selecting a preset skin tone. You can move through the whole gamut of the lookup table. And this is melanin and hemoglobin at the same time. So at the very top of it, I've got a texture slider. So instead of the whole head sort of selection, we can go between all the different textures. Now, like Forrest mentioned, we're going to have 30 of these for one body type and 30 for the other body type. So here, I'm kind of liking, what am I like? Oh, I like this one. So here, and I'm just going to set a skin tone that I kind of like. Something like that. That's cool. All right. So the next step in our skin tone is the complexion. And complexion, we've added freckles. So here I'm just blending in and I'm blending out the amount of freckles. Now I've cranked it all the way to the top just so you guys can see it. But for my character here, I'm going to keep it kind of subtle, like this, but quite a few of them. Something like that. We've also got sunspots. Now this is, a little more weathered skin. We'll give this sort of look. And we've got a whole bunch of different blemish masks planned for you guys, whether that's sunspots or liver spots or anything to that effect. Now I'm going to give this guy kind of a weathered look because I think the skin tone looks pretty cool like that. Yeah, I'm digging that. All right, so next up, eyes. So no longer do we have the green and the brown, just the full selection. You've got a full RGB chart of what you want to select. So if you want to have bright green eyes, if you want to have hazel eyes, if you want to have blue eyes, if you want to have any of these eyes, this is all very, very nice. So again, we can go with deep browns. We can go with sort of a steely blue, which I'm kind of digging for this skin tone. I quite like that look. That's cool. Oh, well, we'll get into some funky colors. Don't you worry. All right. So one of the other things we've added, and it was mentioned before, we've added a makeup layer. And with the makeup layer, we're totally inclusive. Any of the body types can have makeup. Now, I don't want to spend too long on it here because we're going to get into it in a couple minutes. But I just want to show you sort of blending that in, blending that out for this particular body type. So next, as Andre talked about, we have all the hairstyles that you could want. So I'm just going to pick a couple different ones. There's a reality for some of us and another reality for another one of us. There it is. That's what I want my reality to be here. Something like this. I'm digging the mohawk, though, for this one. He's got a bit of a Mr. T look to him. I kind of like this. Yeah, I pity the fool. All right. So it might go without saying that we've got beards now. So if you want to select a full beard, you can select a full beard. If you want just mutton chops, you got your mutton chops. You want your handlebar, you got your handlebar. All right. So we've got all the different beard types that you could want, and we're going to add as many as you guys really want. So I'm kind of digging the full beard for this guy. Yeah, I'm digging the full beard for this guy. Even further to that, we've got eyebrow selection, which is, you could go with no eyebrows. That's a very real. You could have bushy ones. You can have a little bit more, normal, kind of straightforward ones. But it was mentioned before during the hair and with Forrest's discussion that we've got the hair dye as well. So with the hair dye, you can affect all the hair at once, and right now I've got all selected, so I can go through the gamut of all the different hair melanin that you can set. So here I'm just going to darken it up a little bit, and if I wanted to dye the facial hair, I could just dye the facial hair all by itself. setting a dye color here. Something like that. But in the end, I'm really digging the jet black on this particular one. So I'm going to frost these tips a little bit. I think that's going to look kind of cool. Let's set a bit of a blonde here, turn up the dye amount. And then what's really cool about this, and I'll show this in a minute, is that we can actually control the fall off of it. So again, if I just want this on the tips, I can just blend it right about here. So there we go. He looks a lot different than how that started, and I think that's actually pretty fun. Now, there's a lot of stuff in here, and I can't wait for you guys to explore it and spend as much time as you want customizing and expressing yourself as a character. So once you're done, you've got to sign off a personal declaration that the physical appearances that the Calliope process has allegedly caused are okay with you. So let's go to our next body type. All right. So I'm going to go to town here real fast, right away. And you might think it looks a little off or so, but I don't know. We're going to get there. Let's make some changes here. I'm going to adjust the bridge of the nose, maybe a little bit of the cheekbones here. That's maybe a little extreme. Let's go back here, something like that. And I'll make the lips a little bit smaller here, and I'm going to lengthen that chin for a little more of a triangle kind of face here. So you can see, you can tweak to your heart's content. You can spend a lot of time doing this. And I don't really like the brows. I like a little bit softer of a brow for this particular character. And that's looking pretty good to me, actually. So next, just like we did before, we go into features. We can do the skin tone. I'm going to select a certain texture here, just because we got to get going on time here. Let's go. Something around here is looking pretty good to me. Cool. All right, we go into the complexion the same way that we did before. So we start with the freckles. And I kind of like a real freckled appearance on this particular character. And I'm going to turn down the sunspots. So we move forward to the eye color again. Ooh, I'm really digging the green. Yeah, I like the green kind of look. And we get to the makeup. Now, this is where I wanted to spend more time. Now, I'm arguably not very good at this, but I will do my absolute best to show you guys how you can use it. So first is the eyeliner. So the eyeliner, we can do any color. You can go as crazy or as chill as you want to go with this. But for this particular, I'm going to go quite dark here, just in the dark sort of fuchsias and purples. Here, we're doing the inner lid eyeshadow. And that, I'm kind of keeping the same theme, I think. Yeah, and we're going to do the same thing with the broad eyeshadow. So again, we can go as crazy or as calm as you want. So what I've had good success in doing is kind of having it cranked, and then I just pull it back to a little more of a natural blend, something to this effect here. Next is the lips. We can do the exact same stuff on the lips. Now what we have is a whole bunch of different makeup masks, and you've got 3 different channels within those masks, so basically 3 different colors that are affecting different areas of it. Now for the lips, we can go with the same sort of theme if we wanted, and I think I'm actually kind of digging that. And let's go on the lip liner, a little darker. And then lips are a lot more glossy, so we can increase the gloss there, so that looks a little more like a lip gloss. Yeah, that looks pretty cool there. And then, like I was doing before, I kind of just pull it back a little bit. And there we are. So next, I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're good. I have no business doing that, that's for sure. Same thing on the hair. Again, we've got a whole bunch of different hairstyles. These will all be shared between the 2 body types, but for this particular demo, we've got the ponytail, we've got the slick back kind of look. Yeah, I'm not finding one I'm really digging yet. Ah, yes, now we're talking. All right, so cool. Now, again, we're fully inclusive here, guys. So if you want facial hair on any body type, You got facial hair on any body type. That is up to you guys. So on the eyebrows, I'm just going to leave them because we can't really see them anyways. But for the hair, I really like dyeing this hair a certain color, sort of, something in the darker range. I'm going to turn that down. I like the nice jet black. Look at the makeup bounce out. That looks cool. I'm going to turn up the dye, though, and I'm going to try to carry my same theme forward here. There we go. And then I'm going to give it a bit of a fall off, as we can do, so it's just on the tips there. So let's see that in action. Yeah. All right, so now, at first, we weren't sure about that character, right? But in the end, I think she turned out, definitely. So you go to a review, sign off your declaration again, and head to game. So, I'm really lucky to be able to sit in front of this. And again, it was a huge amount of work from tech art, engineering, designers, and specifically the squadron feature team that has done all this work. And one of the cool things to note is that we use this now internally as a tool. That's why it's me up here demoing this. This is our tool internally for creating all these heads, for creating all the NPCs in the verse. Because as Chris put it one time, he doesn't want his NPCs to look lame. He wants them to look cool. And this gives you cool looking characters. Thanks a lot, guys.
It works. All right, we're behind on schedule, so let's welcome the Life in the First Person crew. Take it away. I'll be here. I'm busy.
Hello, everyone. Am I too early? No. It's a real pleasure to be here at Citizencon in person. I've had so much fun. Thank you all. But my name is Jens. I'm here from Manchester. I'm going to talk to you about some improvements to player traversal. So we're going to start in 0G, where we've been rebuilding the EVA experience from ground up. So the first thing you should see is that we've made the exit from gravity less disorientating. Oh, we're gonna face plant. We made it. All right, so we made the re-entry much more forgiving. So this EVA has a new prone lateral pose, and this is really important to us because it allows us to get close to surfaces, and it allows us to walk across them. So we can see that in this video here. Okay, and as it gets to the end, we're going to jump off. Okay, here we go, into that. And this smaller profile lets us get into spaces we couldn't get into before, or not easily with the old EVA. We're going to traverse through here, thread the needle, and also the collision is much more forgiving. We're going to slide off at slower speeds, so we're not going to be spinning away. Okay, big reveal. Love this station. This is amazing. And we're also adding grips, so in the interiors, you might be able to hold on to grips to do interactions and walk between the grips to get better control. Now, thank you very much. So now prone has long been a problem motion set for us, right? But taking these EVA posing solutions we saw, we can now rotate around the camera without any lateral translation. So we're not rotating around the hips anymore. And it allows you to aim much better. We're also not moving the body, so we don't need to worry about the external collisions anymore, right? We're not going to get pushed around. Of course, prone isn't all about looking around. We want to traverse as well. So we're going to head down this vent. And here we put in a new collision style. So this is all about letting you have control in narrow, small spaces, smaller than this.
We're going to be able to push around the corners, we're going to go run tight bends, and we're going to be able to reliably go up and down slopes. And this is where Prone led the way. So we then took this and we put it into the EVA. So if I turn off gravity here, which I'm not going to do, but if I did, the EVA would have been able to traverse the exact same place. And by having these motion sets so similar, we can exchange success between them. And this could then be done to other horizontal sets, like prone light sets, for example, like the water wheel showed it yesterday. We might be able to take you swimming there one day. So. Okay, we're going to move from the horizontal to the vertical. So with ladders, we put in some new subtle and significant improvements. So we got midpoint markups that lets you enter the ladder at anywhere. We're going to let you look around so you can do 360s. We're going to let you lean on the ladders so that you can avoid obstacles or peek around corners. And this all got a full new animation set. It looks amazing, especially with all this beautiful star cloth. You know, you got both the hood and the cape there. It looks amazing. Okay, so with combat, we wanted to add more speed to the encounters. So what we've done is we've removed the weapon penalty, so you can move at the same speed with and without the weapon out. We've reduced the inertia, so you're going to be able to push up to your desired speed faster. And this is already in 320 and 321, and we've got more things like this to come. Right, so I didn't just want to talk about improvements. I've hinted at swimming, but I'm going to show you a different feature, right? So sliding. So with the power slide, you inject a burst of speed. This doesn't just take you from A to B faster. You're going to have a reduced profile. You become a smaller target. It doesn't come for free. You know, you're sprinting, so that's going to cost you stamina. You're sliding, that's going to add some stamina cost. And when I do it back to back like this, my heart rate is just pumping, 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 right? So you got to be a bit careful. You can't just slide your whole way from the hubs to the spaceport. Okay, so another thing that is really important to us is that with the slide, it's a short duration, but we want interactivity as soon as possible. And that's true for all our motion sets. We're going to go through all of them and give you interactivity. So with the slide, we want you to be able to aim around as soon as possible. The moment you hit the ground, you're going to be able to aim around, all right? And the direction is locked. So if I was to slide from one end of the stage to the other, I would be sliding this way, but I'd be looking this way, right? Look at you guys, hey. But while I'm sliding, I can hip fire. And as I come out in the exit, I can ADS, I can lean. I could go back to sprint right away. So I could do back-to-back slides, like we saw in the last video. Okay, so moving beyond traversal, just to finish this section, I want to talk about new hazard. Now, you saw this yesterday in the UI demo. I lost my thought. Bone, can you press the button? That's it. Okay, radiation, right. So radiation, for that, is a new addition to this active status system. And we need to look at the bottom left here. So in the middle, you got the amount of radiation that being pushed on your body. If you have a directional source, it's based on your body surface and your distance to that source. So by going behind the cover here, I can completely cut off all the radiation. So I can use that. And then on the left, we have an icon that has a shield around it. Now, that shield works in two ways. Right? First of all, it comes from your outfit. So depending on what you're wearing, you're going to have a better or less accurate shield, right? It has a threshold. As long as your radiation doesn't exceed the threshold, the shield will hold true. It'll scrub all the radiation off, and you can stay there as long as you like. But as the shield starts peeling off, when the radiation gets higher, the shield will peel off. And you know the radiation sickness kicks in right at the end of the video here. And my health just deteriorates super, super quick. So yeah, that's not great. Okay, so we're going to see some more radiation in the next section. So I would like to welcome Inesh up on the stage. Thank you very much, everyone.
Why are we showing that?
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Inês, and I'm a gameplay programmer here at CIT. And I'm here today to tell you all about. Thank you. And I'm here today to tell you all about the features we've been working on to improve the player interaction experience with the physical objects in the world. So let me start by telling you what we've made to make it easy for you to identify and interact with these objects in the world. We have introduced in the new interaction prompts, which are AR cards that appear over the objects as the player gets near them. These, combining with scanning, will help the player to easily identify the interactable objects in the scene. So we have improved the algorithm that our interaction system uses to determine the current item in focus. So you'll have a smarter detection and selection as you move around and look around the scene. So the prompts will show you the active interaction and the key bind that you can use to quickly trigger it, like you see on the pictures. So we are trying to minimize the friction of the player to interacting with these objects. You no longer have to go into interaction mode to bring up the cursor, then drag it over, and to select using the inner thoughts. So we're removing that. So what happens if an object has more than one interaction? Well, for that, you can just simply hold F, and this will bring you the new interaction wheel. So this is our new interaction wheel. It will be focusing on the item. And you can see that up to 2 of the interactions have a star icon. So this is related to another system that you are bringing to you that we call in the default item actions. So this allows us to have a primary interaction, that's the one that shows on the prompt, and a secondary interaction. So these are default actions that you can easily trigger using shortcuts. So these actions will change based on the combination of the item, the player, and the environment state. And although designers do choose the default actions that we bring to you, you are fully able to customize them to fit your preferences and playing style. So let's take a look at this in action. Here you can see the prompts that change depending on your focus. So let's bring up the wheel. And I really like my plushes, so I want to inspect them when I find them around. So I'm changing that to my primary. And you'll see that does not affect only the item they're interacting with, but any item that falls into the same category. Go next. OK. So I've shown you some features that improve. Thank you. So I've shown you features that improve the readability and easiness of interacting with the objects in the world. But the other part of our focus was to bridge the disconnection between the player and the object you are interacting with. In a fully physicalized world that we want to provide you, a tactile experience is very important to sell the experience. So we've introduced a new system that allows us to play animations on the player of actually reaching out and physically touch the objects in the world. Yeah. So our main goal was to give you a better immersion, but at the same time, minimizing the friction and the control we take away from you. So this really was an exercise between code, design, and animation to give you the best experience possible. Let's see some of this in action. And pressing buttons has never been so satisfying and fun. I just kind of like go. And OK, so let's continue with this theme of tactile experiences. The next thing I want to talk to you about are usable interactables. So usables are objects that have existed in our game for a very long time. And designers have had a variety of tools to build these really interesting and complex sequences for the AI. But up until now, what we could do for the player was very limited. So this past year, we've been building up our tools that provided for designers that designers could build these really interactive experiences, but for the player. And the advantage of using the usable system is that anything that the player will be able to do, the AI will also be able to do. So let's have a look at a simple demo that one of our designers put together to see what we can now achieve. So in this scenario, the player has to go forward but can't go forward because of the toxic water. So he has to go over to the valve to turn off the water. So before, we could maybe play a simple animation when you interacted, but now designers can give full manual control to you. So you, by pressing specific inputs, you will be driving the system. So, but this is not enough. We needed to be able to give designers a way to translate what the player is currently doing and affect other objects in the world in specific ways. So this is what is happening here. As the player is turning the valve, is controlling the flow of the water that's coming from the pipes. And what should happen when the player is no longer in control? Do we want to keep the state, revert back to the initial one, or maybe trigger something else altogether? Well, it's up to designers to define the type of experience they want to bring to you. So let's finally turn off that valve, rush over before that broken valve starts turning off, and then see another small example. Oh, let's go. So yeah, we'll see another small example where you won't be able to open the door by a press of a button, but you have to manually interact with that pump and manually open it. So you'll have to time your inputs to slowly open the door. So this is just a small taste of the level of interactivity that we can now have with these objects. We had really nice results for Squadron, for the mess hall line, and I can't wait to see what the PU designers will create and bring up to your hands. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, let's quickly talk about kiosks and terminals. And let's be honest, it's really hard to interact and get a good view of these ones. So we made a small little changes to make it easier for you. We've created a new focus mode that will walk the player to perfectly align with the kiosks. So we can better perfectly frame the screen on the viewport. At this point, the interactive screen will steal the input focus until you actively chooses to leave. So let's take a look at this in action. And look at that, when you trigger it, and like, yeah, so this is a very small quality of life improvement, but it will make it much easier for you to interact with these kiosks. And finally, let's talk about looting. This is our new looting screen. It's not replacing the inventory, but it will be used when you're looting a body or any other lootable that you find in the world. It was specifically designed to improve this experience. So since looting is a common action during FPS combat, especially if you haven't fully prepared ahead, we wanted to make it as easier and quick as possible, so you could spend the minimum amount of time to grab any items you need from your target. So it displays the current loadout and a simplified version of the inventory. Looting favors speediness, while the inventory is there so you can fully manage your loadout. So we're still actively working on it, and this is especially on the UI and art, but I want to give you a little sneak peek how this all works. Okay, let's go over to so you see the player loadout is on items are on the bottom, the target is on the top. You can if you hover the different widgets, you'll see a tooltip that with the different quick actions you can do. You can just simple press. Yeah, it'll be so much easier. So yeah, you can quickly press to just equip or swap. You can even use your mouse wheel if you want to change the target. You can drop anything, store anything, just really quick actions. And you'll see in a minute that we also can trigger ammo repooling. So this will grab all available ammo, either from your target or from your inventory, and will fill up the magazines in your loadout and get rid of any empty magazines. So yeah, looking really good. Yeah, so it's looking really good, and I can't wait to see the final art. So that's all from me, so thank you so much for listening, and I hope you have a great time.
Right, hello everyone. For those who cannot remember, my name is Jens, and I'm now going to talk to you about some changes we made to our stealth gameplay, and I'm going to give you an update on weaponware. Right, so takedowns is an important part of our stealth encounters. So this is where we're going to add some player skill progression. So it's going to move you through different action sets. You're going to start out by struggling. You might fail. Of course, this sort of added time and the extra noise you're making is really going to increase the risk of detection. You're going to get faster the more you do it, and then you're going to reach maximum efficiency. Check this one out. So he's so fast you can barely see him do it, and then he guides the body to the floor, so it makes almost no noise, right? We're going to explore some more variation beyond our unarmed and our knife takedowns, like sedative injection pens and contextual takedowns. So this guy on the railing here, let's see what we can do about him. So by using the environment, we can do a more efficient takedown than maybe our skill level would have allowed. And it certainly looks a lot cooler. And we're going to be able to use this to get to enemies that might be otherwise difficult to get to with our normal takedowns, like a pilot strapped into his pilot seat, sneak up on him and take him out. Okay, so in that last video, we incapacitated that enemy a lot. I'm going to introduce you to a new weapon, a new item, sorry, and that's the restraints. So with the restraints, okay, let's take him down first. One more. Oh. Okay, so with the restraints, we're going to turn him over. We're going to cuff his hands. We're going to cuff his legs. Now, if he wakes up, he can't chase us down, right? But he could call out for help. So what we're going to do as well is we're going to add places in the environment where you can stash a body. You can hide them, either unconscious or dead. And that way, it should be easier to remain undetected and keep you in that stealth bubble. Now, this is another thing we talked about in the UI demo, which is the ping. And we saw it in Inesh's presentation, how she did a short ping to highlight a door pump. Now, of course, we allow you now to charge up that ping. And by doing so, we can see further, and we can see through obstacles, and we can populate more information into our data bank that then shows up in our box outs here. So you get the name, and you maybe get the race, and maybe the faction. And you can use this information to figure out where is the weak link, which enemies can I take down without being discovered. There's a risk here, okay? So there's a charge up time. Means you can't do it all the time. It's going to recharge slowly. You see the bar at the top slowly going down. Until that goes all the way down, I can't ping. I can't even do a short ping. And it's going to spike my emissions or my signature. So an enemy with the right equipment or tech level might discover me. Okay, so let's move on to some talk about weaponware. So here we're going to see a simulation of a weapon getting more and more worn over time. We're going to expand this beyond weapons to other FPS items like your armor, your clothing, your helmets. In actual game, this would be triggered by weapon usage, right? So the more you fire your gun, the more worn it's going to get. And this is going to affect its efficiency, it's going to affect its reliability, and it's going to reduce its resale value. Each item is going to wear at its own rate and persist at its own rate. So you could have a worn rifle with a pristine scope or a pristine rifle with a worn scope. Check this one out. There you go. So the geometry isn't the only thing that's going to change as your weapon wears. So here we're going to see a pristine Gemini pistol in the little window and a worn one in the big window. And you can see the visual effects. It's belching out smoke here because it's very worn, right? It's telling you, it's time to get this one changed. And you should be able to hear the audio as well. It's get growlier. Okay, on to some consequences. So it's not all visual, so we're going to stop with misfire. So the first thing that's going to happen is you press the trigger, your gun doesn't fire. The second thing that happens in this video, you got... I hope you guys know what's happening. So he goes, and then it goes click. That's the bullet getting lodged in the chamber, right? So we've got to fix it. So it's telling us to fix it. We're hitting the button, Our enemy's firing on us. So you got some options. You don't have to fix it. You could holster your gun. You could pull out a new gun. You could use that new looting interface that Ines showed to grab a better gun. Okay. Okay, I'm going to finish this section with the features that's tangentially related to wear, and that's the dirt accumulation. So here again, we're going to see a simulation of dirt accumulating over time on the same rifles we saw before. But in the actual game, this would be based on your activities and the environment you're in. So if you're running around in a sandstorm, you're rolling in mud, you leave your gun outside proper storage, it's going to accumulate dirt. And that's going to increase the rate at which it wears. So the dirtier your gun is, the faster it will wear out. And this is true for other biome accumulations, like frost. So let's take a look at this one as well. Oh, or not. Okay, so yeah, so in the future it's going to be really important that you keep your guns clean and repaired. I'm now going to welcome Zach on stage, and he's going to talk to you more about the FPS weapons. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Zach Priest. I'm a senior FPS game designer. I'm here to share some of the new, interesting FPS things we have to bring you. So if you play modern shooters, you'll have noticed that the quality bar has gone through the roof in recent years. Things from visual recoil to VFX, just overall general weapon feel. As you know, we recently did a pass on our weapons to get them a bit more up to speed, but we couldn't hit that quality bar that we really wanted to, because guns are violent in nature, and we couldn't portray that as much as we wanted to. So we made a new tool, and it allows us to show the violent nature of weapons while creating greater weapon-to-weapon variety. So this new tool also integrates better with other systems. For example, you just saw like wear and dirt and things like that. And I'm extremely proud to show you the new weapon recoil. So this is the old P4. It kind of falls a bit flat. You're not really getting that like oomph that you want, but you've probably shot this a million times. Now the new P4, it has these nice little bop downs, and you feel it getting close to the camera, and the overall aggression of the weapon is a lot more there. It feels a lot more visceral when you fire it. This new tool gives us granular control over the movements of the weapon. So essentially what we have in one of our tools now is almost an animation tool where we can control the rotation and the location of things. So this is the old PA SMG. This is a new one. And in general, it's bringing the house down now. So recoils are just, in general, easier to tweak now. And they're a lot more impactful, and we can create weapon variety in just far new, more and interesting ways. Cool. Okay. Thank you very much. Cheers. We also have new procedural animation over our ADS. So previously, if you play right now, you basically have a linear pose-to-pose transition. And sure, it's there, but now we layered some of this procedural stuff on top. So for example, if you have an SMG, it can come up a lot quicker, it can flick up, you feel really cool. LMGs can be a lot more heavy. So before, it basically just do, move from pose to pose, but now we can keep it longer down here, bring it up slowly, and overall, it just feels like you've got an LMG, or it feels like you've got an SMG. We're just using things like, ease in and ease outs, and just give more life to the overall weapon. Oh. There we go. And we also have new iron sights. So sci-fi weapons are chonky. They're full of detail. They look really cool, but a lot of that detail can potentially get in the way sometimes. So you've seen, this is a change to the Kana. where we have raised the weapon sight and given what we call the target acquisition window more room to breathe. So if you're aiming at somebody, you can just generally see a lot more, so optics aren't a crutch anymore. So you can see this on the Ravager, and you can see this on the Custodian. Now, weapon functionality changes. So as you imagine with the new recall tool, we're going to do a pass on all the existing weapons. They're going to look and feel great. But while we were looking at our weapons, we also realized that some things don't necessarily, align with their manufacturer, right? You look at something like a Gemini pistol. Now, Gemini overall, it's rule of cool. Like, that's what Gemini is supposed to be. So the LH86 pistol should be fully automatic, realistically. So we have a video to show you of the pistol. And as you can see, it goes ballistic when you fire it. The magazine count has also increased to allow for that just crazy feeling that the pistol gets. Cool. Cool. Thank you very much. Right, and moving on to our new Vault weapons. So, it's the other video. That's the optic one. There you go. Thank you. These are the Vault weapons. So Vault is primarily based around controlling a heat of a weapon. These weapons have the potential to overheat. And if they overheat, you will be unable to fire. And they will enact differently. So some weapons will just basically be beams from the get-go. Some will go into beams. Like you see, this one goes into a beam once it reaches a certain level of heat. And it's really fun because these are quite powerful weapons, and you basically want to manage the heat and keep it in that ideal spot. Okay, cool. And scope improvements. Now this was shown yesterday, but I want to dig in a little bit more with this one. So, to get if anyone plays a modern FPS, they know that optics are just gorgeous now. In all modern shooters, they look fantastic. And as you can see, we have zoomed in optics in the center. So and then we have other things like parallax, like you see in real life. And they look gorgeous. And so in general, all our sights and scopes have been overhauled to be more realistic with things like parallax, pincushion distortion, and things you'd expect from having a scope in general. And it differs manufacturer to manufacturer, right? So some things are purely digital, some things are purely physical. So if you get hit by an EMP grenade, for example, we're using something like a television sight, like something like Cluey might have, then your optic would turn off. Right. Thank you. Cool. And weapons are ultimately as only good as they sound. I'll be quiet for this next bit. But as you know, we've done a lot of work on our audio propagation systems and just in general how guns sound. We've also switched out some noises and made them feel a lot more beefy. Fantastic. I think all of California heard us there. So, backpack reloading. In real-life combat scenarios, you often grab magazines from other surplus areas. I want to simulate that in our game. So, to show you this, we have something called backpack reloading. If you run out of ammo in Star Citizen, you have to open a menu, put things on. It's a little bit clunky, it's a little bit awkward. So if you have magazines in your backpack, you will now be able to grab them at the price of a longer reload animation. You will also be able to tell when you have a backpack reload coming up because it will be displayed on the inventory with the backpack symbol. So there's no surprises, no catching of. You have all the information you need. And this has been shown, and it has been teased a little bit, the dynamic crosshair. Now, no more third-party dynamic crosshairs now. So, if you have a look at this, this is our new crosshair. It's a crosshair that fits the aesthetic of Star Citizen. It's a crosshair that follows the barrel of the weapon, so you'll see exactly where a bullet is going to land. And it's projected from the visor using AR. Some visors won't have access to this crosshair, but some will use modified combat lenses. So if you don't want to use the crosshair, you can just use a different visor. As you can see, it works with recoil, and overall, it just looks gorgeous. Cool. Cheers. And on to more data things. We're going to provide an improved PvE experience. The accuracy calculator for NPCs is coming over from Squadron 42. Some people have been playing it in the venue and here, and I've been harassing them, whoever's doing the hangar mission, to get their feedback, and it has been overwhelmingly positive. We also have new NPC archetypes, what we're temporarily calling the Juggernaut, which is basically a very high damage resistant enemy that has an LMG or a shotgun. As soon as they see you, they fire, they walk up to you. And overall, it's been playing amazingly, and I'm really happy for you guys, well, I'm really excited for you guys to get your hands on it at one point. PvP, we want to increase the time to kill. This allows for more varied weapon balancing. You know, we can lay into like sort of different aspects of the element more. It leads to higher skill ceiling and less unfair deaths. It will no longer be a game of whoever shoots whoever first. Speaking of which, force reactions. We're reworking them. We're aware it's frustrating, and we are going to rework the system to work beautifully. And we're also working on some other highly requested PvP changes. I'm very happy to say a lot of this work has been dialed in. Squadron 42 is in a very good state, and we're bringing this to you soon. Now, over to the AI director, Fran, to share some exciting updates on combat AI.
Hi, everybody. So I'm Francesco Roccucci, as you said, and I'm the AI director in CIG. It's a great pleasure to be here with all of you guys. It's fantastic. So what we're going to do today is to explore how all the work we've done for Squadron 42 is going to flow into the Star Citizen experience. So we wanted to make the AI presentation about how you guys are going to experience the tech and the features we have been working on. So from the player perspective, you've seen how many new opportunities you have. And now it's interesting to see how the NPC are going to react to that. So the goal of Star Citizen is to build a breathing and living environment where your actions matters, and the NPC you will find in the universe needs to have the same opportunities and same limitations that you have. So when we play a game, we want you to spend the time that feels memorable, that feels special, right? Something you can remember and talk about. So we want you to give you a challenge to overcome, but also a challenge that is fun and doesn't feel repetitive and boring. So when we look at FPS Encounter, we want to build variety. We want to give the designers, like Zach, the ability to craft combat scenarios, not just to put NPC in the level. And we need to make sure that he can tweak something such that he can experience the unique play style and the play space that you have. So Star Citizen can benefit from tons of unique environments. So for those environments, we want you to have different type of fun. So what we'll look at today is some of the tools that they have to achieve this goal and bring the AI to the next level. So the first tool we're going to look at today is the NPC trait system. So we spoke about this in the past, and we have now available for designers the initial set of traits they can use to influence their behaviors. So those are some of the ones that are available to the designers. Today we're going to focus on the combat traits, because we have traits that also apply to the peaceful situation and the social environment, but those are the ones that influence NPCs during a combat scenario. And traits, you can imagine them as characteristics NPCs have or don't have. So through the usage, we can make sure the combat feels different from one encounter to another. Traits in tech-wise, are just traits and tags that we can apply to character instance, character classes, but code can also apply them automatically based on specific rules. For example, if you see somebody with a rocket launcher, those will apply, an example, the sentry trait automatically, because those weapons are weapons that work well at range, so you want them to not push forwards to you. So they allow to block, or actually, they allow or they block specific section of the behaviors to run, but they also influence the likelihood of some logic to happen, or they modify the outcome of specific actions. So let's imagine we want to model a pirate faction, something that you can actually experience in the Pyro playground. So we want them to feel aggressive, but also not very trained. They are not very military. So how do we do it with the traits? We can start adding to this faction either the aggressive or reckless trait. Those are traits that increase the risky behaviors. So for example, fighting more in open space or expose themselves longer when they are in cover. We can then assign to some of those pirates the ignore fire obstruction trait. As you've seen, for example, in Chris Rain's presentation during the CTG demo, like we have now destructible environment. So what the NPC will try to do is to keep shooting at the position the enemy has been hiding into. So you will see destroying environment, but you will also see them being less careful and managing their ammos. For others, we could use the undisciplined trigger finger trait. So this trait is, for example, meant to convey the inability to control their weapon when they are emotionally engaged in the fight. And what it will cause is them to trigger the weapon much longer compared, or much, or also just a bit longer compared to what the behavior is asking. So being bad at preserving their ammo means they will also run out of bullets much quicker. So this offers interesting opportunities for players because they can now shoot at them while they reload or while they scavenge the environment. So traits are building blocks we can use to define how character, faction, or encounter should feel. And designer can now create a wide variety of encounters for you guys to enjoy the game. So I want to paint a picture for you guys. So this is the bunker mission in Pyro, right? And we have a set of enemies that are defending the environment. So this is imagine an infiltrate and destroy mission. Those guys are there defending the bunker. You need to take it over. You need to basically kill them all. You are now fighting against enemies that they defend the environment. So before we go to the next slide, imagine the same environment, very similar enemies, but different traits, same behavior. So now you are defending an environment and they are aggressive towards the environment. They want to take it. So what you will see here is that created a mix of enemies, some equipped with, for example, shotgun and aggressive traits. Now they will push towards you. They will force you to take actions and to react to them. They reload. Some will cover up. Obviously, this is with God mode on, so Zach was not dying. So this is possible to set up with a tick of a box. But this is not just enemies, because in Star Citizen, we want you to hire your own crew members. And those crew members, those characters, will have different personalities, different traits, different training level that they can build up. But when you look at their traits, we want you to see their strengths and their weaknesses so that you can pick the one that either match your playstyle or compensate your playstyle. So one good thing that we want to show you today is the medic. So there are some NPCs that can carry, obviously, med pants, but not everybody is able to use it well or wants to use it in a specific encounter. So we want to tweak this, and we have the medic trait. Here we combine a lot of the tech that we have spoken in the past, usable tech, behavior tech. And as Jens showed you, players now can just not only kill enemies, because before our NPCs would just die. But now you can take them down, you can restrain them. So the eye perception is to carry all this information about the different actor states. So he needs to know if he's down, but if he's still alive, or if it's just, somebody that you need to wake up. So a medic in the regular combat flow can, when it's safe to do so, and at the right time, attempt to heal his mate that can be helped. So now you can imagine guard patrolling the environment, you take down a character, the guard finds this body on the ground. He doesn't know if he's alive or not. So you can go there, you can check it, check the pulse, see the state, and if he can be helped, he can basically execute the right healing process. If he needs a med pen, he will use the med pen. If he needs to shake him to wake him up, he will shake him up. And if he needs to unrestrain him, he will unrestrain him. And your crew members can also do the same with you. So if you are down in critical condition, they can come and help you out. We'll see now an example of this, where two factions are fighting. And you will see that at the right time, when the guy retreats, this guy can go there and heal his mate. And obviously, he needs to pick up a new weapon because he just dropped it. So as we mentioned before, and as you've seen here, NPC can run out of bullets, but can also lose their weapons. So what we have to do right now is that, first of all, we want NPCs to have a concrete ammo pool to use. We don't want infinite ammos anymore. So the ammo pool is actually constructed by the ammos NPC carrying their weapons, the one that they carry, the one that might have, and all the magazines they carry. They don't have any more bullets out of that. So NPC must properly use those items to fight. And the longer the engagement, the more likely it is they will run out of bullets and they will have to scavenge the environment. How do they do that? It's through the NPC, the usable system, as you've seen with Ines as well, Ines' presentation. You see that anything the player can interact with, the NPCs actually can, the same exact way. So the dead bodies can be looted, same as dropped weapons. Ammo crates will have physically inside some weapons, magazines. They can provide you with items. And the NPC can understand where you can find ammos that are actually functioning with their own weapons. And they actually can decide. For example, if it's better to reach an ammo crate and gather some new ammos, or if that is too far or towards the enemy, they can decide to pick up another weapon. So you will see that also already in Pyro, you might see it. And once they decide to do so, obviously they don't have bullets, so they cannot fight you. What they can do, they can also switch to their sidearms. And the sidearms is less effective, obviously, compared to the primary weapon, but it is still better than nothing for them to protect themselves while they go around and they loot the environment. So we'll see here an example where some NPC run out of bullets. Obviously, in this video, we give them a chance to go and loot as well. And this is a proper ammo crate that allows them to get back magazines. And another NPC arrives, and he will loot the dead body. This is the same dead body you might be able to loot, and you will not find ammos after that. But you will probably find it in the other one once you kill it. So, last but not least, another tool in the FPS arsenal is grenades. Grenades are a great tool. NPC can now fully react and use grenades in the environment. So grenades are a great tool, especially when an NPC needs to counter a player that is camping or a player that is hiding or say in a location that the NPC cannot reach. So grenades force the movement and keep the action going, but they're also very dangerous. You've seen in Ali's presentation and my presentation that a grenade can make electronics explode, ignite a fire, and then the fire can propagate in the environment. So NPCs need to properly understand the environment and not jump into the fire and get damaged. So how do we do that? Is we have a new full system to handle hazards. Basically, a hazard on the technical side can create a navigation volume modifier. And the navigation volume modifier gets registered in navigation system, and our basically mesh can be modified, and it will carry semantic about if that is a danger, something better, and how much costly it is to go through. Because maybe you have a suit that allows you to go through the fire, so that is fine. You will not, the NPC can understand that. But if they can't, they will try to find positions that are safe for them to position themselves, but also paths that will avoid those dangerous areas. And now we'll see an example of that. This is a safe environment, still fighting, but safe, safer. And what will happen now? Fire ignites. and propagates. This is fully dynamic, so it's fully controlled by the fire system. The fire system modifies volumes in the navigation system, and we really know where we can and not pass at any given moment. So this is a subset of the things that we worked on and we wanted to show you today. Thanks very much for listening, and now back to Jens.
Right, I want to thank Ines, I want to thank Zach, and I want to thank Francesco for joining me on stage today. We want to extend a massive thank you to everyone who contributed to, supported us, and made it possible to show what we showed today. Now, with relentless optimism, we're looking forward to bringing you this all to the Star Citizen and more. Okay, we're going to leave you with a quick peek of a demo in Hangar 14 of Checkmate with some of these new features. Enjoy. Right. Thank you very much. I urge you all to come and join us in the Pyro Playground pit and have a go at Hangar 13 in Checkmate. It's a really great encounter. Thank you.
All right, so that was live from the first person. We're keeping this train running because we got a lunch to get to. Up next is Taking Flight with Yogi, Inez, and more. Let's get it started.
Hello, everyone. Is my mic on? Okay. Can you hear me? Fine. These are the wrong slides. Hang on. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Yogi Klatt. I'm a principal vehicle programmer at Cloud Imperium Games, and I focus on space flight and space combat. I really love my job, so this is why I'm really excited to show you the progress that we did on Squadron 42 in the last 2 years. So there's two things I need to say here. First thing is, we're doing a live demo, and the build is about 12 hours old, so there is a good chance. There is a good chance for bugs, which, well, if you see them, just look away. It will be fine. The second thing is, I'm not flying myself today. It will be Brent Gunzinger. He's using a setup of 2 VKB sticks, so left and right HOSA setup from VKB, and he's also using the fantastic Toby device. So we'll swap during the presentation between using head tracking and not using head tracking. Yes, so, but the good thing is, the relationship between you and your starship, it doesn't start when you take off, it starts way before that. There's a lot of stuff we do now in pre-flight. So please welcome back Ines Caldas, who will walk us through that process.
Is this working? Yes, okay. Hello everyone, it's a privilege to be here back on stage to tell you all about what you can expect about the player interaction experience inside your cockpit. If you, like I've told you before, how we've been working towards improving the player interaction experience all across our game. And we wanted to bring these improvements to what happens inside the cockpit. So we wanted to give you a greater immersion and Okay, yeah, the slides are not, sorry about that. Yeah, so you want to give you a greater immersion and give you a closer experience to what pilots go through in real life, not only when you're flying around your ship, but the moment you take your seat at the cockpit. So to achieve this, we've created when you enter your ship, you'll be put in what we call a new relax pose. So in this pose, you'll have free look enabled, so you can easily look around the cockpit and your dashboard. The prompts will be showing over the buttons, so you can easily find the ones you have to interact, and you, the pilot, have to press all the different buttons to get your ship ready for flying, and the character hands will be lowered away from the control stick. So all of this blends neatly into our new player animated interaction system, whereby any button is now physically pressed. So this new system uses what we call a CDIK approach. This stands for code-driven IK, or inverse kinematics, and gives full control of the IK setup to the code. So this, among other things, allows us to record the path of the hand relative to its target. So we can have more detailed animations than just simply blending the hand into position. So for example, we can open a flap and then press the button. But you know, enough of me talking, let's go jump into the demo and see all of this in action. So now. So Brand very kindly will get us into the ship, where you'll see the new enter sequence. And you'll see the new animations we have been working on. So you can see now that you won't directly grab the control stick. You'll be put on this relaxed pose with free look enabled. And you can see the different prompts appear over the buttons. So let's get this show started and get your ship ready for flying. So Brand, if you could close the canopy so we don't go flying around with that open. Power our systems. Oh, look at that.
Aegis combat assessment.
And finally, turn our entrance. Yeah, so you are now ready for flying. So we will be bringing all of this to all of our ships in our fleet. And that's all from me. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Tony to tell you all about the new UI.
Hi everyone, my name is Tony. I'm Senior UI Programmer here at CIG. And I'm here to explain some of the spoilers that you saw yesterday about our new ship UI. So, are you ready to see the ship UI in action? Right. Bone, play the demo. Brand, continue with the demo. So, as you can see already, this ship has less intrusive UI, with more space to enjoy the stunning vistas that planets can offer, and less cluttered views so you can focus during combat. This also means that the UI elements are now more relevant to the situation, linked to the operator mode. For example, when we change to scan mode, the crosshair has scanning information about your target, and even the MFDs have changed. Some of these elements can be customized, but we'll see more about that later. For this demo, we're showing the UI developed for this Gladius. Basic information related to navigation will always be available on your view, and this Gladius displays all of that with holograms around the dashboard. But other ships may have different layouts and styles, on brand with the manufacturer. For example, the Drake, that makes more affordable ships, rather than fancy and probably expensive holograms, may use physical screens, dials, and light indicators. This dashboard shows your current speed, the remaining afterburn, and some decoys available. On both far sides, we have status indicators that will show things like if your landing gear is on or any other flight systems. Worth mentioning that we have prototyped these for the demo, so right now they're holograms, but on the final design, these are going to be physical screens. On the far left, on the top of the dashboard, we have the indicator of which master mode and operator mode are you on. So let's change that to combat and talk about these new MFDs. So we have reworked all of these MFDs from scratch with brand new views using our UI technology building blocks. We can still navigate through these MFDs using the classic mouse interaction, holding F and then moving the mouse. On the left here, we can see the scanning view, which is going to show information that you obtain when you scan a target. It may show information about the ship name, the pilot name, or even the current operator mode of your target, so you know if they're just chilling around or they are ready to fight you. Cycling to the left one, we have the target status, which will focus on emissions, damage, and orientation of your target. We'll see that in action later. The next one, continuing to the left, will be the self status, which is contextual. So during navigation, that will show your current fuel, but during combat, like right now, will show information about your guns. You can click on the gun, and you can see basic information about that. You will see the name, and you can also see in which group they are assigned, which Yogi will explain later. On the MFD on the right side, we have the power management, where we can distribute the power of different systems of the ship. You can click on the triangle and move it around to change the distribution, and you can turn down the total power of the ship that will generate. The classic key bindings that you all know already works, so when you change the power management, you will see now a triangle on top of the radar to show you the changes. Now, instead of using mouse, you can also use key bindings to select MFDs and cycle through the views, which might be faster when you are in certain situations like during combat. And for those pro players out there, we have added about 100 key bindings, and I mean 100, to navigate through all of these systems. So you can fully customize how you want to navigate through them. And I really hope that's more than enough to use on your keyboard, on your HOTAS, or even on your game class setup. But if you need more, just let us know. Anyway, I think you're not going to need even those many shortcuts. For each operator mode, we now persistently save which views are shown on each MFD. So you can customize what's important to you for every situation. So as an example, during combat, you might want to have target information on your MFDs, but maybe when you change to quantum travel, have your current fuel, spend some time on the configuration screen, for example. Let's talk about this configuration screen. We're going to have now here a variety of options, from customizing UI elements to enable systems of the ship. We may see some of these later in action with Yogi. These settings are now available on this screen, not in the global settings of the game, for quick access. So just as a warning, expect changes on the settings that you already know, but we'll tell you all about it when we have it ready. And the important bit about this is that they will persist to your ship. So you can keep different setup of which UI elements and even ship systems enable for how you personally use each of your ships. Now, some of you might be thinking that this Gladius doesn't have enough MFDs. Can we enable the top setting? For those of you that you want to see even more information, you can now cast versions of these MFDs to your helmet. For this, you're going to need to equip the appropriate helmet, so it's connected to your ship and I can get all this information. You can use the key bindings, as I mentioned before, so you can select which cast do you want to control and how to cycle through them. So you can pin views that are important to you that will move with your camera. So as you have seen, if you're aiming at the target or if you're moving with your head tracker, those views are going to be always with you. With all these tools, you can customize your experience and have it ready for every situation that you encounter with your ship, always displaying the relevant information to you. So for example, during combat, you may want to have all the UI elements enabled, all the pips, all the crosshairs, so the information of your ship on the physical MFDs, and maybe focus on the target information on your cast, so they're always on your view. But maybe when you go to quantum travel, you can turn those casts off so you can enjoy the vistas. That's all from me. Now we have MFDs ready, and let's bring Yogi back to tell you all about flying your ship. Thank you very much.
Okay, at this point, our ship is fully powered up, ready to fly. Pre-flight is complete. So Brent, please take off, put the landing gear in, and bring us out. Have you seen the interaction? This is great, isn't it? Okay, so one of the problems we always have in space games is to produce a sense of speed. Space is big, and the sense of speed is always produced by, small things going around you. So although it's not very visible here, the VFX team has actually added space dust, so in the future you can tell where your ship is going, even without looking at instruments. Another thing we're focusing on as well is G-force reactions. So Brent, if you could come to a stop for a second. When your ship is sitting like that, and you strafe left and right, you have these small head motions that basically make your head and your body react to the G-forces they're currently enduring. We're actually increasing them now. We also added rotational G-forces into the mix, so if Brent is now rotating the ship to the left, you also can see that your head is swaying a little bit. Things get a little bit more interesting when Brent is actually taking boost into the mix. So we now boost forwards, we now added a camera shake, we added FOV changes, and this all then plays together with the other things like, the other exhaustion effects that we have. So overall, the ship should now feel a little bit more reactive than before. The same thing, sorry. At the same time, we reduce the extensions that that look-ahead code is doing. So we basically narrowed it down a little bit so it mixes better with G-force reactions, so that even when you don't have a head tracker or something like that, it will still feel pretty good. But this is just a minor change. We also improved the flight controls themselves. So take a look at the speed gauge, for example. It's a little bit twitchy today. What that speed gauge is telling you, the number that's currently moving, is what kind of speed goal Brent is actually putting in. If he puts his stick all the way forward, the left one, you will now be able to see and read the number that you're asking IFCS to speed and forward momentum. This also allows us to bring back the sticky throttle we had pre 3.5, where now, if you play with mouse and keyboard, you can press W and S to increase and decrease your speed and let go of the key, and the ship will not automatically come to a stop. Of course, this is all completely configurable, so you can enable that or not if you want. Oh. Okay, Brent, give me some hard flying now, like blackout and all that. Okay, so another thing we changed in the flight model is that we actually looked at the tricoding exploits. These are really important for PvP and racing players among you, because tricoding gives us a mathematical problem that we're trying to resolve. On some ships, when you tricode, you get actually up to 50% more acceleration. That huge difference actually makes a lot of the ship difference meaningless, so we're cutting back on those. So a first implementation of that is already available in the master mode testing areas in 3.21, I think, but we're improving the algorithm right now so that it actually is less punishing in future master mode builds. This is actually a current version, so as long as you go roughly forward, you get the full Gs from your back engines. Okay, so now the biggie in the room. We're talking master modes. Master modes is by far the biggest change we're doing on the ship gameplay. In general, all of your ships will be put into, or will get a master mode setup. And the master mode is affecting basically everything surrounding everything on the ship. The ship itself, the flight model a little bit, but specifically the items and what they do. And there are two master modes we're going to talk today about. One is SCM, which stands for Space Combat Maneuvering, and the other one is Navigation. So let's look into SCM. SCM is the mode that Brent currently has active. So you see the, Brent, can you go into the indication, please, for the master mode? Just point with the mouse there, if you can. Yeah, so this is your current master mode. It says SCM. When you use SCM for basically all the gameplay that is not traversal. So combat, mining, salvaging, using it for that. You have full access to your combat system. Your shields are working, your thruster boost is fully active, your weapons are working. It's the high performance, high alertness mode that you're in. However, we will heavily restrict how fast we can go. We can go with your ship. Okay, Brent, go to full max speed. So this Gladius on max speed and SCM can reach about 225 meters per second. That might seem slow compared to what you have in the PU right now, but it's still pretty fast. However, you can extend that speed. Brent, if you just go forward and boost. So the Gladius can extend up to 550 meters per second. On this slide here, you can see the speed spaces we're talking about. So if you're just flying around in SCM, which is like the max speed of your ship, you can reach the 225 meters per second. If you boost, you can reach up to 500 or 550. However, that boost space is not spheric. That means if you boost forward, you reach higher speeds than if you boost backwards. That is really important for space combat maneuvering, or for dogfighting in general, because it discourages backstrafing. It actively actually punishes backstrafing, and it creates more interesting combat maneuvers. The PvP players among you, they basically call this encouragement to closing the gap, which is basically more forward-centric combat, which is much more exciting than backstrafing and just trying to get some shots on. It also forces you as combat players to commit to the decisions you did earlier in the fight. So it's going to be, we think it's much more exciting. Okay. So, in short, you pick SCM when you need to fight, when you want to fight, or when you need to fight, right? The thing with the master mode switches is that they do not happen instantly. They take a while to move over. So we're now going to put our ship into the second mode, which is navigation. So navigation mode is basically the opposite of SCM. What this does, it gives you a high-speed, low-performance mode. Your shields, they will collapse. Your weapons will not be able to fire. Your defensive systems will not be functional, but you have higher speeds. So in nav mode, you can still reach the speeds of what you have currently in the PU, something, I mean, depending on the ship, sometimes 1,000 meters or 1,400 meters per second. but all your regenerative systems, so regenerating the weapon capacitor, your thruster boost, will be inhibited. So this means when you want to go fast, you need to be very, very careful when you want to swap over. So imagine you're in a fight and you want to escape. You should not do it right away, because if you just swap to navigation mode in the hope to flee, you are being left with no shields. And the first thing that will go offline when you are hitting with distortion guns is the quantum drive. And that is important, because the quantum drive will spool automatically up when you enter nav mode, and it will then unlock the higher speeds. So this means when you're in nav mode and you're fighting, you're very vulnerable, so you should get out as fast as possible. Luckily, navigation mode not only allows you a higher speed, but also gives you access to the new quantum travel experience, which we're going to show in a minute. So that is nav point that you see there on screen. This is the point where I want to go to and quantum travel to. Before we do that, I need to quickly explain what this is about. So currently in the PU, when you quantum travel from A to B, you're actually not really moving. You're going on a spline, and you're teleported in every frame along that spline. So there's basically no meaningful gameplay we can add there. The new quantum travel experience is fully physicalized. Physics is always on, which means when you quantum travel from A to B, you're actually accelerating using our awesome physics engine. And because it's physicalized, it gives us a lot more meaningful gameplay we can play with. So Brent will start the quantum travel in a second. What will happen then is your quantum drive will initiate the jump. You will see an effect that distorts the space around you, and you will accelerate forward. During the acceleration process, so this is the time until you actually reach your cruise speed, the ship will experience forces, and you as a player, you're responsible to counter these forces. So there is an element of failure. Okay, Brent, let's show that. And take your hands off. So what you just saw is basically the failed attempt to quantum travel. Brad wasn't countering the forces, therefore he was thrown out, the quantum bubble collapsed and threw you out. Your ship doesn't like that. IFCS needs 5-6 seconds to recover from that, during which time you're just tumbling, right? And this is not just like dependent on your skills. If you think selecting a proper quantum drive doesn't matter in the future, think again. If you want to take care of your quantum drive, you want to repair it and keep it in good shape. So if you buy a cheap one, your travel will not necessarily be faster, but it might be harder. Okay, so Brent, show us how it's done properly. Locked. You can now go hands off. Okay, so there's a second variant of quantum travel, and this is for short-range jumps. Sometimes you jump somewhere or you go somewhere, and you see the next point of interest is like 1,200 kilometers away. We're not going to force you anymore to travel that by hand. You will use a technique called quantum boosting. It's a quantum-based short-range jump for like something between a couple of 100 kilometers to like 30,000 kilometers or so. When you use quantum boosting, the process is practically the same, but the quantum bubble will not stabilize itself, so you need to be hands-on for the whole time, and the speeds are naturally, well, slower, but it's not slow, it's still quantum traveling, right? Okay, so Brent, can you boost to, oh, reinforcement needed. Yeah, let's go there, let's boost. Oh, actually, sorry. Thank you. Okay, so what Brent is currently showing here is, I think I forgot to mention, quantum boosting works in every direction. You don't need nav points. Brent is awesome, thank you. Okay, so now please boost to reinforcements needed. So if there's a nav point and you boost, your quantum travel system will pick that nav point to go to. Welcome to Pyro 3. As you can see, there's a lot of UI happening right now. There's a lot of context there. And this is not an online demo, it's a single player. So that means all these units there, they're friendly and hostiles, they're probably fighting with each other, which is a good segue to talk about AI improvements. And there's one man who can tell you all about AI. This is the man with the nicest legs at CIG. Well, please welcome Diego Marty Mason.
So who's excited to see the new AI changes? Hi everyone, as Yogi said, my name is Diego Marty Mason and I am the AI programmer focusing on the flight combat. Over the past year, we've been working on delivering a thrilling experience to the AI encounters. Let me first walk you through our journey. We first started looking at the current AI behavior in the PU. We quickly realized how uniform fighting was, and how we were not using all of the tech available to us to make a more interesting experience. We had the foundations, and we wanted to learn more about how you, the players, do your combat encounters in the verse. So we did this by getting combat recordings, analyzing videos, and internal playtesting, where we were hammering each other for hours. It was fun, unless you went up against experienced fighters like they are. Anyway, with all of these data, we started crafting the first prototype with the focus of bringing that human behavior into the AI brain. When the first version was ready to be tested, I handed it out to one of the best internal pilots in the team, Yogi. So Yogi, what do you think about my first prototype?
It was an exercise of humility. It was an exercise of humiliation. I hated it, and I blame Diego.
So this was due to the AI being able to keep a good range control and a perfect orbit around their target while maintaining a constant firing solution. Come on, it's a computer. We learned a lot from our initial prototype, and it really helped us to define what we wanted to deliver. A combat experience where the AI, yet challenging, makes mistakes, just like us, humans. We want players to leave every combat encounter with a feel of satisfaction by encouraging you to keep on the move and make use of the vehicle systems available to you, so you can at least try to win the fight. Let's see how we brought this new iteration of combat to life. We broke down in multiple stages. The first one, interception. Then the main engage phase, which we broke in different tactics: strafer, jouster, chaser, and finally, disengage. Let's switch to the demo. As you can see, Brent has encountered a skirmish. Let's talk more about the combat flow there. Okay, we will start with interception. After acquiring the target, the primary aim is to close the gap with the target. If the AI is already near the target, the interception phase is skipped completely. If it's too far, it will tell the AI to use the new master mode to swap into navigation mode and make use of the full speed to chase. Swapping back to SCM mode when we are in a striking distance. That leads us to our second phase, engage. Here the AI selects an adequate tactic based on combat environment. These are choosing via the traits and tactic selector system. You've heard more about them in the previous talk by Francesco. So let's talk about the strafer. As this is a 6 degrees of freedom game, it's the natural combat shape adopted by pilots. We have related the same behavior to our AI, ensuring also that orbits are closed and adding variations to include rolling. Strafers will break combat if they cannot keep an orbit. So now we see how the Hammerhead is being attacked by Hornets. These Hornets are Jousters. Jousters consist of performing straight-in attacks while outputting a lot of firepower, blowing through, smooth turning, and repeating. We added variations for the more skilled pilots, like skid roll attacks, that provide a spiral-like flight path. Jousters are also good at monitoring for backstrafers, so if they cannot get into strike distance, they will just spray. And finally, the Chaser. Now, Brain is going to get there in a second, but the Chaser is going to be the Cutlass, which is following one of the Hornets and is allied with the Hammerhead. Now, we are really far away, 10 kilometers. So the Chaser, it will try to always stay on the target 6. The idea is to force the target into a defensive stance by making them turn into the Chaser. This maneuver will be seen mainly in squads and atmosphere combat. The final phase, which can happen at any time, depending on the combat situation, is disengage. This phase is triggered based on constantly listening to multiple events in parallel. To name a few, critical health, damage to shields, or weapons depleted. There is also a shorter version of disengage that we call pace breaks, which occurs during long periods of combat due to fatigue, nature of the combat encounters. These pace breaks are short, and the main objective is to perform a simple maneuver to gain a new advantage position and strike again. This new flow is what encompasses the core of our new AI fly combat experience, in combination with AI traits that will give designers the tools to tailor each combat encounter in the verse. Like, for example, they can choose the ACE traits that will allow AI pilots to make use of all of the ship's angular velocity so they can keep a more precise orbit. So for some of you out there, it's going to be a good challenge. While we've been mainly focusing on fighter behavior, we've also started to follow the same process to other ship types, like gunships and capitals. In the near future, we want to deliver an experience where going against a capital ship like an Iris is a tough fight, that unless you bring the right combinations of tools, meaning ships that are equipped to take down capital ships, you will get demolished by their powerful turrets. Now, after all of the feedback, in our first internal playtest, we've received a lot of constructive and positive feedback. And Yogi's not longer being destroyed by the AI, so I think he likes it a bit more. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoy the new AI. And back to you, Yogi.
Thank you, Diego. Okay, so now we're going to talk about, we heard about how AI makes my life hard. Now let's talk about how to return the favor. We're talking weapons. So, the weapon and aiming systems and squadrons, they went through a lot of changes. I can only mention a couple of them, so I will go through them relatively quickly. First thing on our to-do list is basically weapon tuning. At the moment, almost all weapons in the PU are practically the same. In Squadron, that's not the case. Almost all weapons have different properties. They have like different projectile velocities, different DPS numbers. But they're not just different in terms of these numbers. They also feel different. Remember the cinch cannons from like a couple of years ago? They were very powerful weapons, but they were extremely easy to use, which made them meta weapons. So we're going to bring the cinch cannon back, but we'll make sure that the amount of work you put into these cannons in order to employ them is on par with the other guns. So there's a lot of stuff that we're going to do to make sure that weapons have a lot of pros and cons and avoid meta. Specifically for this build, Brent is equipped with a nose, I think a close and burner laser repeater. Can you fire it once? Yeah. And the other weapon he has is he has 2 weapons on the wings, which are Gets cannons, size 3. With 1 push, they're actually firing 2. So we're also gonna have burst weapons and so on. Okay, cool. So a problem we have in space games is controlling the engagement ranges, because we want to bring the fights close. But the problem is that, well, how do I put this? Weapons usually, in order to bring them close, what the game devs usually do is they just restrict the ranges. Like in the PU, a lot of the weapons have exactly a range of 1,400 kilometers, which means often the fights occur at 1,399 meters. This is not a good way for us to control the weapons. And we tried out things like damage fall off, so that bullets get more damaging the closer you are. But the problem there is, how do you communicate that to the player? So we're going to do a couple of different things with that in the future. Let's see when the graph comes on. OK, so show of hands or show, which of you has an Ares? OK, as an Ares pilot, you might know the following problem. You have a target. You're going to aim at it. And then you... this is... what the... OK. I need to go back. OK, there's actually some stuff not there anymore. I don't know. What happens when you aim with your crosshair over the pip is that you actually not aiming at the pip. The legacy system gives you a pip which does not show you where the weapon needs the pip. The new aiming system actually produces the pips based on where the weapon sees them and reprojects them on the target. That means the aiming information you're getting is actually much, much more precise. And this is a very interesting... sorry, I said the completely wrong thing. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. OK. Controlling weapon ranges, sorry. I'll do it now, sorry. OK, sorry. OK, controlling ranges. In the future, all the weapons will get much, much longer ranges. Size 1 weapons will fly to up to 5 or 6 kilometers before the despawn. The way how we do this, how we do this is we're adding spread. Because spread is for us is a very good indication on how to control the ranges. This is not a one-to-one relationship there, so don't worry, you won't get like spread with like 20 degrees offset or something like that. Don't worry, right? But if we compare the spread of the weapon with the target size, we know when the weapon is in range. We know when you actually are close enough so that the majority of your hits can hit. And we're telling you that via the aiming system now. So Brent, let's go back to the demo. If you get a green pip and a green crosshair, it means you have a high chance of your weapons hitting the target. If Brent takes a little bit of a step back and waits until the pips and the crosshair turn red, this does not mean that the ship is out of range. You can still hit it, but you might waste bullets. This also has the benefit that, I'm not sure if you saw that before, but if you look at how many bullets are in the air, you're actually getting a lot of bullets, a lot more bullets, and it just looks a lot better. OK, Brent, just kill these guys now. Bam. Oh, well. OK, so that was this one. OK, a thing you might have seen is that Brent is loaded with size 3 guns on size 3 gimbals. That means we're removing the M-1 system. The reason for that is the original intention of like controlling the performance between joystick and mouse players just didn't work out, and the new aiming system is flexible enough to deal with these differences. So we're just removing it and keep going. So next point, pip grouping. If you have different weapons with different projectile velocities, you will get different pips. Because merging the pips makes no sense for us anymore, because the weapons are going to have vastly different projectile speeds. So if Brent, for example, enables all the weapons now, you get separate pips. So let's talk a bit about pip optimizations here. And this is the thing I messed up before. Again, who is an Ares? If you aim at your target, you get a pip, right? Your Ares owners know that. You aim at the pip, you shoot, you miss. And this is because the pip is not being shown where you need it. In the future, we're actually offsetting the pip where the weapon sees it and then reproject this onto the crosshair. Like that. And when you then hit, you hit. No, when you then shoot, you hit. And this is, of course, also communicated by the aiming system. So when the pips turn green and when the crosshair turns green, just shoot. OK, so now to the actual best part. We cannot take down this hammerhead. It's too big for us. But we can cripple it. The weak points on the hammerhead are the turrets. The way we're going to do this in the future is with precision targeting mode. Brent? Enable precision targeting mode. There we go. What this does, it does three things. You get this full zoom on the target. You get a lower RPM of your weapons, which increases or decreases the spreads for more precision. And you get the painting mechanic. Anywhere where you put your crosshair on that ship, it will tell the gimbal system where to aim at. So if Brent now attacks the turrets, your aiming system will automatically lead the shots. Bam! One turret down. Okay, so this hammerhead now understood that it's not good, it doesn't stand a chance right now, but this will be the way how you in the future will fight against sub-targets and so on. The good thing about this, it also works even without painting the target directly, so you can do very, very precise warning shots, and there's no aim assist that kind of like destroys your aiming processes. Okay, so the fight is now over. Sorry, I need to rush this a little bit because I messed up stuff before. And we're going to look at Pyro 3. Okay, Brent, switch to nav mode and bring us down to that landing spot. So Pyro 3 is also called Bloom. It's a very big planet with a nice atmosphere. And, oh, something wrong with the throttle. Oh well, something's wrong with the throttle. We'll try to go down as fast as possible though. I said gameplay demo might have bugs. Okay, let me go there now. Okay, yeah, steeper angle, that works. Okay, so the thrusters on your ship, they do not like they do like the vacuum of space. Well, we're talking spaceships here, right? And we have thruster efficiency curves on these thrusters. So at some point, especially the MEF thrusters, they will cease working because they don't like atmosphere. They will overheat very, very quickly. So there's the question, what happens when you go down to a planet and you want to rotate your ship with your thrusters off? Well, we'll see. Can you go to external view? Can you waggle your tail? Okay, back first person. Okay, so what you see here is the new aerodynamics model. Because obviously our left stick is somewhat damaged or so, we can't be as fast as we want. Actually, Brent, can you try W and S on the keyboard instead? Oh, it doesn't work. Oh. No, it doesn't. Yep. Okay. No, the stick is affecting us. Okay, anyways, we're going to go down as far as possible. So the new aerodynamic system is a complete replacement of the aerodynamic system that you currently have. And you need your control surfaces to actually turn the ship around. It simulates the airflow over your lift surfaces, and therefore the slower you become, the less effective those control surfaces will be in order to turn your ship. So we can demonstrate this. So if Brent just sits here and yaws left and right, you will see he cannot go further than that. That is in line with what real airplanes also experience when they're trying to use the rudder to yaw left and right. So what Brent can do here is he can roll and he can pull to actually change his direction. Okay, so just for this demo, we added a button. The button is called Thruster Disconnect. Because at the moment in the PU, when you go through a planet, you're using the thrusters to rotate. We're not doing that anymore. So Brent, disconnect the thrusters, please, and put the ship into a purposeful stall. A stall happens when the airflow over a wing ceases, or over a lift surface ceases. And then at some point, you will not have any authority anymore, and your ship will not turn and so on, and you will basically fall out of the sky. That is naturally a state that every plane wants to avoid naturally, right? And this is happening right here. Brent is not able to use the control surfaces right now because the ship is in a process of stalling. However, the airflow will pull the nose back into the wind, and once you have enough speed, he can actually, well, he gets authority back over these control surfaces. That means for you as players, what you can actually do, you can do aerobraking, you can do pure gliding if you want to. You can even do like competitions like, I don't know, like drop ships out of orbit and then see how far they glide. This is all possible with a new system. So let's talk about the problem, how do you come to a stop now? To come to a stop with the new system, you need to purposefully put the ship into a stall. But don't worry, when we don't have the thrusters disconnected, IFCS will help you. So you're gonna bring down the speed more and more until you're reaching stall speed, which is about now, and then the thrusters will kick in and catch you. That means, however, you are now in a state that the thrusters don't like, right? So at the moment we have turned this up, but in the future you will not be able to hold this for long. So if Brent, for example, now from a hover, strafe is left, more left, more left, more left. The wind flow again pulls the ship over, and you go forward again. Okay, so now Brent, now show us how to come to a hover, and do we have some water here? Oh yeah, there's our point, okay. Highway to... Okay, so there's our landing point. Can become a little bit slower, I don't know, 100 meters per second. So we're trying to land somewhere here. Whoa, look at this. Yeah, that water's great, like, awesome. Okay, so now we're coming to a, so now Brent will try to land with a broken throttle. And yeah, he's aided a little bit here by the landing gear, so he has landing gear out, I think, because that automatically enables precision mode at the moment, so that you're a little bit slower, but you can of course like turn this off as a player. And then you come smoothly down to a landing. The best way to land your ship is in decoupled, because you can just like very smoothly land it on the surface. And clunk. And now you're gonna power down the ship using the new interactions. Engines off first. Then we're in the relaxed pose again, as Ines showed before. Power off. And the canopy off. No, open, not off. Don't put the canopy off. And get out of the ship. And probably go for a swim or something. Okay, that was a bit of a buggy, bumpy ride, but thank you for taking the time with us. And we'll see you in the verse. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yogi. Everybody, it's time for lunch. We'll be back around 2:45, so get yourself some food, get yourself some drinks, give yourself some snacks, stretch your legs, and then be back in Hall A when we come back, because from this point forward, you're not going to want to be anywhere else. We'll see you at 2:45, everybody. Take care.
Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
I'm liking that.
That looked great.
I am liking that. So this is what I've been saying all along. When they put this in, it's going to change atmospheric flight altogether.
I love that.
I
Essentially,
love
just
I
levels it
love
all out.
I loved everything that I heard. It was all good. Everything.
Well, like I said, they just got to implement it. Yeah, it's about an hour. So I was happy to see that. The
Hmm.
rudder control, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to get an adult beverage. Oh, I will return because
I know. I'm going to the store to get mine.
that
Be
that
back.
was that was good stuff right there. Be right back.
Careful getting up. Get that tent popped. That was pretty good.
Yeah, I love the fact that the slide with using the weapons,
Hmm.
uh everything that they put out there was pretty good. Good.
I agree.
Some things I like, some things I didn't.
What you didn't like, Joker?
Uh,
He didn't like the
the
crosshairs.
slides. I didn't. The slides and the crosshairs. Horrible.
Slides are like too much Call of Duty.
Yeah, it's gonna be like too much. It's uh, the player's gonna abuse that with the crosshairs.
Slide. Oh,
They're
okay.
gonna abuse that. I guarantee.
What? Using a
Well, I don't think.
crosshair?
Yeah, they're gonna abuse that. They're gonna you'll see. Especially if they do. If you find a lot of people running drugs and all that, they're gonna abuse that. Definitely, they're gonna abuse that
On
Can you
in
can you
flight
al-
or on the ground?
on the ground. They're definitely gonna abuse that on the ground.
Well, it is what it is.
Especially like on a. I already see it. It's a slide with the crosshairs with the grenades. I could just see Call of Duty
Mhm.
and Tarkov combined all in one. Then they talk about weapon malfunction too. Oh my god, it's gonna be chaos already.
Hey,
Well,
but that's what it is. It's what it's about. You got to get your skills up when it comes to using the
I
weapons
played it.
and
I mean, I
sliding and
played
all that.
Tarkov. I'm skilled on that. I mean, it's just I know not a lot of people's gonna like it. I've been
True.
there, done that.
true.
I know how to play it. I mean, I just know a lot of people's not gonna dig it when they put
slides and
it in the
slide
game.
canceling?
Well,
People.
Yeah,
parachutes.
when people see it, they're not gonna like it. I'm just gonna tell you that right now.
Well, you got to remember what we're seeing is S42,
Mm-hmm.
and when it goes into the PU, you know how the servers are. Okay, the
Like I
servers
said,
the servers
all
have
I
got
gotta
to be
do
much better to
just
implement
play
this.
just play Tarkov right now. Just play Tarkov, and you tell me if you like it.
I don't mind having a crosshair.
Just play Tarkov right now, and you tell me if you like that mechanic or not. And
I don't
if you
mind the
wanna,
crosshair. I mean, that's just me though. But anyway,
I'm the same.
yeah,
I would like the crosshair. It just gives you a hey. Remember, everyone's going to have that crosshair, so it's going to be even playing rounds. You just got to get used to it and form your battle with it.
they
I
may
mean,
they
when
may
I
give
said
it an option to turn it off.
Remember, they used to have crosshair in PUBG, and they turned that thing off so quick because people was they they exploited that piece of software so bad it was just horrible. But I came from an FPS standpoint because I mean that's all I played was FPS.
Well, Call of Duty went away from the slide and the slide canceled, didn't they?
Well, yeah, but now it's like it's
Back.
a different type of mechanic now.
It's a dive,
Yeah, it's a dive
Well,
now.
which is more realistic, but
I do hope that with these new in-atmosphere flight mechanics, they put some doggone parachutes,
yeah,
ejector sheet.
I agree with you and Scott on that.
Mm-hmm.
Or something. Just give us something that we can safely
Land.
well, as safe as possibly
Definitely.
get out and give you
Ooh,
another
but
fighting chance, you know?
is it just me or are they really trying to push Toby to everyone now?
If they do, they do. You know.
Man, it was like the
They
whole
got a deal
mechanic.
going.
The
They
whole
got
mechanic was
sponsorship.
it. The whole mechanic was
I like my Toby.
Yeah, but the Toby
man.
is native two-star citizen, so of course they're gonna push
Yeah.
it. You
It
know.
was beautiful. I did. I can't lie, man. They sold me on the fight mechanic on the screen touch screen of it now.
They they did mention it slightly yesterday, Scott, where they were talking about going VR, but that's not. They've got to get Vulcan in first before they even touch that. And Sylvan said that he would work on it on his own time to get it into the game. He put that out on a Spectrum, excuse me, a Spectrum post.
Okay, what about the touching all the controls, starting the engine of the ship? I thought that was awesome.
Oh, that's
Yeah, that
nice.
was amazing. Yeah, that
I
was
Yeah.
like
amazing.
that. I like that. Okay. Everybody said DCS and SC.
Yeah, that was amazing.
But now I got to get another flight set up.
We all do.
Hey, hey, Shave. And
Where's
Shadow,
my
I'm like,
Airbus?
man, I was like, man, I'm sorry, Miss Charmy. Man, they sold me again. I'm gonna have to spend another five. Here you go. She was on me yesterday.
Was she?
She was on
No,
everybody
she
yesterday.
was on everybody. Man. I was like, man, she was on me because I was like, man, I just bought a 600 and a glaive not too long ago. Cause she was like, I don't understand why. I was like, damn, she's talking to
Boys
me.
and their toys, was she
Yeah.
thinking?
I was like, I don't understand why people are doing this. I was like, she's talking to me. I was like, sorry, Miss Sharman. I was just, I had to get it.
She was talking to everybody.
I know.
She was. She was talking to everybody. I saw that in chat. I was about to laugh. I was very pleased with what I've seen so far. But everything we've been looking at mostly is S42.
Yeah, it was.
Look great. If that's the case, I'm excited.
Yeah.
Especially to
What
see
if?
that get pushed into the PU. That'd be amazing.
But what if they drop it after this? I'm just hoping. I mean, we could dream.
They just need to hurry push Squadron 42 up. Soon as
That's
they,
right.
That's what I'm thinking.
it's like the
We could
sooner they
dream.
push it out, the sooner that we could get all these features and fun facts to the PU.
A lot of
Mm-hmm.
things we've
Exactly.
seen were Squadron 42 yesterday and today.
Mhm.
And you're right. The performance of Squadron 42 is going to be insane because it's offline.
Yep. Yeah.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, man.
there's that's why look at it like this. That's why they're doing it there because it's an offline game. This it's going to be totally different. Bringing those features into the PU, they're going to be totally different from what we just saw.
But y'all said that they tested
Server
meshing already.
Yeah, they did it yesterday.
Successfully.
But that's a mesh testing that they were doing offline. It wasn't on a server that's like
No, it
an
was on.
internet server,
It was on a local server. Yes.
a local server.
It's not
Yeah,
not populated, but
yeah,
still,
popular. There you go.
that's the beginning. That's a good thing.
But
Here you go.
it's better than nothing.
I was like, man, I can't wait to go to Pyro planets, and me and the Loot Goblin going to bombing the. Here you go. I'm sorry. Here you go. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Shadow. I'm out here bombing. Give me some of the new outfits.
Bring a big crate.
We'll be coming in the Apollos and the Polarises with medical units.
I'm taking the new A1 out. You know, testing the new flight mechanics. Oh man. I was like,
I know you just bought a Zeus. I know you did, Joker.
Nah. I had to really bite the tongue on the Zeus.
Yeah, because Miss Charmy was in your butt.
She was like, soon as he said it, she was like, it's 135. No, what's he say? What's he say? Shadow? It's 175 or something. I can't believe this.
175 for the bounty one.
She was like, I can't believe this.
The cargo and the explorer are the same price.
Yeah.
That was a military Hornet.
And then she's like, I know you about to. She's like, I know you about to melt your ship, babe. I know you about to do it. I was like,
To who? Me? No.
Nuh-uh.
I was very, very cool with what was being shown. I mean, it is what it is. This is what they've been working on for 2 years. This is why they pulled a lot of devs from the PU to Squadron 42. And what they're showing is pretty cool. Yeah, go ahead, Shay.
And so just because that wasn't clear to me, as far as like concept stuff happening, did they drop a bunch of that yesterday?
They didn't drop what I thought they were going to drop. They dropped the Zeus and they put the cutter straight flyable.
But nothing crazy new though.
No.
Surprised.
Well, we got the Spirit the day before
not complaining,
Thursday.
just surprised. Yeah. Yep.
And IAE, that's when you're gonna see a lot. I'll tell you that.
Damn. Work better pick up then. I bet I need that to happen.
But from what I've seen so far, those flight mechanics in atmosphere,
Man,
that was cool. And
that was cool.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
Graphically, it looked good.
Go ahead, Mike. What do you got?
I got a drink and a piece of candy.
Okay.
There you go. That works.
So, your thoughts?
There's a lot to absorb. There's a lot to absorb, but I can definitely say that Master Modes was way better than I anticipated.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, I really do like those changes. I really think that it's going to bring. I really do think that it's going to make traveling matter and being cognizant of what you're trying to do.
Situational awareness is going to be big.
Yeah. You know, I'm ordering pizza.
IAE. Oh, Lord, Scott.
Pineapple.
Seriously? Seriously?
What?
Kenny Steele.
Anyway.
Anyway.
I think people are going to have to think twice before they start engaging others, which is great. Love that.
That's the
Yeah,
whole
I mean,
the whole idea behind Master Modes.
Mm.
Go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
oh yeah. I mean, with these decisions that matter, with you having to think like, okay, can I take this guy? Do I have enough firepower? Do I have enough this, that, and the other?
Mm-hmm.
It matters. Makes a huge fucking difference.
Yeah.
Excuse my French.
I am loving the option of it's going to take more time to reload, but that pulling from the backpack, I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're going to have to go and move somewhere to reload, but at least you have that option instead of going somewhere, putting magazines on your armor and all like that, and then going back into the fight. I like that.
Speaking of customized, like you got a lot of polls you better put up for some new snowbird attire and hairdos and colors.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
I really do like the fact that they were deliberate in their messaging of, hey, we're trying to diversify all the stuff. We're trying to make people feel included on representing themselves well. And I think that new character tool is phenomenally good.
Yes. But it's just like we're saying. What we're seeing is S42. It has not dropped. It is not dropping to the verse just yet. Although they did say that they did drop some new hairstyles.
Check pipeline.
In the game. Oh, pipeline's getting hot.
Yeah, well, yeah, they did say a lot of those items were coming to the verse within this quarter.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, 2020 Q4.
Yeah, 2023 Q4.
Yep. Hold on to your flight him because we just received intel about massive announcement concerning Squadron 42 and it's coming at 6:30 p.m.
Oh, when Chris Roberts is going on.
Yeah, emails sent to booth operators.
You see, at 4:30, they're supposed to have a big reveal tonight. Here in the pipeline, I'm looking.
Yeah, we're looking at it right now.
My SSD's ready.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do we think this is? I think we're all saying the same thing, but not saying it out loud. I think we're all saying that we're predicting a release date for Squadron 42.
Look, right here.
Drop it now.
Yes.
That's all I'm doing right here. Okay.
Not me. I'm drinking.
Yeah.
I'm with you, Shadow.
I love the overall hands. That's good point, Scott. I love that you have control of the quantum jump until you get into the bubble.
Yeah.
I like that.
It makes it so even if you try to get away, if you can't keep up with it, there's an element of failure and you can get caught up with.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So
it'll be interesting to see how the failure turns into a battle with whoever's chasing you or whatever's going on. You know.
Could. I personally, and I'm with Tribunal on this. Tribunal does not like the way the shields drop. It does suck. And if you're trying to set up and run,
oh right, they're forcing you to fight.
Yeah.
In other words, yeah.
But you don't need a point. You can just quantum away and then get a point. That makes a difference.
That's beautiful. Yeah.
So that I like that. The AI for safe bunkers or whatever. That's going to be intensive.
Those
Yeah,
underground facilities look good on Pyro.
especially when they start healing themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And start killing you for ammo.
That's already started.
They did that already.
Yep. Server meshing will be in the PU within 12 months, they're saying.
That's
Yeah, I believe that.
That's what I'm reading in the pipeline. So
well, they got to
I
get
think it'll be.
yeah.
Go ahead, Bobby. I was gonna say.
They got to get the replication layer separated. Once that's done, man, that's the first step. That's a big step. Go ahead, Mike. My bad.
I think it's gonna be. I think replication layer is gonna hit. We'll have some bugs. Fix it. Probably February. We might see the. Okay, we're dropping server meshing in now.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my prediction.
This is too exciting. Hello. This is very exciting.
Say this is the best Star Citizen I've seen in a long time. The best
Citizencon.
Citizencon I've seen in a long time.
Well, when did you start looking at it? When did you get into the game, Bear?
I got into the game I think at 320.
No, not that long
And
ago.
yeah, so no, I meant where we at?
right,
No,
now.
two was it 220 or we're in three 220. 220. I think it was 220 or 218 or two. It was in the twos. I got in that early and I started playing and I just got hooked. Couldn't stop.
So you've seen quite a few Citizen Cons.
I've seen them, but I've not seen them like I've seen it today. I've mainly seen them after they've played through. But today is my first true sticking through the whole thing, watching the whole thing, experiencing the whole thing. It's good experiencing it with the crew, but from what I've seen from before and what I've seen now, this just tops everything I've ever seen before. It just everything in it was just so exciting. Everything I seen before, at first glance, it was excited, but it wore off so quick. But this did not wear off quick because this is something that's going to stick to you until the actual um gameplay comes out and goes into the verse.
Yeah. Implementation. Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, Bread Ben.
Hello.
So what are you thinking, Bread Ben?
I haven't been keeping too close of an eye because I've been busy this weekend, but I'm trying to catch up now. Which part are you currently looking at? Because there is a lot to actually go through, and I haven't really got a good, reliable source for everything that's happened this weekend.
Well, you can.
Yeah, that's
We did a 9-hour stream yesterday, so you can go through that. Go to the good parts and check out stuff. We're live streaming right now, and we're talking, waiting for the next part to start up. So this is our commentary section.
Yeah, this is where we get to talk about what we just
They look like they're going to have a big squadron announcement in 2 hours, which is interesting.
Yes.
Which, based on all the other weird stuff they've done this last year regarding Squadron, I think that's probably going to be them moving closer towards release, if not actually announcing release.
They're probably
A
gonna have to
date.
announce it.
A date.
They've been quite quiet about it, but there was that one leak from someone who said it's feature complete, and then there was that other leak from Roberts' wife who said, "Oh, we're expecting 2024 release."
Well, look at it like this. Okay. We know there's going to be a preview for Pyro coming October 31st.
Oh yeah, of course. They also did have the pyro booth, didn't they?
Yes.
Yep, at the Pyro booth, they showed us lots of footage from Pyro and Squadron 42.
And I
So
know some people like Joe got to try out Pyro. It's very much what you expected. It's the same as Stanton, but red. But
yeah,
that's still good.
yeah, but
That's how Star Systems work.
look at the size of the star map compared to the Stanton map.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in Pyro, a lot.
It's the beginning of the expansion, so that's what you look at.
Right.
Yeah. Ideally, the reason it's taken is so long is because with Pyro they were, well, as you would hope, making loads of tools to let them add the other ones faster, and they kept taking their time because they kept finding they needed another tool to do the next part of Pyro fast.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, we will see 4 systems total.
Mm-hmm. Well, I got to say that I'm I'm very pleased with what I saw for
It
the flight.
it
Taking
looks
flight.
nice, lots of little refinements. I just looked at some of the adjustments to the flight model, and I tried free fly myself on their thing they had on arena mode a few weeks ago, and all that's really nice. I do want to see all the flight changes, atmospherics, master modes, the changes to quantum.
Well, I'm
That,
going to
that,
say
that,
this. I love the cleanness of the HUD.
yes.
It is much better looking.
Oh, the new lobby class looks really nice, really
Oh,
nice.
oh yeah, I love the
So
Nobi
does
class.
the multiplayer, the way you can look and see what's going on in your ship, the downloading of
Maps.
software that goes to your the maps. It's
Mm-hmm.
just everything is beautiful. It was designed very well.
Mm-hmm.
And the quantum drive, that new look looks really exciting, especially when you do that jump where you get knocked out.
Yeah.
It just looks beautiful. It actually gives you the feeling like you're actually moving in space. It gives that good pull, and then the shake that you get when it knocks you out. I mean, that was superb.
A lot of people don't like the head movement.
That is generally an accessibility feature in a lot of games. I do hope they had a way to
They're
lower
probably
it a bit.
they may give it a toggle, where you can turn it off.
Yeah, just because some people find that really difficult to deal with.
I love
But
it.
but it is really nice for the sense of movement. But yeah, bit of both, isn't it?
But
I really like head bobbing games, but some people just throw up when they play games with that stuff.
well,
Yeah, it depends on the aggression of it too. I generally get motion sick when, depending on the technology, depending on the frame rate, like I can get motion sick from doing that. But fortunately, they did say that you can disable a lot of that stuff, so I think we'll be all right.
um, I in the PU right now, I do like the head shake when you kick in the
Quantum drive
afterburners
or afterburn.
and you know when you're moving using the thrusters, you do sense something. And Yogi's right. You do not get a sense of speed in space. You really get a sense of speed on a planet or a moon. When you're low level, that's when you get the sense of speed. So he does have a very valid point.
Yeah.
Anybody else got
Yeah,
any thoughts?
quantum boost um do give you that little shake, that little speed boost too. It makes you feel
Mm-hmm.
like you're actually moving.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, even in space, it has that look and feel. Yes, because of that shake, but I think the people that don't like it toggle it off, but they should leave it in the game for the people that like it because it actually just looking at it, it looks and make it feel like you're really there. You know, so I think that's a feature that should stay with a switch that you could turn it off or on. You
Yeah,
know.
yeah. You can turn. Can't you in 21 right now? Can't you turn that on and off, Mike?
Oh, what the head bubbles or
The head shake, yeah. I think you
Yeah,
can.
I've got mine turned off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got mine turned off.
Yeah. So they're going to leave that. They're going to leave where you have the option to turn it on and off. I enjoy it. I think it gives me the feeling of when I was flying the F-16 in Falcon 4. That's one thing I enjoyed.
I'm thinking about it. I think they'd have to have the option to turn it off, otherwise you wouldn't be able to use your Mobi eye tracker and stuff. It would break it, because we'd be fighting together, wouldn't they?
Possibly, but I think he had it on while he was using the Toby.
Huh.
So when he was using the thrusters moving from side to side, you saw the head movement tilt a little bit. So yeah, I think it's cool. Anybody got any other things about the customer characterization? Anything like that?
Oh, I'm looking forward to actually making a character that isn't the same preset model every single time.
Oh,
yeah.
I've memorized the preset model. I click left 3 times, accept, click left 5 times, set to 50%, click left 3 more times, set to 25%. There you go, character done.
I just click OK,
Should
OK.
be a way to save it.
Load.
Okay, Board Gamer just dropped a video.
Oh, you mean like export your setting?
Scott, anyone
Yeah, you
here?
need to save it.
Anyone here have the eye tracker easy setup?
No.
Shave, you have
Yeah,
one.
Yeah, I didn't.
yeah,
Yeah,
that
she-
eye tracker is super simple to install. It's it couldn't be any easier, honestly, and I totally enjoy it.
I don't know if I want one myself.
That's not for everybody, I would say that, but it just adds another level of immersion to it, and being able to look around my cockpit and stuff, I think it does wonders for exploration and FPS.
And Gortok snuck in on us. And so
Yeah,
I'm on the phone.
And so did Mr. Kavinsky.
Yeah, I'm on the phone.
All right.
What's that?
All right, Mr. Kavinsky. Your thoughts.
Oh, I haven't been watching, so no thoughts.
No.
I just came in to get the updates, the summary of the summaries.
Oh,
no, sorry, I've been having issues with PC, but you guys go ahead. I'm listening.
Oh, no worries.
Didn't they announce they're going to start doing some of the large ships in order of manufacturer now? So they were going to start on RSI because they have all of the RSI team familiar with that right now.
Yes.
Yeah. Polaris out, then Galaxy, then Perseus. In that
That
order.
would be interesting.
And Turbulent is now working on
Fully
Zeus.
integrated.
Yes. So the Zeus may come out pretty doggone quick. What they say? They're in white box already with that ship?
Yeah, the Zeus looks interesting, especially how it's basically twice as good as the Spirit, and about the same size.
Hey, Zero.
I don't know. I like the Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
I love the Spirit.
Yeah, so far, Spirit's amazing.
All right, Zero.
Definitely a lot of personal opinion on that one.
Well,
Good.
Zero.
Did you see that new loot system?
Did you see the looting system?
No.
Oh boy.
You're gonna like that.
You're gonna have a good time, okay?
Okay.
That's all I'm gonna say to you.
Yeah, it's been laundry day today, catching up.
Oh, that's all right, but you go love that looting system. Scroll back in the stream after I finish it.
hey, imagine if you had to wash all the gear you looted.
I know, right?
You'd be doing that for a while.
Are you supposed to take a shower with your uniform on? Get all the crud off your undersuit and armor?
Well,
Decon.
That's
Oh yeah, I
coming in.
forgot.
Or
I,
you take a
I
shower and put
forgot
the dirty stuff back on?
Oh
I
no.
forgot they drop in there. You got to take a shower now. That's a good thing.
Oh, I get it.
No, I don't think there will be outposts in Squadron 42. No, no.
Yeah, there'd be outposts Squadron 42.
Are there?
Yeah, in the
Did they say? Oh, that's right, because you're supposed to go down on a couple missions,
yeah, there's missions you have to go down and rescue some people on.
but not player owned.
No. Squadron 42 is straight single player.
Yeah.
At least we don't know. Let me be clear.
Yeah.
Because we don't know if after you beat the game in Space Roberts fashion, you can continue playing.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know that. But there are outposts.
Yeah, I did see a clip of them going through an outpost on there. So yeah, there are outposts, but they're not player owned.
I don't actually know what the genre of Squadron 42 is meant to be.
FPS.
Like, I know it's meant to be an FPS. I know it's meant to be ground and space combat, but I don't know if it's strictly mission based. How open is that game meant to be?
Yeah,
that game is supposed to be pretty open. I mean, yeah, you'll be going in with the main mission, but you have plenty of side missions, and I don't know if it's open world. I have no idea.
Hopefully, we'll find out this evening.
Hey, I cleared out some space on the SSD. I don't care how long. I don't care how long that bad boy's got to download.
Just in case something crazy happens.
I took off the PTU yesterday. Okay. When I saw that preview for Pyro, I got rid of the PTU quick.
He's like, later.
Yeah.
You know what? We'll just hang on to those hopes and dreams, right?
Right. I'm crossing fingers. Everything. Okay. If I have to, I'll put that sucker on the SSD that's got the boot up set up. I don't care. Okay. Shoot. That's the internal one. That'll give me some good ones. Oh man. I'll be right back. It's bio break time. And I'm gonna get a beverage.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I gotta go buy another SSD.
Pretty much.
What size you running
this time?
I only got one.
Get a big one this time.
Mm-hmm.
Put the OS and the SC on the same drive, and you're good.
Yeah, just get a 2 terabyte. Keep the one if you got room.
Yep.
Yeah, I got room. I just put one in here.
Zero. Hey, Zero. We need to get those big boxes so we can go and do all the looting in Pyro.
Dude,
Wait till we get wait till we get our Apollos and Polarises so we can come med rescue your asses and stuff.
As soon as we get in the Pyro, we're gonna get shot at. I've seen the videos. There was a lot of shooting going on in Pyro.
I'm taking my Red Cross paint off.
I know, right? Cause that video yesterday, woo.
I missed it. I was too busy sleeping in a deflated air mattress. Felt like I was sleeping in a taco.
Man, that happened to you?
Yep. My wife and her are
You
just
feel that rock or root poking you in the back.
so damn cold out. It was just like shit.
Oh yeah, that's why I was surprised
you went camping?
Camping as late as you did in the year.
Yeah. Yep. My wife wakes up. What'd you do to the bed? I'm like, what? Yeah, that's right. We did it for the kid.
Sharing is caring, sir. I've seen that plate.
He talking about getting somebody's food again, isn't he?
Yeah, I just showed up with my pizza.
Doing the babies in your plate.
Yeah,
Right.
my leftover. I got some leftover pepperoni pizza in the oven there too.
Pepperoni's good stuff.
It's sausage
There
tonight.
goes Alex. Perseus on Star Hanger is 1K. Seriously?
I told him, wait, there's a ship named Perseus?
Price is going.
I'm actually surprised he's not in here.
Yeah, it's going up.
Yeah.
Right.
I've never heard of that ship.
Oh shoot.
I've never wanted Squadron 42 more than PTU since 2013. I'm going to say this, okay? I love testing the PTU, but they drop a demo of Squadron. I got plenty of space right now. Drop it.
Yep. Bring it on.
Drop it like the deuce it is.
Right?
That's pretty close.
Now somebody said in a who was it? A French streamer said that it's feature complete.
It is. They just didn't do polishing.
Well, look, we don't speak omelet here, so I'm not sure
Good.
How much I can trust.
You don't know lead speak?
I know lead speak. I'm just saying I don't know. Omelet du fromage.
Well, I guess at 4 o'clock we'll find out.
Yeah, but if there's any French Canadians in here, we can probably have them listen.
There's 2 Canadians here, but we're on the West Coast.
Oh, so you're the better Canadians, got it.
Yeah.
I'm not even touching that.
Look, man, I've been in
the French. They don't know how to speak correct in Canada, but they do their best. They just want to separate, as they say.
As I'm not lying when I say this. Every French Canadian that I have met has been a complete butthead.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So let me look at the panel real quick and see what's next. I totally forgot. Hold on one moment. I gotta get that.
Living on the edge.
I'll be back.
Who's living on
trying to
the
load the clothes.
No, I said that's the next panel. Living on the edge.
Living on the edge. We delve into the living conditions and environments of outlaws, settlers trying to carve out an existence beyond the safety of the UEE, mega corporations, and other confines of 30th century society. This is Outposts, if I'm not mistaken. This is Outposts. Okay. So let me put that back over here. Let me get it back into full screen. And
I wonder what Alpha's favorite thing was.
I don't know. You gotta ask him.
No, that was his cue to speak up, unless he's got food in his mouth like I do.
He's got the mic shut off.
There he is.
There he is.
Obviously beards, because I've been wanting that forever. But
yeah, that's a good thing. But I want to see a long Viking fucking beard that you can braid and shit. Man.
Yeah, there's a kind of a limited selection at the moment, but I'm sure they'll get more in. Besides that, the movement, the new movement. I like the new movement, especially the EVA movement.
EVA looks sweet, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Those were basically my 2 biggest takeaways at the moment.
Okay. Anybody else got any thoughts, opinions, and good stuff to talk about? Give it up
I
now.
so missed, unfortunately, like I was watching it like on like my two computer screens, but it was like the end of the laps as the race was closing down for F1 that I was watching in Texas here. And as this is closing down and gaps are getting smaller, I'm like, okay, who's going to win this race? And they're talking about flight mechanics on the other screen. And I'm like, man, I want to know about all these flight mechanics, but also the freaking race is coming to an end. So I really kind of missed out on a lot of the flight mechanics stuff. But from what I seen and was able to capture and see, looks pretty damn amazing. That's for sure.
Well, I am more than pleased with it.
Like the fact the whole like kind of a pre-flight thing now. You get in, you got to close your cockpit and fire things up.
It's
And,
more tactile for sure.
yeah. Like someone said in the chat there, it's Star Citizen DCS, right? It's just like, yeah, pre-flight. I'm all for that.
Now I want fucking pizza. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, and then go grab me a slice out of my oven.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, I'm gonna. What? What did you say to Alex? Oh my god. What's our time frame? 2:39. We're getting close.
Oh,
So shaved. What do you think about your very first CitizenCon? What you've seen?
Well, what I've seen, I'm quite impressed. Of course, I just infatuated with this game, so I mean, there's that to be said about it. But I think there's a lot to look forward to. There's a lot that I'm trying to absorb. There's a lot that I missed, so I gotta delve into that stuff a little bit more. But yeah, I'm excited where this is going, and I feel like it's leveling the playing field quite a bit. There's not going to be as much. I mean, it's going to change, but it seems like the meta is going to be more evenly spread out, and I look forward to that quite a bit.
Well, wait till you see that server meshing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Demo. That is going to put it out there for you.
I'm just reading chat now.
Yeah. TLDR. Really? Wow.
Shadow, what do you like about your first sitcon? Shaved. Yes. That's your TLDR.
Well,
pretty much.
Well, I mean, too bad you. I wish you would have been there for day one, and you would have really been like, "Holy crap!"
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So,
well, the news about meshing, and I mean, obviously they got Pyro wrapped up, so it's just a matter of getting that stuff implemented, and who knows how long that'll take. But either way, I'm still excited, anticipating it.
right. Well, Chiggy snuck in here and didn't say a doggone word. And Miss Peaches is here.
She snuck in.
Well, this time I heard her because I didn't have streamer mode on. Mm-hmm. So
I'm invisible. You don't see me.
Okay.
But we definitely heard you.
Short and invisible are not the same thing.
Nah, I'm not getting into that. Anyway. Haven't heard from Ty, so he's probably doing some stuff, and he'll probably stream Pyro later, so we can.
Yeah,
take
he's
a
trying to
look
get
at
me he's trying to get me a t-shirt too. Hopefully I get it.
Yeah, I am like so super. I'm gonna say this. I want one of those bobbleheads. I'm gonna say, I'm like,
You need one at your setup.
yeah, man. I got one in my ships. I want one right here, right in front of me. That bobblehead is cool. I don't care what anybody says.
He gets his own cam during stream.
Exactly. He's got to have his own cam set up. Okay, we got Brownie the Bear is over there. My co-pilot back there. I need another co-pilot up here in front of me.
I just wish you were a little cheaper. $50 is a little steep
for a bobblehead, right?
The bobblehead is $45. Yeah, it's pretty big though. They showed the size at yesterday, and it's pretty big. So it's not like it's the little small hula hulas.
So don't put it in the dash of your car.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, I wouldn't put that in the dash of my car anyway. That's why I said, you space nerd. Yeah. What about it? Oh my gosh. Let's see. All these pictures. Booth operators have been told that they have been allowed to leave their booths unattended during the big reveal tonight, 4:30 p.m., which hasn't been true the rest of the weekend. This suggests major reveal tonight, a Squadron 42 release date is not out of the question.
At least on Monday.
Yeah, like that's the only big thing I can even come close to thinking of what he would be announcing if there is a big reveal like that. The only other thing is Tony Z actually pops out of nowhere with pulling his own hands out of his butt to give us the quantum.
Yeah.
Isn't he supposed to be there?
He's supposed to be there, but we literally haven't heard from him in 2 years.
Yeah, and it seems weird for him to be there without having a panel.
Benoit has confirmed to the same French interviewer that static server meshing will be in the PU within 12 months.
Yeah, that one's not. I'm not trying to sound like a smartass, but that sounds like an obvious thing that we would have all gathered.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
If replication layer is hitting us next month or sooner, then it's clear and obvious that with the demo we just saw that integrating server meshing will be probably within 6 months.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think 12 months. I think 12 months is being liberal with a time frame.
It's buying time in case they fuck it up.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Next patch at least is tractor beams, yeah?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Rough translation on the French interview. Another one. Is meshing really possible in 12 months? Benoit, yes it is. And in the demo that was more than static mesh. There was a part of it, dynamic was in part of that demo. So the plan at the moment, it can change, but the plan is to use this travel to Pyro in a different system. Do you think
So what is the difference between the static and dynamic mesh thing? I've not really been keeping up with the intended ways this is going to work.
Mike,
I know it's important, but I don't really know how it's important. You get me?
Mike is the tech head. He knows more about this than me.
So static server meshing, everything is fixed in advance, including like the number of server nodes. So basically, if you have Stanton that's run by 10 server nodes, it will always be run by 10 server nodes. Pyro would be always run by another 10 server nodes. That number will never change. Okay. They would have to statically assign new servers to run it. Okay. Dynamic is when the system is able to detect the need for more servers and apply those servers to the universe. So, for example, let's say Hurston needs 30 servers to run. It will spin up 30 servers and allow it to be operated on those multiple instances.
And then pull, 5 of every other server, for example.
Right. Let's say everybody's mad at Grim Hex. Nobody's there. It needs 1 server. So instead of having 5, it has 1.
That makes sense.
And the system, yeah.
It's a good allocation of resources and stuff.
It's just the automatic reallocation of all the resources. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, here's another one. Do you think static server mesh under 12 months is realistic? Yes, what we saw today is more than static meshing. There was already some dynamic stuff in it. But the current objective is static mesh. And the plan is to first put one server to handle Stanton and another to handle Pyro. So the jump point would allow to switch servers seamlessly. Ultimately, though,
good test.
We want an in-system static server mesh, obviously. The problem we are facing right now and working on is the mission system not being able to transition between servers. For example, a box mission would not follow you through the Stanton Pyro jump point.
Ah, so it's the mission features team fault. Okay.
Richard Tyler about different perks you can get with different kinds of armor rarities. I'm not saying no to jump jets in regards to armor. If you look at bounty hunter armor, legendary armor would have a better scanner radar, better mitigation, lighter for stamina, more durability, etc., etc. We want to push a better dynamic for heavy versus light. That would include EVA capability and pilot capability. In terms of mitigation, we want to push energy versus ballistic more. Armor should be better for ballistics. Okay, here we go.
You know who you are, and you know what you did.
I'll be glad when these paps are out of the fridge.
But for everyone
If you
else,
want
I
to
hope
push
you had a
better
good lunch and welcome
differences,
back.
flight
We're back on
suits
the
should
Citizencon
compress
show
your legs
floor
and
here
stop
to
you from
do our
blacking
last
out.
little bit of the community booths. It has been a phenomenal 2 days, and we cannot
But
thank
the only
enough
work is just a
everyone
flight
who's been
suit.
here to give us the love and support as you guys have been watching the show. Whether you guys have been here on the community booth floor, whether you guys have been in the theater, it's been nothing but amazing smiles on faces, and that's what we love to see here at CIG. And so we're going to go over to a place that makes everybody smile, Soul Citizen. Now, this is a group that is all about diversity and inclusion in Star Citizen. You know, gamers, maybe not the most polite people sometimes. So we want to have an org where diversity and inclusion is forefront in their mission statement, and no one does it better than Soul Citizen. These guys are phenomenal. We got my man Griff here. Griff, how is it going?
How are you, man? Doing good.
Awesome, man. It's so good to see you guys. What's been your experience having Soul Citizen be this huge org that is a safe space for gamers of all colors, genders, sexualities, orientations? What's been your guys' experience being that safe space for them?
Well, first off, we're not an org because people want us to be an org. What we are is a group of gamers who back and support the game, but particularly of diversity. When Fast Cart and I first got this going, we talked about being able to bring African American, because we would go to the conventions and see 5 of us out of 600, but we knew we were out there. But ultimately, we decided to expand diversity into not only just being African American, but LGBTQ, straight, age. I'm 60. We have 20-year-olds in our group, male, female, and everybody pretty much has a different feeling about the game and very supportive of the project.
Fantastic. So even Jared Huckabee could play this game, is what I'm hearing. You guys are going for like the elder statesman, so that's fantastic to hear. What giveaways are you guys doing? I hear you guys are doing a really cool giveaway at the top of every hour. Is that correct?
I'm already mad at him.
At the top of every hour, if anyone comes to our table, if they're the first one to come here and they say what our table number is, one of our partners or our friends are the folks with Star Jump Station with Grim, Ender, and Starlet. They couldn't be here, but they donated these posters of their work of the Fleet Viewer. And so we have signed this for everyone, for all the members here have signed it. And if you come here at the top of the hour, if you're the first one, we will give you one of these signed posters, specifically from Star Jump Station, because we love them. They're a great group, and they've contributed so much to the community.
That is awesome. Thank you guys so much. Soul Citizen, come check them out. Again, a safe space for gamers of any race, creed, nationality. You guys will find a home here. Thank you guys so much. We're going to move on now to Quantum. These guys are all about the medical gameplay loop. These guys are...
Mr. Shadow.
Oh my goodness. I almost needed them for a second. That was disastrous. How's it going, guys? You guys are the forefront org designed to help with medical gameplay wherever gamers may be in need. You guys actually have a really interesting Discord tool for anyone, even if they're not in your server, if they're not in your group, to get your services. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so the Abe spot that we designed is to be in other people's Discords. One quick, easy command will actually send the ping to our Discord as well as all of our partners through the Alliance Initiative Beacon System Bot, or ABES for short.
And say that one more time, just so everyone's clear. What is the name of that bot?
The Alliance Initiative Beacon System.
The APES bot. I love that, where you can go ape for the APES bot. So what can we expect to see from Quantum in the future? What do you guys have next on the horizon as your guys' org is expanding ever greatly?
So every time we get any type of information, we always try to think about how it's going to affect us. Yesterday, we saw the fires on the ships and everything, and we already started talking about a fire rescue unit.
Firefighters in space is the coolest thing I think I can think of. Thank you guys, Quantum. You guys rock. Everyone here has been phenomenal so far, and we are going to end our last community booth segment for the day with Imperium. Now, when I say these guys have an amazing set piece that has wowed everyone at CIG, I mean it. Let's take a look at this amazing Bengal carrier. Like, guys, this is phenomenal. Let's see if we can get a good shot of that. Make sure we get a great shot of how detailed that Bengal carrier is. It is sleek, it is sexy. God, I just want it for myself. So, man, that is just so cool. So with me are some Imperium guys. What's up, guys? So, you know, let's say a young, charismatic host named Schman, for example, wanted to steal that Bengal carrier. Where exactly is it going?
Well, if you live in LA, it's actually going to be staying right in here. It's going to be down to the Santa Monica office, so it's going to be present inside their studio. If you go check it out after CitizenCon, it's going to be there in perpetuity.
Yes, suck it, Austin. LA wins, finally. So what has your guys' CitizenCon experience been so far? How have you guys been repping Imperium here on the show floor?
Well, I mean, obviously, very well is the answer. So it's been fantastic, man, having everyone here. This is about half of the people we've had present. So it's been a fantastic showing from our organization. It's been a labor of love putting this together, being present, answering questions. It's been great to see everybody coming around, showing support. It's been fantastic. So thank you.
Yeah, we've been seeing you guys build this throughout the past 2 days, and to see it finished finally, for those of you at home, there are no easy words to say how cool this thing's look. The level of detail here is immaculate. So thank you guys at Imperium. I know that everyone at the LA office is going to appreciate this so much. All right, we're going to toss it back to Jared momentarily. Thank you guys again so much for checking out the community booths. We'll see you guys back here again. In the meantime, stay safe and see you in the verse.
Oh. Alt what? Function F4. Function F4? There we go. Hi, everybody. I'm at the Pyro Playground. I said, hey, at some point during the 2-day event, I want to get out from behind backstage and come see what the thing's all about. So I'm here in Pyro. Why don't you come around here and see? I am, of course, an expert, a Star Citizen player. Come on over here. You see what I'm doing? I am attempting to open a door right now. How do I open the door, Daniel? It's not this door? That's not the door? Also, you're not Daniel, are you? You're Adam. All right, so we are here. What station is this, Adam? No, remember. No, put the mic in.
Oh, this is Checkmate.
This is Checkmate. This is Checkmate Station. So this is where the demo starts. And what do we do when we're here at the demo?
This is where your habs are. So, yeah, you can't go back in. Okay. You want to go straight. You want to follow the exit signs. So left. And those are your elevators.
Are these ones going to kill me?
No, these should not be the death elevators.
Not even in Pyro?
No guarantees on that.
I want you to go on record. Look at that camera and say the elevators in Pyro won't kill you.
I'm going to say no guarantees that the elevators on Pyro won't kill you.
All right, so we take the elevator, and where do we go next?
You're going to go to the entrance.
All right. Push the button. Look at this guy.
So one of the other players will do it for you.
There you go. So no, show the screen. Show them Pyro. Let them see Pyro. People are tired of seeing my dumb face. There we are. So where am I going now, Adam?
You want to make a left?
This way?
No, you went too far. You gotta follow the exit signs.
I don't see anything.
There you go.
All this environmental storytelling.
This is the experience that you just walked through.
All right, up here?
Yep.
And another elevator. All right. So what does this say here? Do you know?
I can't read. I know that's Rough and Ready for the top part.
All right, yeah. So Rough and Ready are the gang that runs the checkmate station. All right. Well, everybody, I am not going to subject you to my first time here in Pyro for any longer. We're going to throw it to the first of our two-part environmental presentations, starting with Living on the Edge. So take it away, everybody, and I don't know, watch it. It's good.
Hi, everyone. My name is CIT CON. I'm the lead level designer for the PU. I will give you an introduction to our locations when it comes to the design, a high-level overview of the design of our locations. I'm going to describe you the processes of our workflow and the goals that we aim to achieve. So, to break down our process a bit, this is very high level, but it starts out with a pre-production phase, an ideation phase. Here everything starts out in the mind. We bring it down to paper, sketch, write, formulate a plan based on our overall design goals. And then it moves on to the blocking stage. You might have heard of this, like the white box and gray box phase. This essentially contains all of the gameplay that you would see in the final product. Basically, the way it's meant to be played, and we test this out with a lot of iteration and a lot of testing. And it's basically, the white box is not in a stage where it's presentable, but that comes now. So on the right, as you see, the food court that Adam is going to be showing you later. This is the final product, VFX, lighting, and everybody had their pass on this. And level design or other designers still maintains the space and makes sure that the systems that get created are being retroactively implemented. All right, so one key aspect of game development in general is the balance of narrative, visuals, and gameplay. So all these interplay, they interconnect, and it's the foundation that runs through all game environments. So it's important to communicate context, and here in this drawover you see that narratively we see sort of a dangerous environment. The spiky shapes here are sort of threatening. We see defensive structures, we can expect some enemy NPCs here, but it's also an old village. Maybe there's some exploration, some loot to be found. And then what's also important is communicating goals. So goals can be the pathways that you take, the gateways that bring you from one step to another, and so on. Okay, whoops. Yep, there we go. Okay, since we're a sandbox game, accommodating playstyles is pretty important. So playstyles meaning going guns in blazing, shooting at everything and everybody, going more of a stealthy, infiltration-y pathway if you wanted to, but also all the social aspects that you know from Stanton. And to do this, we establish, so one of the core design philosophies is granting the player the freedom of choice to do what they want to do at any point throughout their experience. And we do this by establishing or defining multiple pathways or archetypes that we call primary, secondary, and tertiary pathing. So the first one is pretty straightforward. In a social setting, you have the goal right in front of you, and it's a single goal, such as here in the HABs. In a combat setting, this is very exposed, so it's dangerous to traverse this route. Where it gets more complex is when you have, such as with this outpost here, when you have multiple goals that can be equally important to the player at any given point. This is where we need to have a bit more design put into it with, for example, the landmarks that serve as orientation points. So to help you orientate yourself wherever you are in this location. And leading you to these locations by utilizing shape language and composition. The second path is, these are secondary pathways, so these are alternative routes. And these are options that are offered to you as you traverse the area on the primary path, for example. And so you may know this as a tourist when you go to a new city and you look around the corner and you see an alleyway that sort of looks nice and it evokes your curiosity and you want to investigate. In a combat setting, these are covered approaches or opportunities for you to flank the enemy to get to your goal, which could be this building on that sketch. Yeah. Versus more open spaces, when you have, in a combat setting, in open spaces, you tend to be a bit more stationary because you want to feel more secure, unless you're in a vehicle. The third path is tertiary pathing. So these are more hidden infiltration routes, especially discoverable throughout the rundown stations that Anna will be presenting later on. And these are mostly discoverable to the attentive eye. You can explore these, find loot, or different routes to traverse through the station. Environment interactivity. You might have seen this in a previous presentation. It's very important to ground the player to their environment, offering them ways of interaction, being able to change the state of rooms to toy with the AI, or just simply being able to unblock your pathway. Where it gets a bit more complex is when you talk about resource network systems, such as in day one when Torsten mentioned that we are planning to implement this as well in locations. And this will allow the player to engage with their environment in different ways. They will be able to power up or down entities such as turrets, gates, and doors, and also alter life support systems. And also this ties into security systems. So being able to power up or down certain sections of a security system. And security systems in turn will be dependent on security tokens that you will be able to grab from other NPCs in your environment to then gain access to other terminals, to security terminals or other areas. Reputation is a big topic for us, especially with Pyro. So reputation, what does it mean? It means that it's basically your standing, your relationship with factions, and factions are the UEE in Stanton, or outlaw gangs, especially now in Pyro. And this will define your play style within this environment. So it will define how you experience the location that you're in a more social context or in a more combative context. So we talk about reputation gates as well, especially in the later presentations. So in the case of the food court, in the rundown station, we have multiple floors. So the first floor is the gang floor, and that might require you to have a better relationship with the owner of this location, which then will give you unique mission givers that you can go to and accept a mission that are offering you missions themed after the faction or the owner of this location, but also give you access to unique gear, collectibles, ship weapons, and items. You might have seen these locations in the demo if you've played it. So to close this all off and move on to the other presentations, the glue behind all of our locations is the content. It is the reason why you go to these locations in the first place, and our main goal right now is to not have that divide between social and gameplay as much as we do in Stanton, but mix it up a little and make that dependent on the reputation that you have with the factions or the owners of these locations. And yeah, we're looking into more content. As you've seen listed there, there's a bunch of new stuff coming as well. With the later presentations, for example, with the logistics hubs in the second portion, we're also looking into rates. But yeah, that's it for me. I will pass it over to Eddie now. Hope you've enjoyed this. Take care. Bye.
Hi, everybody. So, I'm Eddie. I'm an assistant art director on Star Citizen for locations. Before we start, I'd like to mention that all of the footage we're about to see comes from our current stable builds. So all of that beautiful tech, all of those features that we've seen in the last 2 days is coming from our tech development builds. Now, all those features are going to make their way to you, of course, eventually. But that is the reason you're not going to see some of them in the builds today. I just wanted to get ahead of the comments a little bit there. So with that said, what am I going to be talking about? Well, I'm really excited to show you that the hard work that the Sandbox One team have been doing to expand our new outpost locations. I'm going to start by going over how we've expanded the library and what that means we can now achieve with the new locations, and then how we achieve that variety from the library by categorizing our locations into both archetypes and themes, and what that means for you as a player. So, I don't know if you remember this, but at CIT CON in 2021, we showed this new style of outpost for the first time. Now, at this point, we had our art style locked in. We'd worked on our library of content to the point where we could make smaller locations like this one, but with a limited amount of variety between each one. And this is what that library of modules looked like at that point. We'd established our main building modules, as well as some of our larger buildings and a number of smaller secondary and dressing and standalone modules. But each outpost couldn't be too large without there being some obvious repetition between the modules used. So let's have a look at that library today. So, in order to achieve that greater visual and design delta between each outpost and have them not feel like exact clones of one another, we've massively expanded our module library in terms of breadth and depth. And what I mean that, we go broad by making more modules with different purposes, and we go deep by creating multiple thematic overlays for each of those modules as well. I'll go into what that means a little bit in a minute, but the challenge of a sandbox location like this, as you can see, it's not about building a single unique location. That can be quite straightforward, to be fair. It's about giving our artists and designers the building blocks, the affordance to build multiple locations that all feel somewhat different, even if they do share that same basic DNA. So it's about creating both the ingredients at the same time as the recipes and making sure all of those flavors work in harmony with one another for both visuals and gameplay. So every individual part has to take into consideration all of those design philosophies. So every single module has to take into consideration those design philosophies that Khan mentioned. But we also have to make sure that they work with those same principles when an artist or a designer combines them into any one of a number of different layouts. So the more ingredients we have to work with, the more recipes we can create. But with that complexity comes the challenge of keeping everything harmonious. So we like to think we've done a pretty good job with that. But that's me. Using this expanded library, we've been able to increase the individual location size because there's less of that obvious repetition between buildings within any single location. And we can't really call some of these large locations outposts anymore. They become something more like settlements and imply a larger and more established community. Now, as a player, it will mean a lot more to explore and do at any single individual location, with a localized and personal feeling mission types that might see you moving around a single settlement to complete objectives, or doing short hop missions between clusters of settlements on a single planet. So you might head up to a ridge to repair some wind turbines. You could counter an outlaw attack from a neighboring outpost, or on the opposite side, you might be stealing or destroying vehicles for the criminal gang that you're working for. But in the art department, we always say, show, don't tell. So let's stop looking at slides and let's have a look at some of the locations in game. Thank you. So, what flavors of Outpost did we just see there? Well, we categorize them in two different ways, as I said, and then we mix and match those categories together to provide that variation. Now, the first and primary category is the archetype, and they provide that core gameplay hook and define the main function of a settlement. So scrapyards have a landing pit module for repairs and refueling. Mining operations can have a refinery module and ore extractors for resource and commodity trading. And trading posts themselves allow a broader range of item purchases through the dedicated trade building module. And I mentioned earlier some more like general mission types that you might find that would be agnostic of archetype. And the archetypes themselves reflect that primary gameplay function of a settlement, but there's also a middle layer. Of course, we don't want these locations to just be a glorified shop or repair station. So there's to be more secondary activities to do locally to an outpost that are also defined by its archetype. So you may find scrapyards can offer salvage-related gameplay and missions. Trading posts can also offer delivery missions or hauling and cargo gameplay. And farms can offer crops and fauna as resources for gathering or trading. So with archetypes as our primary category, in addition, we mix in a secondary category, and these are the thematic overlays. Now, at the moment, we have two main themes. Internally, we call these independent and outlaw. So themes offer additional variation on top of the archetypes to inform the look and feel of a location, not just visually, but which people you'll interact with there, how they'll respond to you based on your rep, what types of missions you'll have available to take on. So themes don't change the fundamental architecture of a space or the archetype of a location, but they do drastically alter the mood and feel, as well as altering the gameplay experience significantly. And again, let's take a look at the first of our themes, our independent theme. Cool. Thank you. So, as a neutral player, the independent theme presents a much more social, visual, and gameplay experience. The primary visual read across both themes, so across both Outlaw and Independent, comes from those common architectural forms, and they're generally all more rounded and soft in shape, and the building manufacture techniques are more robust and primitive, with single-story dwellings built from stucco and bare metal. But for this theme specifically, we use soft textiles, warm lighting and color palettes, foliage, decoration that layer on top of those utilitarian structures to give that sense of home. And I use the word home for our independent theme quite a lot because we really want to get that feeling that this is home for the people that live there despite those harsh realities of frontier life. And in contrast to that, we have a theme that lies in a direct opposition to the independence, which we call the outlaw theme. So let's take a look at that now as well. So the Outlaw theme tells that story of these once functional settlements being completely overrun by the various criminal elements that inhabit the system. And visually, we have themes of a regressed and subverted civilization. So we layer on top of the architecture these spiked and aggressive forms, and we have evidence of our squalid living arrangements, and lighting comes from fires or poorly maintained fixtures. Some spaces are going to be recognizable as deformed versions of the independent theme, but some have been completely changed to more nefarious purposes. And while both themes employ all of the various alternative pathing and traversal considerations that Khan detailed just earlier, the Outlaw spaces are weighted more towards combat. But just because these spaces are more dangerous and the experience can be more combative, that doesn't mean that the archetype of the outpost is lost. So if you as a player choose to be a criminal working up your rep with a headhunter gang, you'd be welcome at the trading posts and you'd be able to buy and sell items or take on missions. But you probably won't then be very welcome at the independent themed locations, and that's where you'd get your combat experiences. So while the Outlaw theme looks very different, the functionality of those archetypes still remain. So I've talked about the kinds of outposts we've been hard at work on, and I hope you've enjoyed checking them out over the last 2 days in the Pyro demo. It's really made me very pleased to see people playing our content at last, so thank you for that. But where are we heading from here? Well, I hope it should be obvious that we're going to get these out for the first Pyro release. We still have some final optimization and polish passes to do across the whole library. We're also going to be expanding the amount of these locations throughout Pyro and beyond, and our tools allow us to do that very quickly now. And we've got the library as well to do it. And the new outposts are not limited to the Pyro system. They're completely system agnostic, so you can expect to see these outposts in other systems as well. And of course, we're going to look to add more ingredients, more of those modules to the library as well, to further expand the variety and depth you'll be able to see at these new locations. We want to encourage more on-foot gameplay within a smaller ecosystem of a planet to give that more localized and personal feeling experience. Our goal with these locations, as with many of the others we're going to hear about today, is to continue to work on the gameplay so that every location offers a rich playground to explore. And I guess I'd like to finish just by thanking everyone for listening today. It's really great to see you all. And I'm going to pass you over to Nick, who's going to talk about some locations that are coming in the nearer future. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde. Yoo! We are French Canadian on the here. Cool. All right, guys. My name is Nicolas Pinchot. I'm from Montreal. I'm assistant art director, and I'm here today to show you the next new derelict settlement we did. But just before that, I just want to say thank you to everyone who worked on that mandate. You guys made an awesome work. I'm super happy and proud to be here today to show you that, all of you guys and to the world. So let's cut to the chase and let me present you the new derelict settlement. Pretty cool, guys, eh? Oh, by the way, we made more than 4. It's not just 4. We made more than that. So we split those settlements into categories, social and hostile. In the social one, we will have drop-off mission, shops, food, loots, and drinks. And hostile one, obviously, will be more focused combat. Let me show you what it looks like. I like the end. The end is awesome. All right, in summary, guys, we're going to have a lot of new location on planets, links with nice mission and good gameplay. And the most important, all those locations will be in Q4 this year, available in the game. So thank you very much. I will let now Adam to show you more good stuff. Thank you.
Well done, mate. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Hi. So, welcome to Rust Stop Stations. I'm Adam Sanders, lead environment artist for EUL1. We're excited today to show you our efforts for the Pyro Rest Stop Stations. So, what are Pyro Rest Stop Stations? Well, these are stations reinvented. These have new themes, archetypes, and gameplay to support new and interesting experiences. Aside from the social aspects, there is gameplay and exploration on the location. I've hoped you had a chance to play the demo over the past couple of days. I know I've spoken to a few of you. It's pretty good, right? Yeah? It was a sneak peek of our current progress. Let's kick off with an overview of the Pyro system. For the Pyro system release, we plan on 6 planets and 26 stations, including jump point stations that connect for Stanton and future systems such as Magnus. Rest stop stations are either in rundown or abandoned states. Citizens of Pyro, the Rough and Ready Outlaws, and Xeno Threat may control these. Our focus today will on the Rough and Ready owned Pyrotech Amalgamated Fuel and Resource Station, Planet 2, Lagrange Point 4, otherwise known as Checkmate Station. So to create a richer experience from rundown stations, we have 3 key points. So increased reputation gives you access to new areas, unique gear, and mission givers. It also relates to basic functions such as the HAB clinics, which need at least a neutral standing with their owners. Combat can take place anywhere, including social areas. Numerous options for environment traversal and enhanced environmental interactions. We aim to include new substation areas such as the workers area, lower deck, and maintenance areas. These areas will offer unique content, more environment interactivity, and interconnection between areas. Our journey begins when the player arrives in the entry deck view room. The entry deck serves as the first barrier between the outside world and the interior of the station. Some inhabitants are prevented from going inside and are stuck here with no means of getting out. Slums are formed beneath the bridge, smuggling routes established. Some shopkeepers will sell you water and food on your way into and out of the station. Let's have a look. Khan touched on reputation earlier. Let's see how that is applied to the stations. So how does the reputation gate in the entry deck affect gameplay? What happens if we have good reputation? So if you had good reputation, you could go straight through. This is no fuss, and it's the quickest way to maneuver through the station. However, you've got to put the time and the effort in to get to this point. What happens if you neutral reputation? So you might be waved through, maybe you have to pay a bribe, and you don't want to pay, so you're going to have to find an alternate pathing. Or you're going to have to build up your reputation. If you have bad reputation, and for all you naughty ones out there, I know some of you exist, this applies to you. In short, you're going to have a tough time, but you have options. So stealth via other pathways might be one of those options. You build your reputation up from scratch, or you can probably fight. Let's focus on those alternate pathways. The modules in the station are broken up into several traversal areas. As with the other location archetypes, we define these spaces as secondary or tertiary routes, as opposed to the more official primary paths. Most modules are interconnected with vents and maintenance shafts. These reward the players with infiltration and exploration paths, as well as potential loot. So what alternative routes exist to access the station? We'll offer the opportunity to access the station through multiple EVA points on the exterior. It gives you the choice on how to tackle missions and reputation issues. These alternative entries allow the player to circumvent the ATC loop completely. Useful for when your reputation with the owners would normally prevent you from going through more official ways. These serve as spaces that provide content aligned or against the owners of the station. The maintenance hatch access points are a new common sub-location to the stations. The stations are planned to house maintenance areas that increase the interconnection between all the different sub-areas of the station. They act as alternative pathways the player can take to traverse from the entrance area to the Galleria, for example. Now let's have a look at our main social space. The market. A central location for the controlling faction, it houses all their nefarious activities. You can participate in their endeavors if you have the right rep. Let's have a look at some of those key features.
Oh.
Thank you. So the market is a social hub and a good example of mixing social and gameplay space, as mentioned by Khan earlier. Another reputation gate can be found in the market. The ground floor is open to the common public. The upper floor is reserved to rough and ready outlaws and their associates. If you have increased reputation, you can access the area. You can access this area, which gives you access to premium items, top-tier mission givers, and access to new areas. We plan to house mission givers in both tiers that will give you unique jobs to further your reputation and fame across Pyro. Now let's have a look at another theme. Abandoned is a new, non-social location theme. Let's have a quick look at the current abandoned area on Checkmate. Thank you. So we have entire abandoned stations as separate locations. On top of that, there are abandoned areas within the rundown stations. much like the ones you probably see in the demo. There will be around 15 of these around the Pyro system. These are accessible through airlocks and breaches or other means. We aim to enhance all the space locations with a lot more gameplay content. Loot runs, exploration, creatures, missions of various types with PvE and PvP content, just to name a few. We're also laying a focus on environment interactivity with potential retrofitting of occupied stations. With the future addition of security systems and the resource network system, we will have the means to further improve the experience within these spaces and offer new challenges. With power, life support, and gravity playing a key role to give the player a unique experience, especially in abandoned stations. So, what do Pyro rest stop stations bring to the game? So lots more variety in space stations, with more gameplay opportunities within a station location. Opportunities for exploration, hidden areas, multiple options for access or traversal. These are faction-owned, and reputation will affect the location and gameplay. These feature lots of new mission opportunities within social space and multiplayer opportunities for combat on location. So I hope you have enjoyed this sample of what stations will offer and had a chance to have a go on the demo the past couple of days. That concludes the Living on Edge presentation. Thank you for your time.
Hey, everybody. We are almost to the end of Citizencon 2953. Can you believe it? 2 days? Pyro? Star cloth? Star hair? Star citizen? All right, we still got one more presentation to go, but I have a couple announcements I have to make. This was just handed to me by the facilities team, so bear with me. Astropub, you're gonna need to redo your lore video on the history of the Zeus. Geo, you need to get some money. Authy, I need to be invited to the next ladies' night. Burks, this just says get good. Is he even here? Fastcart, slow down. Gabby, just thanks for my bracelet. And Salty Mike, don't forget to pick up your check on the way out. You know, that joke is so old, we would never, ever pay him. All right. So the only real announcement I have is that Hall B is closing at 4 o'clock. So that's approximately 15 minutes. So if you wanted to get merch or anything else, you wanted to peek at one last community booth, you've only got about 15 minutes left to do that before we close Hall B. In Hall B, the last 2 days, we've had our good friends at Atmo Esports. We're running their fight and flight competition. So I would like to invite 2 of the members of Atmo Esports, their founders, their creators, the big cheeses at the top, Crucian and Corsair. Come on up, man. You got 90 seconds to tell people about who you are, what you're about, and how the event went.
I'm Corsair, and this is Crucian, and we're from Atmo Esports. And we've just run Fight or Flight, the first live tournament experience here at Citizencon 2953. We'd love to thank the staff and competitors. Are we in the competitors? What are you doing?
Yeah. Is that what that big group is?
Yeah, these guys. Yeah, just get them up.
Yeah, come on up, guys.
Come on up. Well, I just want to give a big thank you to the competitors who made this tournament happen. We have Lizzie B, Avenger 1, Verity, Cobra, Herbadiza. We got Sin, Astropub, G.I. Jew. We have Comet 15, Bognagus, Ms. Gabs, Schwang, Zero State, New Cabbage, Detox, and the Floor Mat. These guys have gone through adversity throughout this tournament, and they've done a fantastic job. So I just want to say thank you to the community who keeps supporting what we're doing. We'll love to be back in the future. And this community is the best community in the world. Thank you.
Take a bow, players. And of course, if you were here watching this, you can check out the stream, the Hulk event, up on their Twitch channel, I presume. Yep. I should have checked beforehand. Thank you very much, everybody. Watch your step on the way down. All right, I got one more housekeeping thing. There's a person not many of you know. He's an associate producer in our LA studio. And when the workload for this event became as heavy and as detailed as it was, we turned to him to help with our broadcast this weekend, and he rose up and he excelled like a champion. So I would like to formally introduce you to Dan Howbreck, who's been co-hosting the event. Dan, get on up here, man. Keep walking. Now, we've got one more presentation. That's Destination Adventure. You're gonna see more about things underground, things up in space, and things I'm gonna let Todd Pappy tell you about. And then, of course, we'll let Chris Roberts come to stage, return to stage, and close out the event proper. So this is a sign off for me. Thank you so much for being here at Citizencon. And on behalf of Tyler and Leah, if I may, thank you for making this event possible. And you're going to love what you're about to see, everybody.
Hello and welcome to Destination Adventure. My name is John Griffiths. I'm the lead environment artist for EU Sandbox 2, and I'm the product owner for the distribution centers. Before we delve into, I'll put my slide on for a start. Before we delve into it, everything that you're going to see is currently in gray box, so just keep that in mind. So, these distribution centers, what are they? Well, first off, they're the biggest location we have on the ground outside of landing zones. The reason why they're so big is intentional. We wanted them to accommodate as much world and mission-based gameplay as possible. Each location supports multiple landing pads and hangars, making them accessible to as many players as possible at any one time. There's even a road network to support transit from the planet's surface, into the main building and to any berth ships. So every distribution center will be owned by a faction. Depending on the faction and where the distribution center is located on the planet will determine its specialism. Now, each specialism will lend itself to different missions and gameplay opportunities. So let's talk about some factions for a moment. So an example of a major faction would be the UEE. Now at their distribution centers, they're likely to be more specialized towards military supply, research and development, or communications, depending on which branch of the UEE it is. They will have a much stronger military presence in the area. And missions here may be more hostile with combat-orientated, team-based raid opportunities. Other examples of hostile gameplay that we're thinking of is hacking and stealing, searching for and destroying a specific item, tracking and eliminating any VIPs, and everyone's favorite, eliminate all. Grey Cat Industrial would be an example of a minor faction. So their distribution centers will be more specialized towards gathering resources, manufacturing, assembly, shipping. There would be a security presence here, but it won't be that as strong as a major faction. Our missions here would be more suited to friendly gameplay loops, though we won't be ruling out hostile missions like corporate espionage. Some other friendly gameplay types. Cargo hauling, like I said, resource gathering and mining, maintenance of the location. But you know, that's enough of me talking about it. How about we show you where we're up to with these distribution centers? Thank you. So to talk you through the corporate spaces at these locations, please welcome Rainer Rick to the stage.
Hello, hello. So my name is Rainer Rick. I'm a lead environment artist at the Montreal studio, and we've been working with John's team on the distribution centers. So John just showed how massive these locations are. He also presented the industrial sections on the ground level, and I'm here to present the administrative area of these facilities that the Montreal team has been working on. So they're located above ground, just below the tower highlighted in the picture. Inside, you'll be able to explore the corporate office space and interact with the administrative personnel. Accessible via the lifts in the hangars, and also the industrial sections we saw earlier. In addition, we've added also landing pads in front of the lobby, specifically designed for smaller ships and ideal for short stays like pickup or delivery missions. And we can't ignore the fantastic views we have from these platforms, a reminder of the vastness of these facilities. Now, let's step inside the lobby. You'll find the atrium, which is a central point of the administrative area, providing access to various locations of the corporate space. Within this space, you'll find the reception desk, and as a newcomer, you'll be expected to report here first. So here you can hand over your deliveries or pick up packages and earn reputation points with that faction. So also expect to see corporate ownership reflected through branding, color schemes, and product placement throughout the corporate hub. And with the use of overlays, we'll be able to swap these out depending on the ownership. And here's an example with Grey Cat showcasing their vehicles and some shiny armor. And back on the topic of reputation, as it grows, you can expect to gain access to the executive office spaces. From here, you'll meet with unique quest givers And depending on your reputation level, you'll receive various mission types, either friendly or hostile. And finally, the distribution centers were designed as an evolving location. We've built this with future expansion in mind. And in the back of the lobby, for example, doorways could eventually lead to additional office space. So, enough talk. Just before I show our progress so far, I want to give a big thank you to the Montreal team for their work on the administration area. Thank you. And as John mentioned, we're still in gray box phase, so just keep that in mind. But let's take a look. Thank you very much. And now let me welcome back John on stage. He's going to continue the presentation. Thanks a lot, guys.
Team did a great job with that video. Okay, so something we've been working on that's unique to this location is raids. Click on. So raids are team-based missions with a focus on high-risk, high-reward operations. As Carl mentioned previously, you'll be able to choose how you gain entry to these locations. Coming prepared and geared up will make the difference between success and failure. Ultimately, you'll need to work together in order to succeed. So these raids will have you breaching the interior of the main structure, highlighted here. Now, each interior will comprise of rooms that reflect the location's specialism. For example, a shipping-focused distribution center will have rooms dedicated to the storage of cargo. Looking to the future, we're planning on having distribution centers with subterranean levels that will be accessed from this interior space. These will expand upon and increase the difficulty of these raids. Now let's take a look at one of these raid missions in action, but please note that this is early gameplay prototype of a raid. So, as you saw in the video, the team took a more aggressive approach to getting inside and taking what they wanted. But this isn't the only approach you can use. Multiple points of egress allow you to be stealthier, and it may make it easier for you to avoid obstacles in your path. Now, reputation will also tie into these raids. Missions will have varying objectives depending on the player's reputation level, and dynamic events may also be triggered during the raid, so players will need to adapt to an evolving situation. This could range from dealing with additional security personnel to other players arriving to defend the location against you. Something else we've been prototyping is how we can utilize the multi-tool to create gameplay puzzles. Physically interacting with the environment around you changes the puzzles for everybody. With multiple add-ons for the tool available, you may have to get creative when finding a solution to the problem in front of you. In this next video, we show you how using the tractor beam attachment can open up new paths to your objective, but it's up to you to decide what path you can create with what is available. Let's watch the video. So, yes, thank you. Now, obviously, it was, this location would be possible with several people at CIG, so thanks go to Manuel, John, Jack, Martin, Farouk, Luke, Chris, Mustafa, Sam, Tom, and Rob. You've been excellent. Thank you to Rainer and his team in Montreal. None of this would be possible without their efforts. And yeah, thanks to everybody here and online watching. Really appreciate your support. On to the next one.
Hello. This is a good segue from the distribution centers, as I'll be talking to you about different aspects of cargo and freight on behalf of Art and Design. My name is Nick Etheridge, and I'm an Assistant Environment Art Director. So obviously, cargo isn't just about boxes. It's a big part of the game. Almost every aspect of the game has some kind of involvement with cargo. And I'm going to briefly go through some of them now. So let's start with missions. How will hauling contracts work in-game? We'll be introducing the Interstellar Transport Guild, as well as formalizing some of the main hauling and cargo companies that you'll be working with. As you do more hauling contracts, you will build up your reputation and relationship with the guild. This will lead you to gaining more lucrative contracts for specialized cargo and destinations, such as different forms of hazardous cargo, perishable cargo, riskier routes, and more. So what do I mean by hazardous and perishable? Well, as you know, there's lots of commodities in the game, and different commodities have different properties. As you know, with events like Xenothreat, we have some special cargo types with different attributes, such as time-sensitive cargo or quantum-sensitive cargo. But those were a small selection for the event, and they were the two-handed carryable types anyway. We'll be expanding those types, plus lots more types, to the wider game and to these hauling contracts. So how does this affect gameplay? It will affect the choices you make when you are handling, storing, and traveling with the cargo. For example, with size and weight. Is it carryable? Do you need a tractor beam? What type of tractor beam do you need? Is it a handheld one or a ship tractor beam? Some containers can only be moved with ship tractor beams, for example. With health, has the container got good integrity? Is it holding fragile goods? Do you need to handle it with care? You can't just throw all containers about. For temperature control, do you need to ensure the container is powered so it can keep the contents cool? Or do you need to get to your destination quickly, otherwise the contents may perish? For security, can the container be locked or hacked? Can the contents be scanned, or is the container tracked? Will there be pirates or law after you when you're holding this container? Hazard containment. Is it radioactive? You might need the right protection against it, as you may have seen in Jens's presentation earlier. Can it explode? You might not want to put these containers on a more exposed section of your ship. And many of these attributes are going to be visually distinctive. So conversely, if you want to steal, for example, some cargo on a hull C, which does have very exposed cargo containers, you might want to avoid shooting blindly and accidentally blowing up your potential profits. So look out for those types of containers. Back to mission progression. We'll be introducing perks and rewards as part of fulfilling contracts and raising reputation with these companies. For rewards, we'll have branded ship and tool skins, branded clothing. There will be collectibles to decorate your hab, hangar, or ship, or you can put them anywhere you want. And there'll be more exclusive rewards that we'll be revealing later. Thank you. For perks, you'll get access to more items in shops and discounts on specific items. And all of these rewards and perks you need to earn in the game. You cannot just buy them. Next, let's have a look at freight elevators and hangars. I knew you'd be excited for this. I'd like to show you a short video to demonstrate how freight elevators will change how you view your hangars and how you use your hangars. No.
Thank you for following, Pedro.
Thank you. Thank you. So, as you can see, hangars, they will become persistent and personal, meaning you can stay there as long as you want. Whatever you leave there will persist and will be yours to use as you see fit. Your hangar won't just be a place that you leave from in your ship. It will become a key base of operations to handle your inventory and storage needs, and you'll be able to request your ships from an ASOP terminal from within the hangar itself. Location inventories won't be magic and instant anymore. This means that the freight elevators will be one of the main ways you interact with your local inventory. Items stored at the location can be requested via the elevator kiosks and will be brought up in a physicalized state to do with as you want. This would be done through a dedicated interface screen to manage large volumes of items. It won't be using the personal inventory system. The change is obviously a really big quality of life improvement to retrieving ground vehicles. No longer do you have to travel thousands or millions of kilometers to specific places in the verse to get your vehicle. You will get them straight from your hangar. You'll also be able to bring up ship components, so your hangar is now more of a maintenance bay and outfitters where you can do repairs and swap around items and things like that. So in short, persistent player hangars in combination with freight elevators will dramatically change what you can do in your hangar. It will be a home to do as you want, which has always been the dream. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. And I will pass you over to Todd Pappy.
CIT CON. Come on, I can't hear you. All right, there we go. So, we'll be talking today about something special. It's an update on something that we talked about a little while ago, but we feel it's the future of Star Citizen, and it's the culmination of multiple different game systems coming together. So why don't you play the video? All right, so base building. All right, it breaks down into two really large gameplay sections, planning ahead and prepping, and then you've got the on-site where you're actually gonna build. So with that, you need to figure out what your goal is. Is it to have a home with a nice view and relax? Is it to have a trading post where you want to create and sell items? Is it to gather resources available and move on to the next area? Or is it to be off grid and be completely self-sufficient? So with that, with your prep and everything like that, we've got blueprints. So the recipes. Everything in the game is fabricated from a blueprint. Players acquire blueprints via reputation rewards, missions, or rare NPCs. With any blueprint, you can actually do research on it and then create different variations. With materials, ranging from the common to ultra rare, you might find them at the local shop or have to travel around the universe to collect them. Unrefined, refined, simple materials, or even complex components will all go into the fabrication. With this, then you got location, location, location. First area is high security, so you must purchase the land. The base is actually invulnerable because the planetary shield tech. A security will show up to protect it as well. You pay for the privilege, you're taxed. So at this point, you won't have the best resources available. You won't have access to the best resources available on the planet. If you don't pay your taxes, the shields will go away after a period of time, and the base will become derelict and will collapse. But this is low risk, low reward. Then you've got low security. So again, you must purchase the land. It's owned by an independent corp, gang, or faction. Again, you don't have access to all the best resources on the planet. The base is vulnerable. AI NPCs will show up and protect the base if it's attacked. The protection will escalate over time. Player can also build defenses to help mitigate this as well. And then it's medium reward, medium risk. Then you've got lawless. So this is no protection other than what you build. There's shields, anti-air. Players can disable the shields by getting close to them and destroying them. High risk, high reward. Since there's no taxes, no protection fees, you get a high return on the resources that you collect. Now, there's some cross-shard and server meshing considerations that will kind of adjust this design in the future, but we'll get into that later once we're really building it. So from here, you've got the tool. So this is what we would consider a surveyor. With this, we want to actually cater to everybody's playstyle, whether you're solo or in an org. With this, you got different buildings that you can produce, from small, medium to large to extra L, or XL. So with the surveyor tool, you can only build the small buildings. With a vehicle, you can build small and medium-sized buildings. With the Galaxy, you can build small to large structures. And then obviously with the Pioneer, Pioneer can do it all, and it still works as a mobile base, and we'll talk about some of the more expanded features that we're adding to it in later on. So, and then it's also, we're exploring what can be done in space, not just on the planet. So from here, you set off on your journey. So with the land claim, you put your tool down where you want, you launch the drone, that is built into the machine, and then from there, this allows the player to access the base building and also land claim mode. With the land claim modes, the player can actually change the size and position of what area they want to claim, and it also shows you the cost and taxes associated with it. If it's in a taxable zone and you don't own the land, this interface will default to it. So if you own the land or it's in a lawless area, it'll automatically go to base building mode. So with the overhead view of the land, you can actually place down buildings exactly where you want. You can see the resources beneath the surface, and then you can also place multiple buildings before you actually build. So you can see how it will all kind of come together. You'll see the resources that are needed for it, and then you can also switch back and forth between different modes, which are showing off the resource network and how you link basically power generators to consumers. And then the player can move or deconstruct existing buildings right now with no charge. Fabrication. So when you basically build these buildings, they don't come with any furnishings. And if you didn't bring any with you, then you want to build a fabricator. So depending on what you want to build, there's different sizes of them that support buildings from decorations, armor, weapons, components, and even ships. So like base building mode, you need blueprints, resources to craft what you want. Everything fabricated is produced it produces a physicalized entity. Stats and quality will depend on the quality of the materials actually used. Once you've done that and you've built your decorations, now you can actually fill the room the way that you want to fill it. So furnishings can be purchased at different locations, or they can actually be fabricated. You can do that via first person or in a dedicated mode in the Surveyor's tool. With that, you've got different types of buildings. So you've got utility style, which would be garages, freight elevators, landing pads, storefronts. And then you've got extractors. So with extractors, we want to make sure that nothing in regards to resource gathering is fully automated. A level of player engagement is always needed. So as Nick talked about before, there are different types of commodities, radioactive, perishable, et cetera. What you'll be doing is pulling out full containers. Then from there, it'll be repairing, or there's wear and tear associated with it, or even misfires like you saw in Thorsten's talk and Guillermo's talk yesterday. There's also upgrade paths for making them more efficient or resilient. Power generators. So with different types of power generators, there'll be some that are more cost-effective as well as effective in different areas. Solar panels will not always work in darkness. Fuel generators will need to be filled up every now and then batteries to store excess power. Then you've got producers. So things that will require the players to combine different resources to produce new items. And then you've got defense. So anti-air, anti-personnel, and then shield generators. And then the big one. We start development Q1. So that's me. Thank you all. Thank you for coming. It's wonderful to see you.
Hello. Hey, everybody. I hope you've enjoyed everything you've seen in these last 2 days. We were really excited to show you a lot of it. And I've sort of seen some online comments about, okay, well, that's very cool, but when are we going to get it in the game? But one of the real reasons why we wanted to show you this CitizenCon is because we've hit an inflection point on a lot of the features, as in they're either finished or they're in polishing stage, which is why we're showing them. So everything that we've been showing you here at CitizenCon is our intention, not making 100% promise, just so everyone remembers that, to get them into Star Citizen through next year. So it's not going to be gated on having to be after Squadron 42. So we are. So we're planning over the Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 of next year. Hopefully everything that we've shown you, you will have in your hands playing inside Star Citizen. So, and it's very gratifying for the team and myself to finally be able to show you a lot of this. One of the advantages of being able to go and iterate on these features in Squadron was that we were able to do it without having to release every 3 months and make sure the old system worked while the new system was working, so we could actually really polish the features, which I hope you could see when we showed you the updated UI stuff, the updated FPS stuff, the updated flight stuff, the character stuff, which is something we're very proud of because this is, after all, an MMO. You want to have as much freedom to create the character you want to create. So, as you may have guessed, and Brian Chambers may have let slip a bit earlier, we are feature complete on Squadron 42. You will not get a release date from me today because, first of all, you always get very angry at me when I give dates. It will be when I know that we're fully about ready to print the Gold Masters, but it won't be just yet. But we prepared, the Squadron 42 team prepared a small video for you. I may be lying, it's a bit bigger than small. To give you a glimpse of everything we've been working on and what the gameplay looks and feels like. So let's roll that.
Archangel 6, come in.
Go for 6.
I'm getting a faint contact on bearing 287. You picking that up?
Yeah, got it. Scanning now. We're clear. Commercial vessel out of Vega 3. Provided that civilian traffic is restricted under lockdown.
Copy that.
Archangel, this is Krugeri.
Come back, Krugeri.
Redirect to sector 7 Bravo Echo for immediate tasking.
Copy that. On our way.
I know I just wrote you, but a couple of hours ago, proximity sensors on the
other side of the jump got twigged. Word is it might be that clan we've been battling with. I guess that last fight didn't scare them off
quite like we all hoped it would. Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to
pull for anymore. I just wanted to let you know.
I'll write as soon as I can. Stay safe. Your loving son.
Never gets old, does it?
Sir.
Eddies. I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up. Post up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches. Have you seen the F-8s up close?
No, sir.
That thing's a beast. Nimble, too.
12 maneuvering thrusters and 3 mains. It sure sounds like it. Sir.
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up. Took me a couple times before I got in.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome to Cloud Imperium Games Manchester Studio. I'm Chris Roberts, and I'm pleased to announce we have just passed a major milestone. Squadron 42 is now feature complete and has entered its polish phase. To celebrate this milestone, we've gathered some of our core leadership together to share what this means.
As Chris says, we've moved into the polish phase of Squadron 42, which means extra emphasis on ensuring things feel fun. This means focusing on the small and large elements of the game, such as dialing in combat encounters, but also looking at the feel of how you control your character or vehicle and making sure it's immersive as possible. We've paid extra attention to how your character reacts when in their ship, so that you feel like an actual pilot, whether that's firing your weapons, taking hits, or punching the afterburners to get to cover. Ship AI has also seen huge improvements, with closer engagement distances and more varied behaviors. And with our new precision targeting mode, the action has never been as close. With the aim now on polish, we've organized the project into self-sufficient strike teams, so we can focus on individual areas to deliver the best experience.
Get out of sight. The Cutlass is going to spot you.
This allows us to bring all disciplines together with a unified vision of enhancing the gameplay by seamlessly blending it with polished visuals, final cinematic performances, and our ever-improving technology.
See the boat, kid. You're good to keep going.
We're also dialing in gameplay features, such as the ship flight model for both atmosphere and space, which covers master modes, control surfaces, and our gold standard HUD and MFDs. Our interaction system for both the world and your character have also seen additional improvements, allowing us to hone and craft environmental puzzles unique to each location, while allowing us to tell the story of the world around you. The military multi-tool is an essential piece of equipment for every pilot that integrates all attachments into a single handheld device and allows us to create really interesting challenges, including physics-based puzzles using our updated rope tech.
Unidentified vessels, this is the UEE Navy. Power down your ships and stand by for processing. Off the coil's ass.
Our scanning, targeting, and marker system has also seen an overhaul, allowing us to highlight only the essential information that you need, such as key objectives, mission targets, and high-level scan information, while keeping your overall view as clean as possible.
Damn skank!
Tactical FPS combat and stealth, which has seen a suite of improvements, from improved looting, weapon feel and balance, realistic scopes, and smoother locomotion, alongside our new and improved FPS radar and scanner that provides you an overview of the battlefield, but at the cost of ramping up your own emissions. We've also seen the introduction of our Maelstrom-powered destructible environment, which adds a layer of dynamism to the experience alongside our improved AI that can now have hundreds of combinations of traits that allow us to create unique and challenging combat encounters that really push your tactical awareness and skill. We play and review the builds regularly and call out action points in each level from start to finish on where we need to improve the gameplay. This is an incredibly rewarding stage of development for me and the team, as the ultimate vision of the game is realized, allowing us to craft an experience that we can be really proud of. One specific area that I'm excited to dive in is the feeling of the player interacting with the world around them.
Patching you in.
As it's a core component of Squadron and really grounds the world that you inhabit. We've made sure that any interaction in the environment is physically represented by a character animation to keep you in the moment and fully immerse you in the experience that we've created. Ultimately, this is the final phase of gameplay iteration before we fully transition into optimization and stability on the road to release.
Agent Trejo, this is Colton. Come back. Always trips me out to see terraforming setups like this. Web tried explaining how atmosphere processors work. Really shows how far we've come. Hell is she?
With the transition of Squadron to polish phase, we've had the opportunity to find additional moments within the existing narrative to add subtle interactions where appropriate. It's been tremendously exciting to play through these areas and find places to augment the mood, support gameplay, and further embellish our story and characters.
So yeah, man, I can't believe it. They said I've got to wait another 2 years before I can reapply. So that's why I figured I'd get a job trying in security, because that's, you know, I can get some hours flying in the cockpit and whatnot. Can't hurt, right? Exactly.
We've also been capturing pickups for our lead female player character, as well as wild lines for our various enemies that you all will encounter throughout the game on both foot and in the cockpit. These consist of a range of responses and reactions that you as the player can trigger, which has been the culmination of efforts by the gameplay and AI teams. This means that you're going to have to tangle with some very smart and reactive bad guys to complete your mission.
At the heart of this immersive adventure, you'll find cutting-edge cinematic storytelling, thoughtfully crafted to fully immerse you into your story.
We fight today! So in 40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and everyone you hold dear, and they ask, what did you do in the Battle of Vega? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. Men and women of the Second Fleet, I am proud to stand with you today. Good luck. Push your button.
Nice speech.
Any word from the recon team?
Not yet.
Let's get into position.
Throughout the polish phase, our team is taking every opportunity to push things to the next level.
Tell me you're expecting company?
This is not good.
The Cine team is focused on finalizing edit lock on all of our big action as well as all smaller character sequences.
I could have pulled this off of the Galactopedia.
Yeah, probably, but I think their solar mass calculations are wrong, though.
Well, this is ridiculous.
How so?
We are now able to adjust our shot composition to final cameras thanks to recently crafted space vistas and level art being content complete now.
It'd be nice to know how much of a shitstorm we're flying into.
More like a hellstorm, Blue. One you ain't gonna fly out of.
Shut up.
Now, I hadn't seen another ship that wasn't trying to kill me in days, let alone a hauler, let alone a Jean. So you can imagine my surprise.
Detailed lighting passes can be done on hero sequences so we can show our cast and convey their emotions in the best light possible. And we're making sure our cinematics are triggering as fluid as we can craft them so they form a coherent concerto with the rest of the player's narrative experience.
Mr. Wexler, this is Lieutenant Commander Colton.
Oh, Commander, hey. Julian Wexler, I'm the field manager of this little operation. Welcome aboard the Archon. What brings the Navy to this little corner of the universe?
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton. He's one of our best.
As others will share, this is the most rewarding chapter of development, which allows us to truly experience the visceral and oftentimes emotional moments that our narrative provides.
How did you handle it after Vega?
I'm not sure I handled anything. It helps to remember that stuff like this is supposed to hurt.
I've never been good at dealing with problems I can't fix.
Well, this is one that you don't have to do alone.
That's good to know.
For the animation teams, polish phase means refining the social aspects of Squadron 42 that occur between the various missions and getting the behaviors implemented across all of its chapters. Here we're dialing in the hangar to make it as immersive and believable an experience as possible.
That'll do it. Done. Okay.
All right.
Pardon me. Let's do this. I have to switch out some of the interchange on the main deck. We're getting a weird airflow. Turning out to be another
Yeah, I feel that. Anyway, I'm off. For example, we're launching off a space carrier, but we still ground the feel in real-world actions, refueling, repairing, and inspecting, and making sure that your next flight mission is a success. This means we're looking out for pops, hiccups, or awkward transitions, and ensuring that everything flows and looks like all the great mocap performances we've captured.
Let's ready some extra ice packs out of storage. Whenever gunners are on full rotation, you can always count on at least one of them getting hurt.
We also have you covered in everyday life. The medical staff work diligently for their patients, whether they're players or crew. We really want you to feel part of an authentic crew, an important part of the UEE Navy in an enormous universe of people going about their everyday lives.
Let's go ahead and clear for takeoff. Ground crew, prep bay for takeoff.
Copy that.
Hangar, ready for launch. Takeoff approved, Baron 2. You have the ball.
Ready and hold on as you're launched off the deck of the carrier.
Baron 2, you are cleared for launch. Have a safe flight, Baron 2.
We want you to not only decide how you play the game, but to feel as if the people you interact with are in that world with you.
I would have never thought a shotgun could be so pretty. Damn, this R97 is sleek as hell. Like a lot of other weapons in Gemini's arsenal, it has a higher rate of fire than most guns of its type.
We're working to support a feel of authenticity through world traversals, running, jumping, and climbing, interactions with objects and the environment, solid weapon gameplay and enemy reactions, as well as combat realities, such as weapon malfunctions. Or in close encounters of the more lethal kind. Ooh, that's gonna hurt in the morning. As we continue to focus on the quality experience, we've been working closely with our art teams, and it's been exciting to see their environments come to life alongside us.
While animation and design have been populating the locations, polish phase for my teams means making huge advancements in the quality of our characters and environments. We've established our standard with recognizable characters like Mark Hamill, Gillian Anderson, and Gary Oldman, and we're now applying this to the rest of the cast and identifying any remaining tech requirements that need to be closed down. The story of Squadron 42 takes you through a variety of diverse locations of varying scales and styles. We shared glimpses of several environments before, and there's still plenty out there for you to discover. One of the main challenges the art team has had to face during the development of Squadron 42 is ensuring the visuals are complementary to the narrative of the script. The mood and feeling of a space is just as important to us as it is making sure we hit the visual quality that CIG has become known for.
Oh, good. We can't hack it from this side. Graves, we've got a locked door. Can you give us access?
No, I'm afraid that's a negative, Steve. I would have to add you to our system to give you override permissions, and there's a lot involved in that. It won't happen quickly.
Okay, we'll figure something out.
Everything you see during the campaign has been heavily inspired by the classics of 70s and 80s sci-fi, but with a modern twist. We want everything you see to feel like it has a soul, its own personality, and tells of a history long before you arrived. Crafting interesting flight spaces and their connecting tissue has been one of the more unique challenges we've needed to overcome for Squadron. Developing our VDB tech to blend seamlessly between tighter traversal spaces and into wider space vistas and planets has proved incredibly difficult but rewarding, ensuring that Squadron flows seamlessly from one chapter to the next, without interruption. Creating a diverse array of locations is essential to us. Our environments need to work from a variety of scales. We need to pay close attention to detail, whether we're working in a dirty engineering vent or navigating the debris of a dying star, wondering what may be around that next corner, or even who may live there, how would they have survived, and what state of mind may they be in. We've worked closely with our social teams in delivering a cohesive social experience when you're taking some downtime from our refined flight and FPS missions, or even missions of the more eerie kind. We'll be introducing new space stations on a massive scale, all brought together and designed to be as tangible as possible. We've thought about their function, their age, and tried to ensure there's a progression in artistic style with each station as you progress through the game. As you can see today, the teams are working incredibly hard, ramping up the detail and quality to match the breadth of our vision for Squadron 42.
Now, I know you're all asking, when can I play it?
When can I play it?
When we have the locked release date, you will be the first to know. Now, we're in polishing phase on Squadron 42. You will start to see a lot more things coming to Star Citizen, as well as overall progress on the persistent universe. The polish phase can take some time. We have come this far, and we want to make sure Squadron 42 delivers on the promise of being this generation's wing commander. Now, even though there's only a few of us in this video, I'd like to extend a big thank you to all our staff around the globe who have been putting their heart and soul into bringing Squadron 42 to life. And I would like to thank everyone in the community for your patience and your support. To paraphrase Admiral Bishop, when people ask, what did you do in the development of Squadron 42? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. I'm proud to stand with you. Thank you for making this game with us.
Oh, it's going to be Squadron.
You're making me very emotional now. Thank you so much. It's been definitely a long time coming. We're, as you can see on that video, that's Squadron 42 gameplay. So we are really dialing it in and polishing it, and we're really proud of what it is. I mean, anyway, I think it's going to be something I'm very, very proud of. So I can't wait for you guys to play it in the. I'm not going to say when, but anyway. And anyway, we kind of spent the time to craft something that's that beautiful with as much attention to detail and love without your guys' support, just like we couldn't be building the universe of Star Citizen without your guys' support. So I am, on my side, incredibly grateful, as is everybody at CIG, for your continued support, because we're building, a universe of dreams and stories of dreams, and it's a really wonderful thing to be able to do as a creative. So thank you, everyone here, and everyone watching, and everyone that supports Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So thank you guys very, very much. And then I'd like to call out everyone that's put the show together here. It's been an amazing job. Tyler Whitkin headed up, but there's a lot of other people. I mean, obviously Jared's been doing his great job emceeing. Leah has been organizing the show, and there's 1,000 other people that are part of our community and marketing side that have been doing it. There's been volunteers that have been helping to do this. the companies that we've had, like Envision, have put the video and stuff all together. So everyone's done an amazing job of the show. So thank you to everyone. And sorry if I didn't call everyone out by name, because there'd be a lot of names, so I had to call them out. But putting all that together, and thank you to all the devs that worked really hard to put the presentations together for you guys, because I think you could feel that they really love what they do, and they're very passionate about what they do. And they're really excited to get it into your guys' hands. So anyway, with that, I think I would say thank you, everyone. I'm really excited about what we've got upcoming in the future, because a lot of the foundational tech, the persistent entity streaming, and you saw server meshing earlier on yesterday, enables a lot of the stuff that's going to come to the PU, like the base building and the persistent hangars. So I am incredibly excited by 24 and beyond. And anyway, thank you guys for supporting. I will see you in the verse. And thank you so much for coming out to share this with us. Bye.
All right.
Wow. I told you. I told you it was going to be
I fucking
Squadron.
told y'all in the beginning when that fucking Gladius came out, I said there's no way that this is SC. No way. No way in hell with all the shit. There's no way they were running it. I knew it.
We knew
it just didn't make sense. But now it makes so much more sense now with like me and Mike were saying like, oh yeah, they ramped up everything, and we're like, yeah. And I'm like, yeah, it's interesting how all of a sudden they just ramped up all this SC stuff.
Alex, you could tell by the animation, by what they were showing, that
yeah, but
this
there was
was
some of it
all
was
Squadron 42.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There was just no way it could be SC. There's just no way.
Okay, they've
But
been
they never
working
said
on
exactly
Squadron
until later in
42
it.
solidly for 2 years. Okay,
Correct.
So what technology you just saw for 2 days is going to come into SC, but they had to get Squadron 42 close to being out the door.
Correct.
You're right. Polishing. I'm gonna tell you, polishing takes at least 6 months.
Or
so
more.
to a year. To a year. 6 months to a year.
The base building threw me off on the Galaxy. That was pretty
Thing
wild.
is, we don't know how long ago they started polishing either. So
no, we don't.
No, we don't know. You know, there was no dates given and everything, so we don't know how far along polishing they are. They could be 3-4 months along already.
Okay. So the question is, when did they take Squadron 42 off the site where you couldn't buy it? Do we know that?
Yes,
a month or
earlier
two ago?
earlier in the year.
Okay.
I didn't buy it though.
But the thing was, they pulled it, and they didn't say anything about it, and they should have said something, and that's when Xylo had to do maintenance to say that's what was going on. Okay.
So
it's not gonna come back to the store until it's ready to go.
How much was it originally?
$45.
45, but when they ship it, I'm sure it's gonna be like 70.
Oh, that's no big deal.
They
We can
pulled
afford
it.
it.
They pulled it right before Invictus.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that.
I didn't buy it because I was like, no big deal. But
Alex, you may have it already.
Yeah,
I think it's your concierge. You have it.
Yeah.
You need to go look.
Where do you check it?
Comes with so many
Go-
packages.
You go to your
Go to your hangar.
go to no, you wouldn't see it in the hangar. You
Nah, I
go
don't think
to games. You go
Yeah,
to
Start Your
download to go to Star Citizen, and then it'll tell you if you have 1 or 2 game packages.
They should they should give it to you if you spend over $1,000 on this game, but they're not going to do that.
You said you go to games and then you
They
click
did it.
on Star Citizen, join the universe.
Yes.
Okay.
And it should tell you if you have the game and everything. What's up, Ty?
Hi, everybody.
I don't know how I could tell that.
What's up?
Alex, hold on. Give me a moment. I'm gonna bring my screen over here so you can see this, okay?
Yeah, I clicked on it, but I don't know if I'm in the right spot.
Okay. When you go here, games, go to join universe, right? Play now. And then you get the Star Citizen installed. This has changed. Okay? It's got PC requirements and everything on here now.
Yeah, you click play
so
now. Yeah,
you can go to download, right? And that will download the new launcher. It used to be this. It should. Hold on a moment. Games. Okay. Explore, play now. They've changed it.
Yeah, so it looks different.
Because it used to be where you could see your available ships, and it would tell you exactly what you had.
That's fine, no worries.
But there's the PC requirements and all that stuff. This is different from what it used to be.
Yeah, I just clicked on Squadron 42, start the adventure. And
Yeah, see?
I forget where, and it gave me an error.
Yeah, it's different from what it used to be. But it used to have where you would join the universe. It would say play now. You could play now, and then it would tell you you're all set. You have everything to go, and it would show how many ships you have, if you have 2 packages or what.
Yeah, because like Road Rash said, I thought you could see it on your packages, but
I don't have it in my hangar.
yeah, that's what I was wondering. But that's okay, no worries. I was just curious.
But
What's that lady name? The captain?
that's
McLaren?
Jillian Anderson.
I'm doing that for research purposes.
What do you guys think?
I am.
It was awesome.
I knew something was
more than
sus, but I'm
pleased.
happy.
I'm more than pleased. But all what we've seen all this time for the past two days is a lot of Squadron 42 things that are going to be implemented in the verse. But we don't know when. Mike, your take.
Hold on. Sorry, I had to take a few minutes to get the dogs out and stuff. Ooh. All right, dude. That is a lot to take in at once. I'm just gonna. Yeah. This.
I don't even know.
Uh-huh.
Did we start from the beginning? go to the end?
No. I'm gonna start with Squadron 42.
I'll be right back.
I agree.
Yeah. What this impact really does mean. I want to make sure everybody can chew the marrow. And for just to kind of reiterate, the folks who don't know, I am a game developer as one of my primary jobs, and like one of my jobs is I'm a game developer. I run a group called Totally Not Cops as the game dev lead. I have an understanding of how a lot of this stuff does operate on the backside of things, and I want to translate some things. I don't know if people really understand. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. And I just want to make sure that we all grasp what's coming. Okay? We got a taste of what's coming, like a morsel, with the fact that the ship team now has 5 teams. That's a small piece of the like a small piece of the pie, a small piece of the small piece of the small piece of the pie kind of situation. With feature complete means that majority of the devs who were working on that project will not be working on that project anymore.
They're moving to the PU.
So what they're doing is they're migrating over to the Star Citizen team to work on the features that need to come up. Okay. I'm not going to bother listing off those features because it's too many, but it's a lot. Now, when you talk about the land claim thing, that's an example of why they would be announcing it now, is because the people working on Squadron 42 will be moving to that, or some of them. So that's an example. You are going to probably see, and this is a based upon how I've worked on games, and then based upon a rough, educated guess, is that in this next year, we're going to see an acceleration of patch fixes, stabilization, features incoming, new items, new star systems. This is my guess. We'll probably start seeing the creatures before long, but it's going to be occurring at an accelerated rate. I'm gandering that these patches that we're seeing are going to go from not quarterly, but we might see monthly incremental patches for massive fixes.
That's,
you know,
that's a good thing.
Yeah. Now, this is an educated guess. This may not happen in the first half of next year. It may be towards the latter of next year that we start seeing this acceleration.
Okay.
So, just want to keep it in mind.
Give me a hot second, Mike, real quick.
Take it.
Not to interrupt you, but okay. When I became High Admiral, okay, I do have the Star Citizen digital download and the Squadron 42 digital download. Okay? March 5th, 2022. That's when I hit it. So, I do have it. I'm just waiting for it to drop. Just saying. Go for it. Sorry, Mike.
Oh, no, you're good. So, to translate what polishing phase is, it literally means everything is done. The polishing thing is just going in and finding the stuff that'll just create hiccups along the way. Or if there's like a thing that they can really, if it's like something that can quickly be added, that's what's going to be happening. If it's something like, okay, we got to add 2 more bad guys here, that's what they're going to do. They're just going to pop in 2 more bad guys. If it's, oh, hey, look, this hallway doesn't have the right lighting, they'll have the art team go in and just fix the lighting. So it's stuff like that. It's like really minute details, but they have to go from A to Z to do it, or they break it up into sections and allow people to get it done parallel.
But
so
all those monthly reports that we've been getting all the time, they've been doing a hell of a lot of shit in the past 2 years.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
Just saying.
Absolutely. No, that's the truth. Like, they have been doing a lot of work. I mean, and honestly, I don't think everything in those reports were everything going on. I think it was the most important things that they wanted to highlight.
It was like mostly the major high-level stuff to get out. And then everything else was kind of like, you'll get that at a later date.
Yeah.
Starfield.
Well, okay.
You had Starfield.
This is a point. A lot of people don't read the Squadron 42 monthly reports.
I'm telling you, it's Starfield, of course. Starfield came out with all the stuff that they said it was coming out. So, yeah.
Yo, Baron.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All good, bro.
No worries.
Yeah.
It's just like a lot of people don't read the Squadron 42 monthly reports because they're focused on the PU. Okay? And there's a lot of people that don't even know about Squadron 42, to be honest. Because all they know is SC. So I saw Squadron 42 5 years, like 5 years before I even saw SC. right? I was like, damn, that looks freaking cool, right?
There's a few gaming things I watch. They're like news. They're like general things. They play different genres of like games that I see everyone else here play usually. I know Zach probably plays some of them like I do, but I can definitely see those types of people where they do this guy does his like weekly update, like it's like of what's going on in his life, whatever. And I can see this being something he talks about tomorrow, like guaranteed. This is gonna be on a lot of people's radars for the next month.
Oh, it's gonna be
talked about widely.
It's gonna be
big game news.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not trying to whitewash or anything like that, but there was a lot of controversy in when Squadron was supposed to drop 2016, and they couldn't drop it.
7 years later,
they couldn't drop it, and the reason why is because
The original date is 2014.
Go ahead, Ty.
The original date was 2014.
Okay, but they
Yeah, it was.
But they couldn't drop it because of CryEngine
No, that
makes
sense.
and other things, right?
Yeah, I was just 2014. They didn't drop it because their fundraising milestones sent them into the frenzy. So the era between 2013 and 2015 is what I call the era of frenzy, where their funding got so large, their idea got too big, and so they moved the goalpost so much that they started this different project altogether.
Okay.
Or they expanded upon that project.
Okay.
The original project was going to be a single-player game.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And so when the funding really accelerated, they realized they could build something more. And that's that. But 2013 to 2015.
But
right there.
wasn't SC supposed to be just almost like Freelancer, where you get a lot of cutscenes?
Yeah. That was the original idea. Yeah. But again, that if you go back on the website, you look at their crowdfunding.
Yeah.
And the goals that had happened, the initial crowdfunding excelled way beyond what they were wanting originally.
Right.
The original idea of Star Citizen and the original idea of Squadron 42 was a single player game and with a multiplayer component, just like you're saying, a freelancer spiritual successor. Yeah, it's basically Scott's right. It is feature creep. That's what happened. They crowdfunded $600 million to get this far, and honestly, we gotta mightily remember that is a lot of money that we paid into it, and a lot of patience that we have given as the community to Chris Roberts' team to be able to produce this thing.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of headache along the way, a lot of disappointment, a lot of anger. And I think everybody's justified to feel the way they want to feel about this past decade, and that's fine.
Yeah, agreed.
But I want to, yeah. I'm not trying to run over the show, Shadow. I apologize. I was just in my emotions.
No, dude, you've been coming up and saying things that I would say, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
And
hell,
people have been pissed off for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, we are seeing something come to fruition. And server meshing, I'm just gonna say it. That was a milestone to see. So a lot of people are like super hyped right now, and
yeah,
they're saying 12 months. A year to get that in place, but they first got to get the replication layers separated. But go ahead,
yeah.
Mike. Go ahead.
Yeah. So again, to the audience, reiterate what Chris Roberts said at the end there. He said all these features, the intention is to get them in within the next 12 months. Not guaranteeing.
Right.
That is an important line that everybody needs to remember. Chris Roberts did it right today.
Yes.
Like, of 10 years, one day he gets it right.
He didn't
and it was an
give a
important
date.
day.
He didn't give a
He
date.
did not give a date.
Right. I'll be right
and that
back.
was, yeah. And that's an important deal. That is a big deal. That makes me more optimistic for the next year for this game.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been rambling a lot, and I apologize, guys, for kind of sucking in the air. I just in my mood. So let's open the floor up to a conversation with the Snowbirds here.
They not to like contradict off of like Squadron 42, but based on what they showed for the new concepts for like, we saw pyro bunkers.
Yep.
Which honestly, like a lot of that stuff to me really looked like underground facility stuff from like last year's, and then they showed the Grey Cat facility there, and then there was like raids, but all that stuff was taking accordance at like the that facility, and then there was another facility where it had a bunch of mules. All that stuff is so huge, and because that all right there corresponds with that base building and all the crafting and whatnot. And when I was with Zach, we and him were watching the stream, and we were, as we saw them unveil with the base building, and you saw that like one MISC ship that was sitting there at first, I was like, wait a minute, I thought that was an Odyssey at first, and I saw the rest of it, I'm like, oh, never mind, it wasn't.
Okay.
But I got excited, but as we kept going on,
I think everybody did.
Yeah, as we were going on,
Especially-
Zach had mentioned to me, he was like, oh, hydroponics, and then I didn't dawn on me. I'm like, well, what's so fucking special about hydroponics?
Mm-hmm.
Then he
Y'all
said,
talking about making that maze.
Yes, sir.
and I was like, oh my god, because then it made sense with the security, and I was like mind blown. I was like naming off a bunch of shit to Zach. I'm like, well, we can do this, and we'll just make fucking oodles of money to fund the org.
Yeah.
Easy. That's how you're gonna get it.
Okay. Okay.
Like, I don't know.
With
I'm going
this.
on, but like it was cool because you can ask Zach, because I was like going off on a tangent. I was like, bro, I was like, you know how much money we're gonna fucking make? But then if we get down, we're gonna get fucking shit on, bro. Like I mean, when I say found, like you're gonna get nuked, and they're gonna steal your shit, and they're gonna do it right there in front of you while they steal your gear and take your helmet off.
Okay.
Like,
Well,
that's
look at it
insane.
like this. Look at it like this.
So
okay?
much game loot.
What you saw with the base building is all the game loops being tied together at last.
It made more sense to see that because with the actual base building, yeah, it pretty much tied it all, like you said. It makes it way more sense.
Mike?
Oh,
and
yeah.
Anybody, put your thought in on it.
Yeah. Where's the phone?
There was a lot to take in, but in terms of like economy-wise, like you could see where the economy is going to fall into that very quickly, as well as farming methods.
No
making things
Tony
more
Z.
efficient. Tony Z.
Tony Z is the one that created the quantum simulation. Okay, that is the behind the scenes economy that runs.
Yeah.
And Mike can tell you that we've been waiting to hear from Tony Z for almost 2 years.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. There's so much stuff, like, with them crafting, like, essentially, you're never going to have to touch a fucking station, ever. If you do, you're only going just to, my take on it, is just to only get things faster, because you don't want to, like, get the materials or wait. And as a result, you're going to spend UEC. But the potential to make insane profit and do it all by yourself is 100% all there.
Yeah. Yeah, Shadow, I opened the floor up to other people to talk on things, so.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks, Alex, for your inputs, man. Those are smart words. Thanks, man.
I mean, it's a lot. It's very high level, but there's so much to go into to depth to really even touch any of it. So I'd rather have someone else like talk about like what they find, what they like the most, because that'd be fun to like get into the details.
Yeah. Cool. Who's next?
I'm just saying, Alex having
Zach!
smart ideas It's rare.
I told Zach, I was like, I'm going, and he's like, okay. Go ahead, Zach.
I ain't got none.
Yeah, come on, Daddy.
Well, I like the part where they over is that Great Cat facility. Did anybody see that sniper by the tree?
Yeah.
Of course.
Oh yeah.
I was like, yo, I was like, see, I was like, look, they're plotting right there. I was holding him. I was like, someone's gonna come over here and fuck this place up, bro.
I think they left that so that you can see it, so you could wonder. Yeah, but it was
foreshadowing.
Yeah, you went on your ganking rant.
Yeah, I was on a gank rant, and I think Zach was about to fucking rip me into one, but it was funny. I'm like telling him, like, all this shit you see, like, I was like, look how many fucking opportunities you can gank, like, everywhere.
So
That was post security.
The bottom line was, like, I was like, bro, you're not safe anywhere.
Hey, I'm gonna go off that, go back onto the base building. What I do like about what they did with that is the shield generator, and you can actually have turrets there to protect your base, and security come in to defend it, because that gives a different loop to the game. You know, that adds to the game and makes it even stronger.
Yeah. Yeah. And the shielding too, and the fact that you can choose 3 types. You can do a high security or no security. I thought that was a brilliant game plan.
So you can choose if you want to be illegal as hell or just
Yeah.
safe.
And yeah, exactly. And if you do the illegal one, you have no protection. You have to do it all yourself.
Yeah, the more illegal you go, the bigger the profit. Is what I basically gathered from what they stated.
Or was that system-based security, like UEE's in Stanton, so you would have their protection if your base was in Stanton, but if you're in Pyro, you get zero security.
Yeah, Pyro is one of those, like, there's a few, and then there's some that are, like, have nothing. They're not even outlaw. There's just nothing they're developing. So basically, that's just outlaw as well.
Can you imagine all that with a org, building a base just for the org, and it's being defended by the org?
It kind of seems like that's how it's going to
great.
be. Like, the larger organizations have more opportunities to do more stuff with it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna roll with Artec on that one. I agree with him, but it's a good add-on. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was talking about the shield generation, right? Shield generators gave him the Stargate Atlantis vibes. So.
Yeah. He's not wrong on that one. But I've also seen that in Star Wars is also inspired that too. Because if you guys remember in episode 1, Star Wars, the big bubble shields they had on the armies. Yeah.
Yep.
No, there was. Yeah.
No,
yeah.
it did not go over well.
I tried not to remember episode 1.
They didn't have it. They didn't even. They should have never done the land claims so early on.
There's a lot of things I think. CIG's biggest problem has always been over communication, and that's ironic considering their open development. And I think it's because they told people about things that they planned on doing and haven't gotten around to the spot to where they're actually developing. Right. And I think that's the biggest headache. What they have always needed to do was strictly stay on here is what we were developing right now, and this is what's coming out in the next year. That's what they've always needed to do, and that's been the biggest headache. So, but let's
my Pioneer now.
Yeah. So let's have the next person. Yeah. What's up, Zero? Go ahead.
Is it gonna be cookie cutter or can we mash? Can we mix and match different builds? I didn't know if they got into that.
On what?
The blueprints.
Oh, I got the answer. No. I think they were implying implying that I got was that you earned a blueprint for a specific building or specific thing, not to mix them, but you would build independent things with it. So, like, you would build a fabrication room independent from a medic area.
So but you couldn't put the buildable. Like, anything is craftable. Like an item. Like, I'm not saying like a ship's craftable. You gotta obviously go buy that. But
no, Todd Pappy said up 2 ships.
You can build up 2 ships.
Todd Pappy straight up said you can build ships.
So you're
ships.
telling me I can go build like a Gladius if I wanted?
I mean, I don't know what kinds of ships, but
okay.
if you get the blueprint
Well-
for a ship, you can build a ship. It might not be all ships.
That's
I wonder if that statement meant up to the level of ships.
He said
or-
including, if I remember correctly, but we might want to
Yeah.
go back and watch the
Yeah.
the live stream. But I'm pretty sure he said including ships because that got a huge cheer. Huge.
You know,
Yeah,
if
he did say
I'll take it.
including ships. He did say
Okay.
that.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
I just want to.
big.
I want to make sure for myself because up to means two different things in the English language. So.
Okay. Our text says ship trespass added to the release view.
Nice.
So
Thanks, Artec.
a roadmap.
Yep. Let's review the roadmap. But what's Joker Shaved? You guys got anything you want to say? Good talk. Love you.
I know that with the engineering gameplay, like what I mentioned yesterday, and then Mike caught what I said. With seeing the doors open, and now with the trespassing, there's gonna be a lot of different ways now you can catch people on your ship, but you got to be paying attention though for it. But if you do, there's ways to combat it super easily. You can lock them in there and choke them out without having to risk anybody's life having to deal with them or whatever. You could choke them out and basically just wait them out. If you really wanted to, you could wait them out like a cockroach and kill them within an hour.
And I'm back. If they're in a suit, you're not going to choke them.
Yeah, you will. They have a.
Oh yeah, limited air
oxygen.
supply.
Oh, something's changed. Hold on.
What's up?
Crusader C1 Spirit committed. Tumblr Storm committed.
Wow.
Argo SRB committed.
Committed.
Wow.
Yeah.
America.
Yeah.
So, another thing with that is I'd mentioned earlier in the chat. I was like, well, if that's the case and there's fires all the time, I'm like, well, and they have it was funny because they're talking about all the features for characters in the hair, and I'm thinking, okay, cool, but I'm not gonna really see that because everybody in my crew is gonna be in spacesuits with oxypens because there's gonna be no atmo in my ship. I'm just turning it off. Sorry. Just to combat the fires and all that stuff. If it does happen, I don't have to worry about it. It's less you have to do engineering. I know it takes away gameplay, but that's I don't know. Strategy.
So I forgot about the. You're assuming about choking them out. I just remembered something.
Mm-hmm.
You're assuming that doors can't be broken, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be a hack.
Ah, okay.
And doors can break right now.
Yeah, they can. Yeah.
And then they also, this may not be when the engineering gameplay comes in, but they did also display that you could interact with a manual opening device, like a pump latch. So that probably could come into ships as well.
Good catch, Ty. But the big takeaway here is that if you're in engineering gameplay, not going back to day one, but the good thing is with the trespassing and that, you can see technically when someone is not on your ship and you see them when a door opens, because they're not going to open by themselves, because they said that there's going to be markers you can see where everyone's at in your ship, but you see a random door open even though they weren't there. Whoa, that's a big indicator someone's not supposed to be there.
You got to remember, okay, just saying, ship trespasses is still tentative, but for those features to be in the game, we still have to wait for those to come in. We're not going to get those right away. And ship trespass is coming before those features may be complete in the game. If you get what I'm saying. The upgraded mobi-glass and all like that, ship trespass may come before that. So we're still going to have to be on guard with that type of situation. Just my thought.
No, I think you're probably right on that. So I think this is a lot to take in one day. So let's see here. Who hasn't spoke up? Kovinsky, you got anything to say, man?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Oh, Kaminsky, you
Oh,
say something.
I like the base building, that's all. Give it
Oh,
to me!
bro. I'm about to fuck up so much shit with that base building, man. There's so much stuff
There
that
you
could
go.
be
Talk
taken
about
advantage of.
blowing
Oh
stuff
my
up.
god.
That is
The amount of
not the
money that
whole
you're gonna be able
idea
to
of the
make
game,
is gonna be
Alex.
so good.
Jesus Christ.
There's so
back.
much you can do.
I want to put this and blow stuff up. Calm
I'm
down.
telling you guys, there's just so much you can do. Like with what they
Yeah.
showed,
Well,
there's so
Yeah,
many
but
possibilities.
There's
we
so
know,
many
but all
ways to
you
blow
talk.
crap up.
No, I'm
Oh my
being
god.
defensive about it, as in being on the defense side of like, all right, where's the threat coming from now? Because I
All
know,
right.
just like, there's so many different places you can get just crapped on instantly if you're not ready for it.
Yeah.
Well, think about it this way. Think about it this way. Imagine that there is let's take some place like just Daymar, right? Imagine you build a base, or not build. Let's say you're actually going to raid a base. There's a base. I'm telling you, there's a base on Daymar somewhere without a quantum marker on it, or at least there not one that you know where it is. I mean, you don't have the location. Find the base. You got to find it before you can attack it. Planets are huge. So it's not going to be easy to just attack someone else's base. Hey guys.
Right.
Yeah, that's the thing though. Unless you get found, then you're okay.
Yeah, if you get found.
If.
Then if you get found and that person is hostile or even cares, then yeah, you might have an issue. What I would be more concerned about. What I would be more concerned about is NPC pirate spawning and taking your base out while you're gone. I think that's that's a scenario I think is going to play out more often than hostile players randomly
Well, you know what?
finding it.
You have a very valid point. Because if the AI is going to be doing what they're doing and they're getting better as we've been playing, they're getting a lot better. That is a high possibility that they could just come and try to take over your stuff. And that's where this is where you need the defenses, you need the shield generators, you need all that stuff. It's going to take time.
That's why I'm always so big on defense.
Yes, but it's going to take time to get to that point because we have to find the blueprints to get it.
However, if you just want a place to hang out and keep your crap, like you're not planning on using your base to actually fund anything, then you can buy the land in a security area. Your base is invulnerable.
Right. So, I mean, they wouldn't have brought this out if they hadn't hit the demo for server meshing. We would not have seen this. And tell me if I'm wrong.
I think today. I think this Citizencon. I think that they were. I think it was the icing on. I honestly think server meshing was the icing on the cake, because they already knew Squadron 42 was right at the spot where it needed to be. I think when he said he about cried, I honestly think that he was at a point where, well, we're gonna just talk about server meshing again, and then when they showed, hey, we got it working, it's like, oh, you got it working, and that was like an absolute turning point.
Icing on the cake to get everything to work.
Yeah.
I was keep bringing this up, but I explained to Zach for like that key moment yesterday when they showed the video, but explaining server meshing, which was so cool because you're basically just utilizing all the servers instead of just one server to do everything. It's multiple, like all the servers working now to do every session instead of just one server to one session.
Yes.
It spreads the workload out evenly across all of them.
But
That's huge.
It takes time to get there, and a lot of people want everything in a hot second. It don't work like that.
Right.
And
That's okay.
And that's
How I'm gonna have a bunch of Squadron 42 playthroughs. I don't know how many times I'm gonna go through that game.
But
yes,
the game is so huge, right? That they're going to put out sequels to it. You could be playing that game for months because of all the side missions and everything like that. From what I gather and what I've heard, there's like 40 chapters of Squadron 42. Okay, I can't confirm that, but there is one person that knows the whole story and every feature and every chapter of Squadron 42. Okay? And he cannot say anything about it. And we all know who he is because we watch him all the time. Astro Historian. He knows that.
I don't watch Astro.
Yeah, I'm just saying, Mike.
I know. I don't watch Astro, but
he knows what Squadron 42 is. Okay? He's even said it on his videos. But he can't divulge. There's a whole lot to Squadron 42 that we don't know about. And it could take hours. It could take weeks. It could take months. We don't know.
It damn well better.
Yeah.
So, yeah, actually, so there was I think Astropub, Salty Mike, and Montoya, and a handful of other people back in 2016 played the first 10 chapters of Squadron 42.
Mm-hmm.
So, I might be misremembering a little bit on that, but I do know that Salty Mike has said on his stream that they have actively went out and played it for CIG for testing.
Mm-hmm.
I am so in awe right now, but
right.
Let's remember, I want to let's bring everybody back down to reality.
Expectations.
Right. Even though Chris said he wants to get it in next year, it may take longer. Let's be realistic and let's look at history.
Oh, no, now hold on. I'm going to stop you right there. Okay, this weekend, right now, this is all about the Hopium. Okay, let's come down like Monday. That's what Mondays are for. Okay, we can be reasonable about this Monday.
Yeah, Mike, don't ruin it quite yet.
I ain't ruining anything. I'm just saying that I honestly do believe that next year is going to be a massive year for Star Citizen. I do think I'll be happy if we got half the stuff that was showed today. If 50% of the things that were showed today we got in the next year, I'm stoked and I'm happy because that is more than they've ever done.
It'd be mega. It'd be like huge.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to get a preview for those that were not able to get to Citizencon. We're going to get the preview of Pyro. Okay? It's going to go in the waves of the concierge. And then wave 5 is all backers. So everybody will get a taste of Pyro.
Let the game, fun begin. Oh.
When that starts. It will not be connected to the Pyro jump gate.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
It's going to be separate. All right? Just giving you a heads up on that right now. Because they're going to drop another PTU for 3.22. So.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of all the cool stuff on Pyro that they showed there in the beginning? Like the, I forget what the heck it was called. Not the station when you first get there, but maybe it was that. What was it called, Zach? Do you recall?
Checkmate.
Checkmate, yeah.
Checkmate. Like, that was very interesting. Like, I didn't really gather, because, like, at one point I questioned, I was like, is this, like, can you actually engage people, like, anywhere here? Or is this, like, a social hub, like an armistice, or is this basically no law, period, and you go there at your own risk?
You're going to want to be packing a gun in your hand at all times, just in case.
Yeah.
When you go to Pyro, there is no law.
I played Pyro.
Because everything I seen is
Okay,
like I'm
talk
just like
to us,
thinking to
Ty.
myself.
I didn't get very far. Okay, first off, not all of the computers had the VKP set up, and not all of them even had a full keyboard. So it's full. You know, I was unlucky enough to get the minority that was only mouse and keyboard, and it was an abbreviated keyboard, no numpad, no F keys. I had to like hold function and the number 1 to bring up my Moby class, right? So it was already frustrating, and I'm a horrible keyboard and mouse flyer. I can't do it because I never do it. I always use my sticks. And so, because of that, I took a mission which happened to be on the dark side of a planet, and I flew out there and I crashed, and I was so frustrated with everything already that I just kind of. This is only 15 minutes in, and I got up and left. But I do have one big thing I can reveal, and that is that there are noodles. There are noodles.
Where's the
I
pizza
ate.
though, man? What about
I ate some fun. I didn't even look for pizza. I found noodles.
See, you seen me list noodles earlier, and you didn't even say there is noodles. Oh, I'm devastated, bro.
Okay.
Look, we needed the nudes, okay?
Right.
Question. Did you get by any chance when you were playing it get a chance of what the specs were on those computers they had there for Pyro and everyone testing?
Yeah, I was
You know
curious
what?
about that.
I didn't think to ask, which seems ridiculous in hindsight, but no, I didn't even think to.
All right. So, by any chance, anyone came across anybody who happened to know? I would love to know.
We all would.
Yep, same here.
I saw a Radeon card, not an Nvidia. There. That's all I got out of that when.
Yeah, that's
Jared
the only
was
thing I
playing.
gathered.
I think
So
from what
yeah,
I
just
understood,
in
because
funny
they
if
went
you
to
could
that one
keep in
ASUS
mind if you
booth, and I
happen to
believe
know
Buddy
at some
said in that
point,
ASUS
please share
booth that
that. Love
ASUS
to know
did
those specs.
did
Thank you.
give all the parts that they needed for the computers, I believe.
Yeah, who's recording?
Someone's recording.
Saxon Graves.
So they're
Hello.
So going back to the checkpoint thing, so I was pretty much telling Zach, I was like, so pretty much as I go here, I'm pretty much like I can
Hold
blast
up.
anybody and do what I want.
Mr. Graves, how can we help?
Hey.
What's going on?
I just thought I'd jump in and see what everybody's thoughts were on the CitizenCon.
Yes, sir. You're
I
recording.
can leave if you want me to.
No. You're just recording, so we just.
I'm recording?
Yeah.
But somebody has clipping enabled. That's the only thing I said.
How do I turn that off?
I don't even know. I've never seen it.
I've never seen it pop up. But
I've never.
It's
Okay.
passive. Don't worry about it.
it's all good. We're on the stream
Yeah,
anyway. So, what's up, man? How you doing?
Oh, I found it. There we go. That should be better, right?
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, you're good, brother.
Cool.
We just. Yeah. What's up?
Oh, I was going to say, regarding what you were saying, that you can just, go to the station and just shoot who you want. Remember that reputation is going to have a thing. And if you start just shooting people in the station, especially with the new AI FPS upgrade, you're asking yourself for a lot of trouble. And at some point, you won't even be welcome at that station anymore.
Alex.
Well, you can, but just
Alex.
shooting. No, my thing is
Alex.
like, well, this is where me and Zach had a
I'll be right back.
conversation about,
I can hear you,
if
but I'll be right
go
back.
into that area, and that's the case, and people can do that, even though there's rep. You still have that choice to do it, no matter
Yes,
what. And I
you
know
have
that people
a
will do this
choice.
because they still fucking do it anyways. And
Yeah.
they know they
See.
don't. No, I'm not saying I'm the guy that's gonna do it. No, I'm just saying it's gonna happen. Like, I'm pretty sure day one, all of us probably gonna get at least shot at once at that area, or someone.
Well, we all take that risk when we get out of the bed.
Right. But my main thing is what I'm getting at is like, so I can pretty much shoot all the time, correct? Not saying
Alex,
I want
Alex,
to. I'm saying that as in like basically that's what I'm saying.
Alex,
Can't justify yourself, man.
Alex, I'm gonna
That's
say this
what I'm saying.
right now.
Just fucking
I'm
shoot
gonna
all I want, right?
I'm just gonna say this right now. You have this habit of not asking any questions but pulling the trigger.
That's right.
And
you ask questions last.
that gets everybody else in trouble when you do that. So you have to be
What
a
I'm
little
getting
bit.
at is that possible?
You
That's
have to
possible.
be diplomatic, sir.
Yes, I agree. But no, what I'm getting at is that possible? Like, because basically,
Yes.
from what has been explained, that's
You
what I'm
can
hearing.
go in there
Okay,
and blow
great.
blow away whoever you want,
Whoa,
but don't
wait.
don't bring it back to me.
No, I'm not going to. I was just making sure because if I need to, I will blow the whole station up.
I
I'm
know you'll
pretty
blow a whole station. That's fine.
I'm pretty
So I've
sure
got a
the AI
question.
will be stronger too. So
What's up, Ty?
I've got a question for Shadow here regarding the org. I mean, now, wait, the org, your org is a no pirate org.
Correct.
So, are you guys going to mostly side with I guess, the Citizens for Pyro faction? Because I think they're the only non-pirate faction in Pyro.
I have no idea what I'm going to do. I have to go there and negotiate.
Yeah.
And once I get there, I find out what the deal is and who I make a reputation with. Then I will inform everybody else. You know, it. This is this is the thing. This is how it's played. So if my organization goes there, we go there and we set negotiations with certain people. The organization has to follow that as best as they can. If there's some type of altercation, then that's a different story, and I have to adjust to that.
I mean, I was just curious about your plans for the org in Pyro.
I mean,
I think
Colonizing.
because I do want to. I'm going to say this, and I've said this.
Not to be confused with colon icing.
I just want to say this, and I've stated this on the stream before. When I go to Pyro, I do plan on establishing something, but I'm not going to reveal. But I do plan on establishing something, and it's going to be back and forth between the two. And when the other jump points open up, I plan on establishing in those systems as well. But that's going to take a lot of time, and it's going to take a lot of building, and it's not something that's going to happen overnight. So, one step at a time. I gotta crawl before I can walk. When I get there, I'm just now getting ready to walk in Stanton. When I go to Pyro, I'm going to be crawling. Just
We could crawl a lot faster if Tag's got me that Kraken.
Well,
hey, you fuck off, he's my space daddy.
It would be we would. All right, you want to get like that? Okay, we're gonna run when we go with the Polaris. Okay,
We got a space mommy. You saw fucking Peaches in the chat, right? Yeah, she said space mommy gets the Kraken first. That's what she said. She said she was buying it for you.
Mike, your thought. Mike's thought.
So for my side of things, I don't intend on doing much in Pyro other than explore. I don't feel it's safe to colonize there. But I do think visiting, mining, taking the risks to do things like that is probably the smartest thing we could do as an org.
Well, that's the first step.
Well, there is something and they haven't really said anything about this in a long time, but they one way or the other. But there was always that feature of that planned feature of Star Citizen where the actions of the general player populace have a huge effect.
Yes.
On the areas. So that could mean that potentially, I mean, if enough players join the Citizens for Pyro, that there might be an advancement against the criminal elements there.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just spitballing a potential idea, but it's how it is does not. It's not like how it's going to be. So
Well-
it might be too dangerous to colonize there. But if you're the type of player that also likes to just go and fight for the underdog and fight the good fight, then that would be a great place to do it.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying there. No, I guess what I'm pointing out is in relativeness to the snowbirds, I don't think it's smart for us to even bother colonizing there. I think expedition trips are fine, but I think that we need to play it smart and stay in Stanton, and maybe look to colonizing like Nyx or something instead. I think that would be the smarter play. And that's just talking about the strategy of it. When you're talking about massive pirate orgs and pirate players are going to be pounding all over Pyro.
Yeah.
And
Oh yeah, the
so
place is gonna get eat up.
yeah, I think it's smart.
Well, you and I are thinking on the same level at this point. We're just now beginning to walk in Stanton. I'm going to go over to Pyro. I'm going to explore. I'm going to see what's there. Do what we need to do to bring, what we can back and stuff like that. I don't particularly want to put anything in Pyro until we have something substantial to be able to do that. But I'd rather go to the other systems first. Pyro's lawless. We're going to be constantly in a battle every time we go there.
Pyro is too deep water for the snowbirds, I think is what you're trying to say.
At this point in time, yeah, because we don't have enough resources to handle that.
Yeah, we're not as an organization. Snowbirds isn't efficient enough to take on something like that, and I'm not trying to be mean about that. I think that
it's a fair statement.
Yeah, I think that practice has got to come into play, especially when we have multi-crew gameplay coming up. Practice has got to get into play for us to be able to move and work together inside of ships together. For instance, for example, every Star Citizen player has a similar dream, and that's to own a ship and have a crew. No doubt, right? That's why people want a Kraken. That's why people won't shut the hell up about a Perseus.
Yes.
Fucking ship is gonna be so goddamn.
Oh, there we go.
Go again. Anyway,
you're gonna dick so many ships down with that thing, man. Oh my God.
Yeah. Okay. But I think that if we're going to do orc things, we need to get good. Pardon the phrasing, at the things that this game is going to be about, and we need to practice this together.
Yeah, and you and I both know when I started it, it was not meant to be a military organization.
Mm-hmm.
It was not meant for that, and I don't want it to get to that point because that's not what I created it for. So,
no, we're an educational org, essentially. I would akin us to an academy.
Yeah, that, and we go out, we make money to keep the org together. We go out and get ships so people can do things and take care of things and make money. Learn how to crew a ship. Learn about the game loops and things of that nature. It was basically a educational organization with industrial and emergency rescue. That's what I created.
Yeah, I yeah, absolutely. That's right. But that doesn't mean we can't play other facets of the game, and I think Shadow does agree to that one. It's
we have to.
We're just not. Yeah, we have to. We have to understand how things. If we're going to bring new players in, and we're going to teach those new players how to play the game, we have to be at least familiar with how these things work, so that way we can show these folks. And it's in Shadow. I challenge you a little bit on not military, but rather security. That we will absolutely need security on our team.
That is a massive thing. That's why I created the Warbirds.
Yeah. So. And security doesn't just go to ships, right? Security also hits inside of ships, inside of crew. As Alex amazingly pointed out,
yes,
you're gonna probably want a comm security officer watching camera on your ship, and if they notice if they notice an extra door being open, they can, hey, security, can you go check this room?
yes.
Yeah.
But also, that's why I created the Snow Devils to back up the Warbirds in the air. That's what their job is. The Warbirds have an air group and they have a ground group, but we're going to need a specialized ground group as well. So I've got all these things in my head. I've just got to get it down, and so everybody knows what page I'm on, so we can all be on the same page and know exactly what I'm working on, because it's gotten to the point where we have to grow, and we have to grow in a certain way to protect ourselves, because we don't go out and bother anybody, but we have to protect ourselves. And when we do things, we need to be able to do them efficiently, get in, get out, go home.
He said doo-doo.
Excuse me, Shadow.
Yes.
Paul, sorry for interrupting. I'm just going to say bye, everybody. I'm going to hop off here. I'm going to get myself some food.
All right, man.
All right, man.
So,
take care. One, Ty.
Take it
Thanks,
easy.
Ty.
You guys have a great day.
Ty.
Thanks
the
for
videos.
Ty.
Yes.
Thank you very much for what you did, okay?
You guys are very welcome. Happy to do it.
All
Have a
right,
great
man.
day.
Alrighty, man.
Yep.
Sure, man.
Later, man.
Go fucking eat chickens.
But if you get what I'm saying, and I hope everybody understands where I'm coming from on this, we
Be right back, guys.
we do have to do these things. We do have to learn the game loops. It's just taking a lot of time, because I had to build the base first. Now I'm starting to expand it because of the fact that we need it. We need them.
Side note for you guys,
Yes,
unrelated.
sir.
You know that with certain things being added to the game, they're gonna add different ammunition types for larger caliber weapons. And everything else.
Everything is a boom.
That's coming.
But
It's
go
coming quick. It's coming quicker than we first thought.
Yes. And I have to go to the head real quick. Be right back.
Yes, sir.
Zach, are you getting a Zeus, my guy?
Another one of those bear heads.
I have not found one yet. I've been looking for a while. Yeah, it was really interesting to see all the cool stuff that they've implemented. What's your take, Dad?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the growth of it, and it's just going to be hard to remain patient. But what else you do, right?
There was there was so much shit to cover with like three. I don't even remember what the fuck they were called. Like, it was like a bunch of the facility stuff or whatever that stuff was called. Like, it was all very interesting. Like, they had an A2 that flew in and dropped a bomb, and I was like, why do they have an A2 drop a bomb randomly?
You're probably going to say it wrong, but it was distribution center. Sorry, I kind of say it the best I could. Yeah.
That's why Dad likes me more, not you, because you stuttered. No, I'm playing. No, it was really interesting to see
Alex,
those.
Alex, yourself.
Oh, okay. It's okay. I already get it every day. I just think it's cool. Like, there's like, I don't know what it is. It's like three different things. A distribution center, like the Gray Cat one, and then some. I don't know what all that other stuff is. Like the different things you could do in like the raids. I see those being really integral for the crafting and getting resources.
Can you hear me, Shave?
Yes, sir.
He sits on his hand, waits for it to go numb, and calls it the stranger.
Oh, you know what? We probably all have tried the stranger.
Okay.
I see those things that I mentioned, like those being super crucial in helping you obtain your craftables and stuff easier for resources. Theory. But if it is, It's gonna be prime for illegal stuff.
I personally had not heard anything about the mod for the Galaxy being a base builder, so
Yeah, they said it, and I was like, whoa! It totally threw me for a loop as well as Zach. We were like, what? The Galaxy?
Okay, last year, remember your 3 mods that came out for the Galaxy, right? The cargo, the medical, and the refinery.
That was the only ones.
There was a 4th one, manufacturing, and it was not revealed. You couldn't buy it yet. It was in process.
Yeah, they're gonna release it at this IAE probably.
Maybe. But anyway.
There's a few ships. I have a feeling I'm going to be spending probably $1,500, $2,000 this IAE.
Okay. Anyway, anybody else got any thoughts? Brian, talk to me.
I loved everything. I don't have much to say because that was my first CitizenCon. I came in at 318. So, I mean, I played it like 6 years ago. Well, I mean, I played 6 years ago on a $5,000 gaming PC, and all you got was what? What was the? You didn't even have go to planets or nothing. You could just hit the Aurora. You couldn't even go anywhere really. So from coming from that to this, and then seeing what I saw, and I've never even played Squadron at all, so I don't really have.
Nobody has. Nobody has. Only certain people have. Maybe. I don't
Oh,
know.
okay.
That's the thing that maybe they did.
But thoughts at the end, I was not disappointed in a damn thing.
Well said.
Okay, I'm going to say this. Go and watch 2952 CitizenCon. Okay, that was a digital one. And compare that to this year and see what you think.
Okay. All right. Will do, sir.
I mean, I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but that one.
Oh, no. I agree with what you're saying. Yeah, because I didn't see the last one to compare it to any. Just I was comparing to what when I came in at 318 and then what they want to do.
But that was a virtual one because they didn't do a live one last year. And that was my first one, and I enjoyed it. So this one was more than what I expected. Okay, even though I wasn't there. So, yeah. Lurch?
Yes, sir.
You got anything on your mind?
I just caught the tail end of it. I completely forgot about it. I was gone all day yesterday. I had a bus thing. I was gone 15 hours yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And I just caught the end of it. And it looked good. I mean, I've been I backed him for 2 years, so I want to see something come out of it.
Sure.
But I'm perfectly content with running around killing demons and building stupid stuff. Skylines. I might jump Skylines here next week or so. I don't know.
Okay.
But I want to build. Let me build.
All right.
And I know Rocky is ready and willing to start building too, because once football season is done and he's got time, he's going to be bored out of his mind.
Mm-hmm.
So the building aspect, and he will pick apart everything he can about building. I've built with him in Space Engineers and Imperium. Not as much as Imperium, but when he spends time, there were days where he didn't sleep for like a week playing around on Space Engineers. He'd sleep for 2-3 hours and get back up and do it again.
Right.
Talking about Rock Jumper?
Yes.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah, Charmy is
Yeah,
saying.
dude's insane. He's coaching for a basketball. They do baseball too, don't they? Baseball, and football. And he's just. It's good that he's doing it because his grandkids are involved, but at the same token, I mean, it's not giving him time to do what he wants to do.
Yeah.
But he's doing all right with it.
Mm-hmm.
I think the kid aspect is much more rewarding than the video game aspect, because a video game will always be there.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So
Mr. Graves, he is a new entry into the Snowbirds. Um, and your thoughts, sir. What did you think about? I don't know if you watched the whole 2 days, and you pretty much know everything about what the Snowbirds are about. So, your thought, if you're there.
I don't think he's there.
Okay. Road Rash. No.
Sorry, just got home. I missed the conversation.
Oh Lord.
I had to go grab a couple beers, so.
All right.
So I just got home. So.
Okay, Road Rash.
I missed it.
Your thought on day one, day two.
My thought, well, being my first Citizen Con and seeing the past Citizen Cons and listen to people like Salty Mike and everybody whine and cry how they've done all this, but nothing's ever come to fruition. I knew at the beginning of this, I had kind of said a few times, I was like, because everybody's kind of skeptical. I says, man, they got something they're going to show you guys. I know they are. I just had that feeling. And sure enough, man, there was freaking Squadron 42. There was a Zeus, the new ship, Pyro, the whole 9 yards. So out of all the years that everybody's been here in a long time and just heard the old, story of like, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Well, now it's finally come to fruition. So, put your boots on because the game's about to get real fun, I think. So,
Well, also too, you came in at 318.
Yep.
And
that was like a dark time.
You walked in on the roughest patch from what I heard. Okay.
Yes.
There was 3.0 if I'm correct. And that one is when they put the first planets in. And it was rough. Then they went to 313, 314, where everything was falling apart. And we couldn't get this, we couldn't get that. What's up, crazy? And they were 30King every 15 minutes, and there was so many people that left. They stopped playing because of that. When 315 came, and that's when I came in, it was one of the smoothest patches that they've had in years. Okay, so you came in at the roughest time when it started. And what do you think about from your beginning entrance to what we have now? Even though we still have issues, what do you think now compared to when you first got in?
Well, it's definitely come a long ways. We don't have as many 30Ks now. Still get, kick the desktop, crash the desktops or whatnot. But other than that, it's been, a half decent experience. I have a newer computer, so I didn't have a whole lot of issues like other people did with stuff not loading in. Like you and Peaches both spawning in the beds and the habs and getting stuck in the building and stuff like that. I had maybe one or two of those issues, but not, Peaches was always having issues like that. I've seen you a few times there on the stream have that same issue. So, I've been pretty lucky with having a pretty decent system to run the game. So, other than that, it's been a pretty smooth progress from what I can see. Like when the PTUs are dropped and whatnot, yeah, they're buggy 30K after 30K after 30K. Like look at that one time when we were jumping from server to server to server, it had it crash 5 minutes after we got there, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's come a long way though. It's like the gameplay. Like I have to say, 321 when they dropped that this time, and we all got in and we played for a long time before anything really happened. So it's like it's definitely a much smoother progress that they've done since 318. But from like 318 to 1 and 2 and PTU and then 19 and then when we first came to 320, they said long-term persistence was going to happen, but a lot of us lost a lot of stuff. So, they still got a lot of things to work on. Like myself, I lost a lot of stuff. I lost my entire inventory when A came down and all my ships. Like when 320 dropped, I lost some of my ships. When 320A came down, I lost uh, everything. 320B came down, I lost all my inventory. So yeah, it was I took a big hit there. But
Mhm.
other than that, it was like it was it's been pretty smooth, you know progress that we're coming along. I'm looking forward to what's coming in the future. That server meshing, like I said, that's going to be a technology that's it's going to make MMOs. It's going to change the way MMO games are played in the future by all companies. Like, if Star Citizen Sig can get that server meshing to work the way it works, they've got something to sell to other companies, and they can make good money on that if they can make that work, which will change the whole landscape of MMOs forever, from going from 100 people servers to much larger servers with many more people interacting and throughout the verse and or throughout whatever world that the game may go into, because I think that's a technology that's really going to take a MMO to the next level. And I think SIG is onto something that's probably a sellable product from their point or perspective to other companies, maybe, right? So
Yeah.
it's hard to say, but it's I'm pretty enthusiastic about it. I'm looking forward to it, man. For I was thinking gameplay in my head like earlier, like let's say a month and a half ago, maybe even less than that. Buying a crack and living on the crack and parking on the ice and Microtech and blah blah blah, making my base of operations. And then all of a sudden they started talking about persistent hangers. So it's like, okay, well, that's kind of cool. And then now what we just seen today, which is going to start going into development next year, base building. It's just like, yeah. And you can have 3 different levels. You can pay the money, so you don't have to worry about some jackass blowing you up, or you can have it so that you and your can defend the base or whatnot, right? So
Yeah.
it's I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be really
About to
cool
make
gameplay once
oodles
that's
of money.
implemented. But like I said, they're pulling teams, like you guys have said, now out of Squadron 42. Now that technology can start, all those people can go into Star Citizen, and it's going to speed a lot of stuff up. Once they get that server meshing down, and we can go from Stanton to Pyro, and bring all your stuff with you, that from one you know system to the other system. Like,
Mhm.
that's one of the things they're working on right now. You can't do a package delivery from one system to another. Once they get that figured out and finalized, oh damn, dude, it's going to be game changer right there.
Yeah. That I'm gonna say this. That delivery mission from one system to another is gonna make a whole lot of difference.
Better pay big.
Now, Alex, I'm gonna. I want to hear all your thoughts, and
No, you don't.
nothing about a boom boom.
No, nothing about Boom Boom. So, like, all right, let me explain my gist. Like, my gameplay, I like. So for me, I'm on my fleet. As you guys probably noticed, a lot of my shit, I'm strapped, and I was explaining this to Super like last weekend. I was like, a lot of my ships, I'm fucking strapped all the time. Like, I might have, like, example, Hercules. I'm always in an A2 when I could have a C2 do my shit, but I'm doing the armored fucking transport. So for me, I'm like kind of like a merc, but I also like to do everything else that like Shadow likes to do. But I like to be strapped. So not talking about boom booms, but I'm just saying I like to be strapped. But based on everything that was presented to me and showing me what they want to do more with the base building, it kind of really put in perspective for me more of like what they are trying to envision for us to play as a whole on this game. And that gets me really excited because I really want to go down and do all the things that they explained. Not to go into detail of what was all covered the last 2 days, but with what they showed me was kind of like what when I got into Star Citizen originally, what I was hoping it to be, and it seems that it is coming to be that. So with what Road Rash is saying and iterating on that, with the server meshing coming in, and now showing us all the stuff that they've done in Squadron 42 for the last 2 years, and with the release date imminent, not knowing when, but when I say imminent, it's upon us sometime soon. I expect it within, this being generous, within 2-3 years.
Okay. Okay.
I can see I see like with also too Mike Red Rodash saying I see these updates going to be coming in with a lot of features, not right away, but the big start of it, which was a big a big indicator of it all, was with them showing us those ships, and like one that was probably like no one really realized was under the radar, but like, oh yeah, we've started all this progress on all these backlog ships, which was like kind of weird. I was like, wow, where did all these other people come from? Well, that was no one, not all the new people. It was just people coming from Squadron 42 after getting their piece done,
Drugs.
their polishing's done.
Yeah.
That's where some of these people are going. Like the ship stuff that's in Squadron 42, some of those fucking ships look really detailed for what they were. And some of those interior spaces, they looked amazing.
Yeah.
So, I believe that's where those people were, and those were ship teams, and now they've moved over. So I expect a lot of things to start happening at an accelerated rate.
Okay.
To what
Are you-
extent, I don't know exactly.
Yeah,
Are you repeating what I said? Are you repeating what I said earlier?
No. I'm in agreement with it, and I'm just giving my take.
Okay. No, I thought you were reiterating what I said earlier. Reiterating, not copying me. Don't take it the wrong way.
No.
So-
I think based on everything was shown, I think we're going to see stuff a lot faster, and I'm happy with the state of like how it is. But I take everything in a grain of salt still, and I'm just like, I expect the minimal.
Well, I gotta say this, Melipan. Yes, base building and stuff, so I can use the A1 Spirit to practice bombing.
See, he said no boom boom. I was
he's
even
a
going to
boom
go
boom.
there about that. Yeah, buddy, we're gonna get along just fine. You can sit in the
Melipan
seat with
is
me.
So, I would like to hear, and I think Mike would too, and I think all of you would like to hear. This is a player that came in 317 along with Mike. And this is Adabitsu, this is Zach. Zach has been pretty quiet. He stepped away from the game because it was giving him a lot of problems. And Zach, talk it up. Talk it up.
I mean, when literally the first time I ever played this game, within 15 minutes, I found a black hole elevator, and it instantly killed me. And at one point, I had to come get Mike to save my ass because I was stuck planetside. That's like how I met Mike. So, like, this game has always been like stupid buggy, but it's had like its little points of a glimmer of hope, and then they'll screw it up again, and then a glimmer of hope, and then they'll screw it up again. But it's all a big part of the process. So even when everything is like super bad, you just gotta kind of wait for it. So comparatively to what the game was years ago, it is so much better now. There's so much more to do, so much more to go look at. So I mean, I'm holding my hopes up, especially after this Citizencon. It seems like all the good stuff is right on the horizon. Not quite there yet, but it's close.
I mean, you know, when you came into the game, you came in at 316. If I'm correct.
Yeah, that was when like the game was actually running decently cleanly. But like the worst issue, it wasn't like 30Ks or anything like that. It was just falling into an open pit elevator. That was the problem.
But as time went on, 317, a lot of people, it did have its issues, and then when we got to a point where it was very stable, but at that point there was a massive content drought at that point, and everybody said, okay, I've finished up everything, and I'm doing this. We were waiting for 318 to go to PTU, and IE dropped, and then here comes 318 into the PTU. The first couple days were a train wreck.
Oh yeah, big time.
And then a few weeks later, they said, "Oh, we're going to drop 318 on December 18th." They couldn't because it wasn't working right. Then they extended the PTU until February, if I'm correct, Mike. And then
318, yeah, it was a while.
And then okay, it dropped, everything happened, and a lot of people stepped away. So I don't know, I don't remember, Zach, if you played the PT or not. I don't remember.
Not really. I've always been pretty much just a PU player.
But
although I gotta say the live status thing is awesome. Sorry.
What?
They have a live status indicator now on how well the servers are doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it shows the current issues and everything. I saw that a little earlier.
Yeah.
I'm real excited about that. Anybody on right now?
I am on. I just hopped in a vulture and I have no idea what the hell I'm doing.
Oh Lord.
Drugs. Okay. Got it.
Okay.
No,
But
that was
anyway.
earlier.
Anybody else got any thoughts, comments about what we've seen, what we've come across, what you're not happy with, what you are happy with? We are almost 9 hours into the stream.
Yeah.
And
Well, to
Get
go
it.
from last night when you're gonna have to shoot.
And now our stream's rough. Especially when you're sitting
We're gonna
back.
have to shoot an asshole, I'm sure, a few times out there. So we're gonna have to always be on our guard now, and especially if we're in the pyro system, man, we're gonna have to be locked and loaded always.
Oh, that's a given.
Yeah.
Well, I never leave without a gun.
Yeah.
That's a given.
There's not gonna be a thing called armistice zones and shit like that.
No.
In pyro. So yeah, you're gonna have to be on your toes at all times.
Always.
Yeah.
I mean, your best bet is just jumping out and then disabling your drive and just being out in the middle of space.
Basically, we're gonna do what we got to do, but we're not gonna provoke anything. We just got to take care of ourselves. I just wanted to get your guys' thoughts about Citizencon, what you thought was really pertinent and what made you disappointed and what made you excited. Your thoughts.
Everything made me excited, to be honest. there was some good stuff there because sure, a lot of it was Squadron 42 stuff, but that's all going to come into the game. And, you know, they said many times that a lot of this stuff is ready to go, right? So, you know, these next couple PTU patches that are going to be coming up, you know, first we're going to get the Goal into Pyro, and well, the concierge people will, and then subscribers, blah, 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 work their way down. But there's a lot of new exciting stuff that I can see coming very shortly. So I'm looking forward to it, man.
I mean, yeah, this next 2 months are gonna be nuts, man. Like we're getting a boatload of new hair. To Road Rash's point, we're getting a boatload of new hair in the next 2 months. We're getting updated. There was something else that was pretty cool coming along that was in this quarter that we're getting. I'm sorry, there was so much.
Yeah, man.
Oh, let's not forget next month's IAE. Okay, that is going to be the ship show.
There's gonna be some ships coming up. I could see it potentially.
And I'm going to tell you this.
Yeah, the IE, is it going to be another just nothing but warbird ships, kind of like
No, that's everything. That's everything.
It's
everything.
Okay, because I was just like, well, when are they ever going to have an industrial show and they're talking about cargo and mining and shit like that?
That's
IE.
Oh, okay.
That is IE 100%.
Okay.
Everything's available in IE though.
Yes.
Yeah. Invictus is the all
when they
military.
Yeah, it's just military strictly.
But IAE is the pinnacle of the year, and this is where you can get all ships.
Your wallets.
all ships, everything, and you can fly every ship in the game for free. Every
I
ship.
hope they don't do a free fly. Well, they probably will.
They are going to do a free fly.
They're going to do
You
a free
know they're
fly,
gonna
but
do
you know what? What's, in my opinion, with this free fly, okay, it's good. It's going to bring in some chuckleheads that are just going to want to go out and just grief everybody because that's what they do.
Yeah.
But in the grand scheme of things, from what I can see with these free flies, it's going to bring in, like I said, the chuckleheads, but it's going to root out the ones that are like, oh, you mean I got to pay for this? Oh, I'm going to have to build rep for this. And, some are going to stay, but a lot are not going to stay. They're going to go. They're going to go play Call of Duty or Battlefield or whatever the latest, greatest first person shooter is, right?
Well,
yeah.
And that's what they're going to be off doing.
Well, look at it like this. This is where you will find a lot of people that get into the game and they try it, they enjoy it, they get a feeling for it, and that's when that's the prime time for new players to join organizations. They get 10 days. And within that 10 days, if they like what they see with the community more than the game, that's when you have people that will come into the game because they know that they can, the community is going to take care of them.
Based on what you guys saw for the Squadron 42,
it depends on who they meet, and that's where that's the hardest part. If Mike hadn't have found me, right, that one day, I was gonna step away for like a couple weeks because I was frustrated. Thank you for subscribing or following. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
But that's what it is. And if Mike hadn't have found me and pulled me into Joe's, the Lost Sully, and brought me over to IHLS, okay, where I made connections with people to become better at the game and learn more about it and how it works. I'm just saying, a lot of solo players will walk away from it. They may step away for a week or so, but some will just be like, I want a refund. It all depends. But an organization that's going to help you get your ship, get your skills up and all like that, it makes a big difference. And that's one reason I started Snowbirds. One of the main reasons. So, Mike? You got anything?
Well, so far, it's been one of the best groups I've been able to find in a lot of games. You guys talk about 315. I've been around since 2.6. So, yeah. I've watched the game develop. Yeah. So. And I ran corporations. I ran huge corporations in EVE. Played in WoW. City of Heroes. I think we had Corp Cat. We were about to do a corporate. Our leadership was going to do a cruise, a 7-day cruise. That fell through, but that was to be expected. Things are falling apart anyway. But I just don't. I don't run things because I don't like the paperwork. I go in, do my job, do whatever I got to do, and be done for the day. I don't want to be. Well, this guy called me a dweeb. This guy's got a problem with him, her, whatever. I don't want to deal with that.
Yeah. And that makes a big difference. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Very good, boss. I just want to say it's good to have good people, and you come and rescued me. I mean, I hadn't played in 6 months, and I came in the game and decided to crash on the side of a building on a planet. It took a while, but and then you took me on a mission, and I shot some guy in the head. Ended up in jail for 3 hours. Whatever.
Positive reinforcement.
But
passive
So not
aggressive.
and they had just changed the jail, so it was terrible. It was awful, but I still enjoyed it, so I didn't care.
Right. I mean, it happens. And I'm gonna say this: everybody that's gone down in the bunker, and don't try and say it because we've all done it. We've shot a card.
Yeah.
And
I
we've
haven't.
been the clutcher. Zach, I know you lying.
No, I've actually
I've done
only
my time in jail. I've been in the
I've only
few-
been to prison
few
one
times
time.
now.
No, Zach has only been once, and he always goes and buys his fucking crime stat off. We go and do that.
Yeah, well,
Do the time. You did the crime. Do the time.
Right.
And as bad as it may be to be stuck in jail, it's one of those things in the game that you can't get away with them. If you do something wrong, if you're moving cargo and you knock somebody down, you're going to jail.
Well, they've
It's
changed.
gonna happen. It's gonna happen because you're gonna be somewhere unloading something. You're gonna run over somebody, or somebody's gonna come and try and mess with your stuff. They're gonna get clubbed in the head. I think everybody needs to be in jail to see how to get out.
So
This is how you do it. Otherwise, you're gonna be stuck explaining to them.
Yeah, you're gonna learn about it, right?
No.
Right. But
It's like changing tires, changing oil. You know, you should know how to do that shit.
yeah, yeah.
Maybe that's what I'll suggest the next time Charlie says, "Well, I don't know what we want to do." Well, everybody's going to jail today.
Go ahead, Mike. You got your mic muted.
Yeah, no, he's right. Next time Charmy says that, we're all going to jail.
Make sure you call me because I'm going to be there for it.
You know what's wild is when they when when Starfield was like coming out. I've seen so much stuff. People are like, it's like, but I can play Starfield and I can do everything like what you should be able to do in Star Citizen. And this was coming from friends of mine and Corey's that's in this Discord who only played Star Citizen for maybe like 2 hours, talking shit about it, and yet they only played Starfield for like an hour or two, and then I'm not even playing it.
Yeah.
And I'm like thinking, like. People say that, and I'm just like, you guys have no idea what you're talking about. Like,
yeah,
you don't know what.
Yeah, you could go and play Starfield without the list of people that you got in here right now to talk to.
And I'm like, but that game's like trash. I was like, the only thing that makes it good is being able to have the mods to make it better, which is sad. I'm like, I'd rather have a game that has everything and invest into it, like Star Citizen, and I put money into it. Yeah, it's my money, and everyone else put their own money into it to what they feel that they think's going to be good and what they feel is worth their investment. And I don't know, I mean, I feel I can justify my purchases based on like why.
Star Citizen, I'm gonna say this.
I like the game.
Star Citizen in its own way is an investment.
Correct.
And when you make that first pledge, you have the choice to either go farther or just stay with your regular package. It's totally up to you. Then, when you get in the game and you get with people that teach you and show you how to play the game, get new ships, right? With in-game money, and if you like that ship, you have it is totally up to you if you want to get the ship out of game and have it permanently. The thing is, and I tell this to everybody when new people, or even people that watch the stream, you will get frustrated with this game, period. No matter what, you will get frustrated. You got to have a massive thick skin. And then there are days where you'll cuss this game out and you'll walk away from it for like a couple days. Or if you can't deal with it at all and want to take a break from it, some people have walked away from it for years. And when they saw 318 coming, they came back. And what happened?
They did drugs.
Servers were overloaded.
Yeah.
They couldn't handle it. And that's another reason why 318 had a problem. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I was gonna say, hey Zach, I asked you a question in Star Citizen chat. Have you seen the Hull C or A1 bomber yet?
I've seen the A1.
I see the Hull C.
Yeah, Alex showed me the A1. Yeah, of course. Bombed the piss out of a building.
Of course he did.
No, I didn't. You have no fucking proof. Okay.
Really?
I have. Alex, all you really need is as proof is who you are.
Yeah.
What?
Thank you. Thank
Zach,
you.
we're
Thank
friends.
you.
I'm your space daddy. You're talking to.
Thank
You're-
you.
Hey, Space Daddy hasn't been putting out.
Oh, well, I'm not touching that. But anyway.
Time against, I gotta go between Peaches,
Oh.
Super, Gortok, Rock Jumper. I gotta name everybody, bro. I gotta go to Mike. Mike's the ultimate one. I give him birthday money, bro. I'm on his good side.
Not for long. If you talk about that damn purchase.
Right? Yeah. But anyway.
Hold on. Why did I call that and that come out? That pisses me off.
This was my second CitizenCon. I was really impressed with what they showed. The first one, my first CitizenCon, I was excited because, it's road to the next system. It's this, it's that. They showed a lot of stuff that was really cool. But today made last year's the past 2 days made last year's look like nothing.
Oh, you gotta be shitting me.
I didn't really.
Not you.
Well, they brought a lot to the table this time, from what I can tell, from what I've seen from past videos and reaction videos, blah, blah. They brought a lot to the table, not of what we want to do, but this is what we have, and you're going to get it freaking soon. That's what they kept saying.
Yes.
We got this now, it's ready to go. It's coming. It's coming. You're going to get it in the next patch, right? Whereas before, from everything else I've seen, well, this is what we'd like to do. The sandworms and the bugs and this and that and the wildlife, blah, blah, blah. That stuff's going to come, I'm sure, now in the future, right? But they didn't show any of that kind of stuff. It was just like, this is what we've got, and you're getting it soon, right? Like really soon. Yeah. And then here's a new ship that we just released, and all of a sudden the website crashes because everybody and their dog's trying to go buy it, right? So,
right.
It's like, they've come a long ways. From what I've seen, and like I said, I've only been here a short time, but I've played many MMO games in the past. I started with PlanetSide. That was my very first MMO experience.
Oh my god,
that game was just intense when it came out, and that was back in the '90s, man. And that was back then. Getting 100 people on our server was awesome. It was just like, and we had these fights. There was 3 separate factions all fighting for one base, man. And sometimes them fights would last for 3-4 days long, right? It was just a constant, it was, and that was some fun stuff. So some of the best gameplay I've ever had in my life, other than Counter-Strike before that, but the original Counter-Strike when it was a mod. But yeah, it was just, like I said before, like this server meshing thing, this is technology. This technology is big. And a lot of people aren't looking at the grand scheme of things. They just want to play the game, blah, blah, blah. But in the grand scheme of things, this server meshing technology is going to take MMO to the next freaking level that we haven't seen yet, right? That technology is coming along, and I'm impressed to see that. That's what I want to see. I want to see that work. I've played the MMOs. I've done that. I've done the World of Warcrafts and the PlanetSide and PlanetSide 2 and whatnot. But this MMO, this is some really exciting tech that's really going to take MMOs to the next level, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. Anybody else got any comments, thoughts? I mean, I'm gonna shut this thing down because we've been at it for 9 hours. And
go ahead and shut down the stream.
I hope everybody enjoyed day 2. I will be setting up a afterthoughts stream with all the snowbirds, and hopefully Woodwalker Joe and Zook will be able to join in, and Ty, and everybody give their thoughts about CitizenCon 2953, what you thought about it, and what you would have loved to see uh, brought in, but it didn't make it, or what you thought about what was shown.
I think
Okay.
you need to keep. I think you should keep going on that streaming there because all the big name people have finally shut theirs down. So I think you're off the I'm looking at who else was streaming earlier, and well, that one's done, and this guy's still going. But yeah, other than that, it looks like most of it's all done.
Yeah, everybody's called it.
Yeah.
There was a
It was. Yeah, go ahead, Lurch.
there was they said that everything's going to be processed, piece by piece. You got to build this piece to make this piece to make this piece. There was a game that came out last year. I played it briefly. It was a subscription only. You only paid 15. It was like $15 a month you could play, but all of their stuff was time based construction like that, and it bombed hard.
I bet.
Well, I mean, it looked good. I mean, you claim your little piece of land here. You're close to the city or whatever like that. I think they shut it down because it bombed so hard.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what it was. I'm looking through my list. I don't see it, but I mean, it was last year, and it was that build by time. What they're talking about doing, that's rough to get used to.
Yeah.
And I mean, you're waiting for 10 hours for 50 pipes to be made to make the next level factory thing. But oh wait, you need this other factory thing to make 10 of these before you can make those, and it got to be pretty rough.
Yeah.
So I hope it's smoother. But I mean, if it lasts, if it's gonna last, it's gonna be you don't have to worry about losing it after 90 days or 30 days or without somebody being on. I'm sure there will be anyway. But I hate to see everybody going towards something and then losing it because dumb shit didn't log in and recharge the water purifiers or some crap. So you can't make your atomic energy or whatever to keep your base up and running, keep your stuff up. You got after 12 hours before you can keep your base back up for another 10 days.
But the thing is, from what I saw on the base building, and I thought that the way they presented it, where you can do so much and you have to get blueprints. And I've played games where I had to get a blueprint to build something. And these are not purchasable. They're not, you can't get them in the store. You have to earn them in game. And that makes a big difference. That makes a big difference. It gives the players who want to grind, to get to that point, a purpose. And this is where, and I said this in chat, your AUEC now has more of a purpose to build that base and get to that point. To protect it and do all these things. You may get low. If you go with the higher security, you may get low profit. If you go with the medium, you get a better medium profit. If you go lawless, you don't have any security at all, and you're defending that thing and you're doing everything, you're going to get more money. So they've made it to the point where now what you earn from that base, or how you defend it or whatever, and all the resources that you're going to gather around it, it's going to bring you more. You have a purpose with it. That's what people have been begging for, if I'm correct, Mike.
Yeah, I mean it's another step in the proverbial right direction. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a big one. It's a big one. And I'm going to say it. when I got an opportunity to get some land, I'm going to build a HQ. Okay, and we're gonna build that sucker. We're gonna take care of it. We're gonna do what we got to do, But we're gonna need a ship that can build us a base. Yeah,
That's right. Thanks.
I have a galaxy.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Go. Hey, Ty. Welcome
Hey,
back.
Ty.
Hello, everybody. I am chowing down on some street tacos, carnitas with onions and salsa verde.
Oh.
I hate you.
Dude, street tacos in Cali are the bomb. They are so good.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to the cargo though. Definitely, that's the cargo gameplay they got coming.
Oh,
that's going to be some interesting stuff.
That
those
Mike,
buildings that they got, those buildings that they got coming, and
Mike and I have been waiting for that. We've talked about that.
I got something else.
Some really interesting stuff that's going to be coming.
So, yeah, nobody noticed, or at least nobody actively but me that I noticed said anything that the Bounty Hunter gameplay was displayed today.
Yes, I said. I didn't say anything about it, but I saw it.
About it. I saw Len
So-
put the cuff on the dude and stuff like that.
Okay.
It's pretty cool.
So the cuffs were the first hint at it, and the other hint was the hover tractors, the cargo tractors.
Yes.
Yes.
The trolleys.
The trolleys, yeah. If you go back when they were talking about Bounty Hunter gameplay, they said that there was two things we needed for that: cuffs and trolleys.
Yeah. And that was
So
they said something about that last year.
I also think they should come out with a taser-like energy weapon for taking your bounties down as well. That would be something that should be implemented also in the game.
Yeah.
So, if it's dead or alive, but he's got to come in alive, not dead, you can at least zap him with a taser gun. And he's like, drops to the ground, and you put cuffs on him. You're done, bud. You're going to jail.
I'm going to say this. The freight elevators and keeping your vehicles and all like that, that's amazing.
Yes, that's a good starter for a base. When that comes into play, that's going to be definitely the starter of base building right there before you can get your land claim and start building your base on your land, because you've got to make money somehow. You're not just going to jump into this game and you can only have so many credits. Depending on how many ships you pre-purchased will determine how many credits you're going to start with, because if every ship comes with so many credits, that's going to determine how many credits you're going to get in game at the starting, when you get nothing.
Well, that's when they do a wipe. When they do a wipe.
A full wipe.
A full wipe. You don't have any in-game purchase ships. You only have what you pledged, and you will only get 20,000 AUEC unless you bought the chits for $5 or $10 or $20. And
The shits.
Chits. CHIT.
Oh, chits.
With a Z at the end. Chits.
Yeah. So
I have the shits too.
So when you get those, okay, those go into your UEC gold account. And when you get those, right, you come into game after a full wipe. That is what you start with. So,
well, right now it's 200,000, because when I came in a game with 318, it said in the thing that I'm going to get 20,000 when I bought my starter package.
Yeah, but I
logged in the first time, I had 200,000 in my pocket.
But you may not have that.
Yeah.
So it all depends on what you want to do. There are people that have bought those credits over the years. They're starting with $1 million or more.
Exactly.
Okay.
There's going to be people that are going to start the game already millionaires right off the top.
Yeah.
They're already going to have a good bankroll to start with.
Yeah.
And they're going to have the ships already in their inventory to go make that bankroll even bigger. Like most people, most people, the first thing they do is go do bunkers, anyways. Right? I'm going to go do bunkers, and
You know what they're not going to have? Those people, they're not going to have nearly as much fun playing the game, building themselves up. That's what they're going to miss.
There's that aspect too.
Yeah, I agree with that.
A lot
There's
of
probably
people.
people that have dropped the $10,000 in the game and have walked away from it. So it's just like, oh, it's chump change, whatever. And now I'm playing GTA 5 or whatever it is, you know.
But there's some that will make alt accounts, so they can grind all the way up with that alt account. So it all depends on what you want to do and how you want to do it.
Yeah, you're talking about alt accounts. That's fun. We had when we stopped playing Eve. Between 7 of us, I think we had 40 accounts.
Wow.
So we would go out and strip, entire asteroid systems in 4 hours.
Hey, Fire. What's going
What's up,
on,
Fire?
man?
Not much.
To the guy that's in the Twitch comment there, they did not announce any release date.
Nope, they did not.
They're polishing the game right now, so anywhere from now to next year. They're really close. They're definitely really close, and from everything that we've seen over the CitizenCon, it's been pretty exciting, and yeah, they're really close. But yeah, then no release date. Chris he was like, I ain't giving no date because you guys all get mad at me. So it was his exact words. So there was no date given.
He wasn't going for the panty drop this time.
Right. Right. Oh, you're welcome, man. But it was a good CitizenCon. Even though I couldn't attend, I wanted to attend, but I could not, and I enjoyed it.
Hey Shadow, sorry to interrupt you. Sorry, Mike. My shit bugged out. I couldn't look up and down anymore, so I turned off the ship and it ejected me out of the seat.
That was the wrong button.
No, I hit the power down button and it went. You're getting out of the seat. So I was free falling in Atmo, only like 2,000 meters below me. Just being a buggy turd for a minute.
Yeah. Jump to like L1 station, like a Lagrange point, and then we'll go out into the asteroid field, and we could probably find salvage there.
Alrighty.
So like the nearest L1.
Anyway, with everybody that's here, and there was a lot of things that we discussed, we thought about, we talked about, and I want to thank you all for going along with me for this weekend on this CitizenCon. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks to Ty for being boots on the ground, showing us stuff. Thanks to Dyer. It was good to see Woodwalker Joe there. We got a glimpse of Zook, and it was fun, man. And Ty, thank you for going back into the community booths and showing us stuff. And this was a good weekend for a stream. I can't ask for anything better.
I kind of want to just go on about Ty there going to the community booths, and Super Shaved. He wasn't here yesterday, but yesterday Ty went to that same booth that they were building those models for all the different ships.
Yeah.
And he was talking to those people, and each one of those ships that you seen was 1/500th scale of the ship. And they had a 747, and I don't know if you noticed it, Super, but it was sitting on top of that one carrier there, and it was a 747. That 747 was a 1/500th scale 747.
The
So
bingo carrier.
give you an idea of how big these ships were in conjunction to a 747. So I don't know if you've seen that, Super, but when Ty went and talked to them yesterday, they were telling us that, yeah, they're 1/500th scale of their size. And Man,
So
that
impressive.
one carrier is fucking huge.
The gun on the bottom is like massive.
Yeah, it made the Drake. It made that little Kraken just look like a puny little ship. And
Oh,
that
I
thing
did
huge
see
when they
that.
first showed it.
Yeah, I did see
Just to
that.
give you guys an in-game impression, last Invictus, I actually landed a C2 on a Bengal carrier while it was flying around. It was a very simple operation, but I did manage to land it skids down on the top deck, right in front of the bridge tower, and it looked on that deck about the same as that 747 did.
I bet. I bet.
I'm looking
Alrighty.
forward to those ships. Those ships are going to be some cool ships when they come into play. You know.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
You know, I was looking when they were showing the fleet and stuff like that in Star City in Squadron 42 there, and yeah, there was no Kraken to be seen, mind you. So we know that it was probably going to be on the pirate side of the gameplay, obviously in Squadron 42. But if it's even in Squadron 42, we don't know. You know, other than that, yeah, I'm looking forward to some of these big old ships coming into the game. They'll be pretty large. They'll be like, damn, look at the size. Like, you know, like look at the 890, and that 890 is going to be able to land on the Kraken, I think, on the big deck.
Yeah.
Right. So. Yeah.
But
those things are going to be pretty impressive when those come into game.
I do want to go in and see about these new heads in NSC that they supposedly dropped. So, if anybody's got anything else to talk about or say something about, please feel free before I kill the stream. And welcome, Spartan Shannon.
Hello.
And it was a good weekend. I enjoyed it. I hope everybody else enjoyed it. We got some massive news, and we go from there. Now we just hold on to our bootstraps and keep going. That's all we can do. But Mike, thank you for helping me with this stream and setting up and getting everything going to fruition. Ty, I appreciate it. Being boots on the ground. And Dyer, if you're out there, thank you very much. And for everybody joining me on this 2-day expedition. Appreciate it. Everybody, take care. Calling it a night.
Bye.
Cheers.
Bye, Felicia.
Bye, Felicia? Seriously? Where is the button shape? You've been gone.
Oh.
I can't find the button.
Where's the button?
It was on earlier. It was fine.
Hello, everybody.